Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Mills gets behind the center, takes a knee, and that's it. Domination to the divisional round. The Houston Texans take apart Cleveland 45-14 as the sensational season continues. The greatest playoff performance in Texans history just took place before our eyes. And now it's on to the next round.
Wow. Here we go, man. Hey, unbelievable, right? Unbelievable, guys. We talk about, all right, making that one person proud. A lot of people are proud of you guys, man. You guys went out, you put on, you dominated. You dominated a really good football team, and we earned it. We talk about an opportunity you guys earned up, and then you came and showed what Texan-style football looked like. Yeah. Right? Everybody put on offense. Awesome job. Defense. Score how many? Also, hey, you talk about a complete game all the way around, man. Complete game, complete domination. You talk about the focus. We talk about execution. That's what it looks like.
Hurry up, baby. Here we go. Y'all know what time it is. Texans!
Warm! Yeah, hell yeah. On to the next.
Headphones were a little. No, my headphones were turned up too loud.
Yeah, someone who
I didn't realize you were gonna go
yell at 6 a.m.
Yeah, 3 tenors on.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. It's the divisional round. By the time we come in tomorrow, there'll be 8 teams left standing, and the Houston Texans will be one of those 8 teams left standing, baby. After, I think D'Amico summed it up perfectly. Dominance. Dominant performance. Cleanest performance of the year. No sacks allowed.
1 QB hit.
1 QB hit. No turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
3 penalties for 20 yards, and one of the penalties was an intentional delay of game. So really, 2
that's right.
penalties
Yeah,
for
so
15 yards.
2 actual penalties for 15 yards.
Dude.
That was a hell of a performance, man. You and I were talking about it before the show, and some of the various questions you've had about this team over the last few years, like in the question you asked me a few weeks ago, was okay, was that Laramie Tunsil trade worth it? And I kind of was still thinking like, well, Trent Williams was available at the time. I watched Laramie Tunsil on already like pretty ailing on the season, and then aggravating or injuring his knee during that game, but just absolutely shutting down Myles Garrett the way he has done in the past. Derek Stingley, a lot of criticism so credit to William O'Brien, the general manager, Esquire,
for the
Laramie Tunsil
trade.
Derek Stingley, lots of criticism for Sauce Gardner being better than Derek Stingley last year.
Right.
Derek Stingley over the course of the second half of the season is barely allowed a reception.
Been the best corner in football.
Travels with Amari Cooper, and masterful job by D'Amico, like acting like there was no chance in hell they were going to do that during the week. He gave an answer during the week where he basically just hinted that they're just philosophically not going to do that, and then they go and do it. I'll forgive D'Amico for making me look like a clown for defending him and not making that move, and then going and making the move. And and then Will Anderson. Will Anderson for a couple reasons. One, comes in alongside Jonathan Grenard, both of whom have bad ankles. So you got 2 good legs between those two defensive ends.
2 out of 4.
So Will Anderson, controversial, or at least people were skeptical of that trade. Will Anderson has really poured it on in the second half of this season. Plays injured. He, John Grenard, and then, another GM acquisition, Derek Barnett, were the keys to that game. That was the huge advantage the Texans had, was that the edge rushers, if they were healthy enough to play, could destroy those offensive tackles for the Browns. And as long as they did that, Joe Flacco was going to be pure Joe Flacco as he was.
That's it. I was poking my beak in on Cleveland radio this morning because they come on an hour before us, and I was amazed. They were very confused about how they got here. You know, like how did that happen on Saturday?
Yeah.
There was a lot of confusion. I even jotted down quotes, searching for answers, but we can find none. It's very, very simple. There's 2 answers to this thing. One, C.J. Stroud didn't play in the first game. C.J. Stroud is the truth. C.J. Stroud has put together 3 masterful games since he's come back from a concussion. Number 2, And this is where I almost feel silly myself that it took until 9:40 on Friday during the break, right before the last segment, for me to just take a look at Joe Flacco's Pro Football Reference page and say to myself, why are we overthinking this? All these yards that he's piling up are merely masking the fact that this is still Joe Flacco.
It's still Joe Flacco.
It's still Joe Flacco throwing interceptions. It's still Joe Flacco who's never made a Pro Bowl. It's still Joe Flacco who only has one more Player of the Week award than C.J. Stroud, and he's played 16 years, and C.J. Stroud has played 16 games.
Well, and even if you look at Joe Flacco's playoff record, McClain was talking about how he's 10-5 in the playoffs, and he's got as many road victories as Tom Brady. You go back and look at most of those victories were when the Ravens bailed him out of really awful football games. Half of those victories he completed like 52% or less of his passes. So I was saying before the game, at some point, Joe Flacco's going to turn into a pumpkin. And you made the good point that, he really already has. It's just the teams haven't taken advantage of it. He'd thrown 8 interceptions in 5 games. He'd fumbled the ball 4 times. And it was just a matter of whether a team was going to really fully take advantage of it. And that's where you credit the Texans for they're the ones who took advantage of it.
2 pick sixes.
Right. And it starts with the pass rush, and it continues on with those guys reading Joe Flacco's eyes, or just, in the case of Steven Nelson's interception, just getting underneath a duck of a ball he threw to nobody.
Caught it if he wanted to.
Yeah, it was just an awesome, awesome team effort. And then also, too, so the reason that Joe Flacco can win playoff games often, the one Super Bowl run was different. The defense wasn't actually that good that year. Right. But the reason that he could win games with the Browns, and the reason the Browns won as many games they did this year, despite leading the league in turnovers, was that Browns defense was very, very good. So what can you do to counteract that? You're going to need a guy that doesn't turn the ball over in C.J. Stroud. You're going to have to figure out a way to take the pass rush away from them. And that's where, man, it's not just Laramie Tunsil. It's the entire offensive line. It's C.J. knowing how to maneuver in the pocket, how to step up in a way that you go back to that Ravens game in week 1, and it's amazing how far he's come. And then Bobby Slowick utilizing the play action, which using the play action, even as frustrating as it is sometimes, because you're just going to sacrifice some of those bad runs, it allows you to, A, set up the play action, but also, B, keep more bodies on the field. And sometimes it's just a matter of throwing more numbers at the equation. And then for all of the talk, these weird, stupid stat sites that a lot of you, people need to stop looking at. CJ versus man coverage. He took what he wanted versus man coverage in that game.
He did.
He really did.
He did. He was great. Here was D'Amico Ryans. Let's go to Ben. Let's go to the CJ stuff here in the rundown. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the performance of his rookie quarterback.
CJ is the reason why we're in this position. He's special young man, special player, continues to shine no matter how big the moment is. Our whole team is leaning on him, and he has the shoulders to carry that weight, and he shows up week after week. He continues to improve week after week. No moment is too big for him, and when you have a young player who can shoulder the load of your team, and the way the team is behind him, the confidence that he gives our entire team, it's so cool to watch, right? Because he's such a special player, and he has a special season, and we're looking forward to keep moving on.
I'd love to know what they're saying in Baltimore and in Buffalo and in Kansas City about C.J. Stroud.
Well,
gives you a chance.
They're the hot team.
Yeah,
the Texans are the hot team because of C.J. Stroud. Derek Stingley has been a revelation over the last few weeks, and the way he's playing, I think, and then the way the Texans defense is being opportunistic, they're the team that you look at and you think, oh, great. This is the one we don't want to catch on the way up.
Yeah.
This is the one where all of a sudden it's a wild card injected at the end of the year.
It's Joe Burrow from 2-3 years ago, whenever that was, 2021.
Yeah.
The Bengals made the run to the Super Bowl with a 10-7 record.
Yeah.
I would take that.
That's the whole thing. It's funny you were mentioning Cleveland radio. I would credit Browns fans for a couple things. This is one of those instances where I think a lot of the fan base is smarter than the media and the coaches themselves. I'm not sure Kevin Stefanski's anything more than a glorified offensive coordinator.
Yep.
But it's this. It's that Cleveland Sports Radio might be confused as to how they lost that game. Browns fans were not confused about how that game might go. They really didn't show up to that game at all. And I thought about it afterwards. I'm like, oh, okay. They'd watch Joe Flacco. Even as the Browns were bad during the Joe Flacco era, they'd watch Joe Flacco up close and personal multiple times a year. They knew they're not going to travel to Houston for the third time in 2 years to go watch Joe Flacco.
You and I were doing the pregame, obviously, out where there's a ton of people. And I know I was saying to you throughout the morning, we've been at games this year where opposing fan bases have been taking over that outdoor area where we are.
Yeah.
We watch Denver and we watch Pittsburgh, and I was looking around. I'm like, this ain't that. You know, it ain't Jacksonville or Arizona, but there's some Browns fans, sure. We got in that stadium. First of all, great job. I thought Texan fans wasn't full, but it was way fuller than it's been all year, and that place was loud. There's a lot of longtime Texan fans that I talked to after that game, during the weekend, during the game even. And they're like, this is the loudest I can remember since 2011.
We have a hard time. We don't really hear the crowd noise that well up in the press box. And I got jarred out of whatever conversation I was having at the end of the first half, because for some reason I thought there was going to be one more play still, and all of a sudden I had to whip my head around to figure out what had happened, and it was just the crowd cheering the team, the Texans team, as they were going into the tunnel.
Yeah.
Will Anderson was doing the raise up. And
it was hot, man. That was the funnest day covering this team for me since I got here.
The one kind of funny part, and the part that I think people need to get back into the groove a little bit. The MVP chants were awesome. Except maybe don't do them when CJ's coming up to the line to start his case.
Yeah, we still got to get some of our game plan in place.
They were very loud.
Yeah.
There were very loud MVP chants going on as the offense was on the field.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the sentiment, but let's remember, there's an offense at work here.
Yes. We're still getting our legs under us, man. It's been 4 years.
Yeah.
Been 4 years. Great job, though, by the crowd showing up, being loud. It was awesome. It was so fun. From the beginning of the pregame all the way through to the end of the postgame. That was the most fun Saturday/Sunday that I can remember in the last 10 years covering this team. It was great.
Derek Stingley traveling with Cooper was really cool right from the get-go to see that. You see Derek Stingley down on the right side. And you're like,
it's on.
They're doing it. They're doing this thing.
Yeah.
And limiting to, how much was, what did Cooper end up having?
Cooper
4 receptions?
He had 4 catches for 59 yards,
yeah.
but only one happened, I think, while Stingley, 1 or 0, I can't remember. Like, while Stingley was on him, he was shut down.
Yeah.
It was great. Yeah, the stars came out, man. The Texans star players outplayed the Browns star players in this game. All right, we're going to dig back into Saturday a whole lot on the show. Top of the hour, we're going to relive the 6 biggest highlights. Voice of Vandy. We're going to do some acknowledging at 7:25 on the show. Let's take a look, though, because the way the weekend played out, all of a sudden this afternoon is really, really crucial to the Houston Texans. Who do Texan fans want on Saturday? The game will be Saturday, 3:30. We know that. We just don't know the opponent yet. Who do Texan fans want? And weigh in if you're up. We know it's a holiday today, MLK Day today. Weigh in on the text page, 713-572-4610. If you're up, give us a shout-out. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. I'm going to give a shout-out to Dr. Ben Salento for getting rid of that noise right there. That noise. This time.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition. Presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Really the same thing I've always, since week one. I mean, I've gotten a pretty good routine on what I like to do pregame, and we got a little extra time off this morning to come into the stadium because we didn't play till 3:30. So I was just relaxing, just watching a movie, just chilling, going over my plays and going over some film, just really just crossing every T, dotting every I, just like I always do. So it was a really good ramp up. The crowd was already this is the first time I've seen our stadium kind of full pregame. Of course we were rocking the whole it was loud. It was probably the loudest I've heard a stadium in my life. But pregame is not a lot of people all the time, regular season, because we played so early. So now to finally an afternoon game to see the crowd, that helps us a lot, get the energy going. So we appreciate everybody coming out, but yeah, it was cool.
It was, man. It was rocking out at NRG Stadium on Saturday. It was a hell of a day. A lot of people weighing in. 2 pick sixes, back-to-back possessions. Swarm! That's what the text says. A lot of people who were at the game, the person saying I was screaming, text message 2974. I was screaming as they left the half, and I was literally screaming the pain of the last 3 or 4 years. It was therapeutic. It's been so painful.
It
is. That felt good.
He said it was the loudest he's ever heard in his life, and you might think, gosh, I don't know. You play in the Big Ten, a lot of those 110,000 seat stadiums.
Horseshoe.
Well, but the indoor stadiums of the NFL are a whole different experience. It's 70,000 people screaming indoors is pretty damn loud.
Yep.
So that's that was fun. That was really cool to see and be reminded of. Also, okay, one of the reasons that the Browns defense probably wasn't as good on the road as they were at home was because that Browns pass rush really does a great job when the opposing team has to do their silent count. Mm-hmm. So that home field advantage, obviously is going to be they're no matter where they go, that's going to be a disadvantage for them. Except for the fact that the Browns fans didn't show up. I mean, I was worried before the game, given all the shots I saw of various tailgates and stuff, that, man, okay, this might be one of those situations where, when the Cowboys have to go to a silent count at home, and it was not even close to the case.
I'm with you. I think the pictures we saw, we literally, in the pictures you and I saw, and being out there, out in the plaza out there outside the stadium, I think we literally saw every Browns fan that made it to the game.
I guess so. Or there just were a lot of people going to events. There might have been a lot of Browns fans that live in Texas that went to parties or something but didn't go to the game somehow. It was honestly, it may have been one of the poorest opposing team turnouts that we had all season.
Yeah.
Which is, again, I'll give the Browns fans credit for, look, they're Browns. They know a stinker when they've seen one. They for all that I've heard people talk about, wow, it's the Texans' first playoff appearance since 2019.
Right.
That's not that long.
No,
these Browns. Come on, have some respect for the people that have been have gone decades without it.
Yeah. It's just, man, we I think too. You take a step back. It's early. I get it in CJ's career, but I mean, we rarely go a week without the next day seeing tweets and articles about things he is doing that quarterbacks have never done before.
Yeah.
Not just rookie quarterbacks, but quarterbacks in general. And to me, this one is a rookie accolade. He was the youngest quarterback to ever win a postseason game on Saturday. That gets kind of lost in the wash. The youngest
seems like a big one.
The youngest quarterback to ever start and win a postseason game, and they won 45-14, and he was the best player on the field.
You know what would be interesting too is
it's not a Flacco rookie win back in 2008.
Right. Well, that's where I think when you look at some of the rookie performances that are notable, you always got to go back and look and say, all right, well, just how good were these guys, or even second-year performances. Tom Brady was in his second year, but he was also on a team that had a really good defense and a very good rushing attack. Yeah. All those classic things. Ben Roethlisberger, Russell Wilson, go on down the line. Guys young quarterbacks that have playoff runs, they typically have a very stout group around them. With the Texans, I mean, we're already at the point where, let's remember, they did that without Tank Dell versus a very good defense. People can talk about how Ward got injured all they want. Fine. Who gives a damn? The Texans' 2 best edge rushers were out there playing their asses off.
Long John Silver.
Ankles. Yeah.
Peg leg.
Yeah. And for being the second best defense in the league, they were arguing adamantly that no, they are actually the number one defense in the league in a lot of respects.
Yep.
You can't handle your best cornerback being a little bit banged up. That's the performance you give. Can I tell you, like, how honestly disappointed I was at what I was seeing on the field and the complete non-effort by multiple Browns defenders on some of those plays. How about the Brevin Jordan run or the Brevin Jordan touchdown? All right. It's a nice little boot. Brevin Jordan's open because number 6 there decides.
JOK, yeah. Owosu Koromoa, yeah.
JOK decided, like, wow, Brevin Jordan really is staying in the block because I'm so fearsome. So he just lets Brevin Jordan go free. And Brevin Jordan catches the ball. But I'm looking, like, I went back to watch. I'm like, was that such an incredibly well-executed play that no defenders downfield knew what was going on? Did they all bite on run or something? I'm like, no, there are guys that should have been in the picture. You can't tell from the TV copy, but they just disappeared. Like, and on so many of those long runs, they just disappeared. Yeah, that one offensive lineman allowed himself to get absolutely destroyed, basically castrated by Blake Cashman
77
on that one on the Steven Nelson.
He goes
return.
tumbling and then popped up again and tumbled. It was great.
Oh, I was very disappointed. And again, that's where I'll go back to.
Yeah.
Like, yes, I understand when you're looking for a head coach, I would be biased towards finding an offensive guy. But first and foremost, I'm only going to let the offensive guy, hiring an offensive coordinator, be an issue if I don't identify somebody that's like, oh, wow, that guy's a head coach. Like Mike Vrabel, Mike Tomlin, those guys, you look at them, you're like, all right, those guys are head coaches. They're a head football coach in the NFL. That's what D'Amico Ryans is. Kevin Stefanski, is that a guy? Is he a head coach? I don't know. I really don't know. And that's what his team showed up and did. Like, it was a complete non-effort by the Browns. Very disappointed in you, Browns. Very disappointed.
Yeah.
I thought more highly of you than that.
I did.
I thought Micah Parsons, he didn't show up either. Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons.
Same thing.
Basically anybody that fled.
Yeah.
It's just very disappointed in both of you.
Yeah. Did not have Davis Mills in with 11 minutes left on my old bingo card for that game.
I thought, not to mention, man, the Browns offense doing the Texans a solid by keeping CJ off the field. It was such a nice little lazy stroll down the field with his chewing time up off the clock.
Yeah. And then throwing a pick six so they get the ball back again. And then another pick six so they get the ball back again.
The only thing I was worried about was, like, after every Browns 8 or 9 yard run, a Texans defensive back would come up and lay the wood. Kids, that's an expression that used to be used for, like, a big hit. But we're
bringing it back
and give a big hit. Well, it's used already, but they have a big hit, and I'm thinking to myself, like, those are nice and all, but those kind of take a toll on the defensive backs too.
We got a game next week.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans here talking about don't let the moment get bigger than what it is.
1 week at a time. Our team is confident. We were confident coming in. You have to be confident in these moments, right? We're not shying away from that. We're a confident team. We believe in each other. We know we have a special group of men in the locker room, and that's what it's all about. And it's one game at a time. Continue to go out. Don't make the moment bigger than what it is. Go out and execute. Play relentless football. We'll be exactly where we want to be.
Yep, and they're peaking at just the right time. Getting CJ back he's been amazing since he's come back. We're going to circle back into the details of this game and the highlights from this game at the top of the hour. Voice of Vandy. We're going to go back through via Mark Vandermeer. I can't wait to listen to these touchdowns.
Ooh.
Some of them I haven't gotten to listen to yet. I'm very excited to listen to these at the top of the hour. But for those who are just waking up and don't know, the Texans are definitely playing early game Saturday against whoever their opponent winds up being. The game that got moved to this afternoon in the AFC playoffs, that Steelers-Bills game, is going to determine who the Texans play on Saturday afternoon at 3:30. So that game takes place, the Steelers and the Bills, takes place today, Mother Nature willing, at 3:30 our time. If the Bills win, which is the expectation, they're a huge favorite in this game. If the Bills win, then the Texans are off to Baltimore on Saturday. If the Steelers pull off the upset, then it's off to Kansas City for the Texans. So, Seth, the question is, who would you rather play if you're the Houston Texans, Kansas City or Baltimore?
I'm really torn on this right now, and honestly, I'm not going to give you an answer because I've got to dig into this.
1,700 people have answered. I'll tell you the results in a second.
Okay,
Your thoughts first.
This is where I go. I keep saying if I just looked at it on paper, I want to go play the Chiefs. They're not nearly as good a football team based on the regular season as the Baltimore Ravens.
And also based on all the gaga going on around them too. You know what I mean? Like Mahomes this year has not been
it's not. It's
she's Taylor Swift, right? Yeah, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I got to use Gaga as
I actually respect him if he was going out with Lady Gaga.
For sure.
I feel like she'd teach him a thing or two.
I feel like she does things. Yeah, absolutely.
So, and yet, maybe because I've watched the Astros low these many years, I understand the value of playoff experience.
It's a tough choice, man.
And I understand, too, that, look, as good as the Ravens have been this year, it's still – and as Lamar Jackson has progressed and grown with Todd Monken, the new offensive coordinator, into like, okay, this dude is a stud NFL quarterback that isn't relying on kind of an atypical offense. Like, he's the real deal. And yet – that same old problem, it's just weird to call it a problem, is they're always playing with a lead. And you don't know for sure exactly if Lamar Jackson's old issues of like, okay, what's it like when he's playing from behind? What's he like in the playoffs in those moments? It's just, he's not proven in the playoffs to the same degree nearly that Pat Mahomes is. But I still...
Not even close.
And so there's that part of me, just from having watched the Astros and see the way other teams wilt in the playoffs versus the Astros who are just so completely and totally prepared. And yet, that's Pat Mahomes, that's Travis Kelce, that's not Kadarius Toney. I know Kadarius Toney was great in the playoffs last year and everything, but
now he lines up off sides.
They lead the league in drops. They're just like, I don't trust everybody else. So I'm leaning towards wanting the Chiefs.
Yeah, I think a case can be made for either one. And for what it's worth, I put up a poll yesterday on Twitter. There's 1,800 people who voted on it. 60% of the people would rather the Texans play the Chiefs, as you point out. And I think
crap, I forgot. I don't have that until a couple days from now to make the decision. I have to make it before this afternoon. Yeah, Chiefs.
Yeah. It'll get decided today. By that Steelers-Bills outcome. I think the case for wanting to play the Ravens as opposed to the Chiefs is, one, Lamar Jackson's postseason record. He's 1-3 in the playoffs. I think your point about if you can get a lead on them, we don't know what that looks like. Is there a version of Lamar Jackson that in big games can come back from being down in games?
Yeah.
I think is valid. I think the other thing, too, Lamar Jackson will not have played football in 3 weeks by the time these two teams play. Like, he rested in week 18. They had a bye this week. Maybe that is a formula to get a lead on the Ravens. They come out and they're a little bit rusty. They haven't played football in 3, or at least the people that matter haven't played football in 3 weeks. So I think that's look, there's no good option. You're talking about the two best teams in the AFC, likely.
I'll be honest with you, too. Like, there's part of me when I say those things about Lamar Jackson, how, like, almost you're using the fact that they've been so dominant as a negative somehow. It takes me right back to people using Ohio State being so dominant as a negative for C.J. Stroud. Right. So I'm like, I'm not gonna mess with that, man. Yeah. I'm not gonna go back into that line of psychology. Like, well, I don't know if C.J. Stroud or Lamar Jackson are good quarterbacks. Yeah. They're just too good on the football field. How could somebody that good on the football field actually be a good football player? I just don't know.
That's true. I like this text. Doesn't matter who we play next. Looking at the 3 teams left, and this is assuming the Bills beat the Steelers today, with the Ravens, Chiefs, and Bills, I think going to Kansas City and beating Mahomes in Kansas City is a more, I think he says, preceded accomplishment. I think maybe just more of a big-time accomplishment.
Unprecedented.
I think a better accomplishment than beating Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. I just don't see the Ravens and the Bills as something you put on your trophy case, but Mahomes in Kansas City, absolutely.
And I would stuff Josh Allen and put him up there.
I would too. Go to my taxidermist or to your father-in-law or whoever does taxidermy.
Well, my brother-in-law does taxidermy.
Yeah, whichever.
Well, not taxidermy, but anyway, the European mount.
Yeah.
Which is kind of gross. That's just the skull. If you put just Josh Allen's skull up there.
Yeah. I like that a lot. All right, whose skull are we putting up? Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes?
Which skull would you want to put up there? I would say probably of the 3 of them, I would say if you wanted to put a trophy up there, like the most magnificent, like Josh Allen, I would say is probably the most classically good looking of the 3 of them.
Probably, yeah. This is a weird
or at
conversation.
Least halfway good looking.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that I saw when I put this poll up yesterday. People voted, and then some people replied to it. There were a lot of people saying, I want revenge for 24-0 4 years ago in Kansas City when the Texans coughed up that lead. I want to go exact revenge on behalf of a bunch of guys who aren't on the team nor coaching this team anymore, other than Laramie Tunsil.
You know, the thing about that, too, is that means a lot to us. I feel like that would be somebody coming up to an executioner back in the day and be like, remember, you're the one who killed my brother. And he's like, I kill 29 people a day. What? No, sorry. You were just
true.
He was literally just a body.
The Chiefs have had a lot of wins at Arrowhead the last 4 years.
Kansas City's looking at him like, what?
All right.
What? Okay, all right. Sorry about that, I guess.
Great analogy. That's funny. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on that. Kansas City or Buffalo, who do you want? We're going to circle back to Saturday's game at the top of the hour. Let's get to headlines, because it wasn't just the Texans winning on Saturday that was freaking awesome. Yesterday was a pretty good day, too, around here in the NFC playoffs. We will get to the Dallas Cowboys in headlines next.
Pretty good day with 3 straight days of football where I can John, I did 3 hours.
Play.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition. Presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Here's Flacco getting the snap. Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick six.
Yes!
Steven Nelson.
Yes!
Take that, Cleveland.
He just threw it up for grabs. I said in the pregame he was going to give us two. That's one. We got one left.
Dre called that. That was Andre Ware, Mark Vandermeer on the call. Dre did call that in the pregame. You know what? We're doing Acknowledge Me at 7:25 today. I'm going to give it an early acknowledge to Andre Ware.
Acknowledge me.
He said Flacco would give us two, and they were two pick sixes. Unlike his two interceptions, Joe Flacco in the Christmas Eve game, which were as benign as they get, an arm punt and a last play of the half interception. These were as damaging as you could get. The Browns were driving at that point, Seth. That was their first possession of the second half. And they were driving into Texans territory for what would have been a score. You know, they would have made it a one-score game in all likelihood. With a field goal, it's a 7-point game. It was 24-14 at the time. That was curtains. That was game right there for the Texans. Yeah. That was a huge, huge turning point. And it was so cool seeing Steven Nelson get that convoy in front of him, too.
It really was, you know, and that was like, there were a couple times in that game, both in the first quarter and then at the beginning of the second half, where you were starting to see some of the problems pop up of either, losing track of tight ends, right down the spine of the defense with your safeties and your linebackers in coverage. You're thinking, okay, wait a second, don't turn it into this.
It's getting a little leaky.
Not like this. Yeah, and that's ultimately where your playmakers have to come up and make plays. Yeah. And, Derek Barnett, I think, is the biggest X factor probably that you couldn't have expected at the beginning of the season because he was with the Eagles. And he was not productive with the Eagles this year in the first half of the season. I think it's easy to see just how crowded that defensive line there is, and how much they were actually using him and how they were using him. He just was probably getting lost in the shuffle. He comes here, and it's been steadily awesome the entire time he's been here. He just keeps showing up.
He's been one of the most valuable players on defense for this team over the last month because of who he's replaced.
Yeah.
With, Will Anderson missing games and Jonathan Grenard missing games, he's been essential these last 4 or 5 games.
And then you add all three of those guys together.
Yeah.
The key to the game. I had 3 keys to this game, and they're all defense related, basically. Yep. The first one was to not let Amari Cooper get 265 yards receiving.
Bingo.
Check.
Ding.
And honestly, avoid the big explosive plays. They didn't do as good a job with that as I would have hoped for a complete shutdown. Mm-hmm. But the biggest thing there is they traveled Derek Stingley with Amari Cooper. You recognize the greatest threat. Very Belichickian. What'd you do? You recognize the biggest threat. How did the Texans get destroyed last time? Amari Cooper just went off. So, okay, let's neutralize his biggest threat. How do we do that? We have Derek Stingley travel with him. And then the other 2 were simply the pass rush, and that was going to be, can your edge rushers, one of the strengths of your team, are they going to be healthy enough and play through pain and injury enough to affect Joe Flacco? And you include Derek Barnett wasn't injured on that, but those 3 guys did a great job with Will Anderson and John Grenard and Derek Barnett. And then the other one related to the pass rush, but was to exploit Joe Flacco's turnover gene, and they did. They brought it right back up. Joe Flacco thought he was in remission, and he was not. Well, he came back.
That's right.
Metastasized.
That's it. Yeah. No.
Sorry, Joe. Sorry about your poor genetic predisposition towards turnovers.
We looked at the MRI, and the turnovers are still there.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. And it was Derek Barnett who got the pressure on him on the pick 6 we just heard.
Yeah.
With Steven Nelson. So the last 2 keys you had kind of worked hand in hand with each other.
By the way, rare kudos to the officials for letting them play. And letting Des King hit Joe Flacco.
Yeah, that was fun.
Which, that never should have been a flag.
They didn't like that up in Cleveland either.
Yeah, but we know how that goes, right? Nobody on earth thinks that should have been a flag because Flacco went down simultaneously. Yeah. And Des King, the reason he did the backspin on top of him was because he was trying to get, he was trying not to hit him. So he did, it was such a weird thing. I said, honestly, I don't think a forensics expert could sell you on that. If that was the Kennedy assassination, people are like, no way. Oh, yeah, he spun around. He did the magic backspin on top of Joe Flacco.
Couldn't do that again if he tried 1,000 times.
God, no.
Yeah.
You have to be on.
That was so funny.
Dude Perfect does that 29 times to get it done once.
Yeah.
So there was that, but then a couple of the hits on Joe Flacco too were kind of some authoritative flings to the ground.
Let him play, man.
Yeah,
let him play. And that was the same officiating crew that screwed the Texans against the Jags back in Week 12.
Well, that's when they got that makeup call versus Shaq. Remember Shaq?
Yeah,
Mason
the holding penalty.
It was immediately after. Kind of. You know what though? From the press box and from watching in the stadium, the previous defensive holding call against the Browns, it looked. I thought it looked ticky-tack. On the TV copy, I think that was legitimate.
Okay. Okay.
Gave him a good tug.
Gotcha. So Texans win 45-14. Top of the hour, we are going to relive the biggest highlights from Saturday's win. This is going to be fun. Vandy and Dre have had a hell of a season, and it continues in the wild card round. And we get more football on Saturday. The Texans will face either Baltimore or Kansas City, depending on the outcome of this afternoon's game between the Steelers and the Buffs, or the Steelers and the Bills in Buffalo. Steelers win, it's off to Kansas City. Buffalo wins, it's off to Baltimore for the Texans. Let's get to this Cowboys game from yesterday, because this was also a whole lot of fun.
Gosh.
The Green Bay Packers took the Cowboys to the woodshed, and it started on the very first drive of the game and never ended.
It was unbelievable.
Never ended.
They did. I love this old school. Packers win the toss. What do? Defer, right? No, we want the ball. And then we want to run run, play action, run.
8 minutes.
Just absolutely do. We're going to single-handedly take the Seattle job away from defensive coordinator Dan Quinn.
They did.
Right now.
They did.
And that's what they did.
Yeah.
They got 2 coaches fired yesterday. They got Dan Quinn fired from the Seahawks job before he even had it. And they got Mike McCarthy fired because if Jerry Jones allows Mike McCarthy to coach this team again, he might do the unthinkable, which is like somehow destroy the Dallas Cowboys financially. If you're a Cowboys fan and Jerry Jones doesn't fire Mike McCarthy and you go to a single game next year, you are a moron. You are an idiot. This dude, Jerry Jones, is so damaged psychologically and emotionally by Jimmy Johnson that he refuses to do anything but hire beta males. And he'll probably if he fires Mike McCarthy, he'll probably bring Jason Garrett back. That's my prediction. But what a non-performance by the Cowboys. I'm honestly, as much as I delight in watching the miserable Cowboys fans we see on our screen right now, I feel jilted. I was hoping for some kind of a battle.
Oh yeah.
Some kind of a contest.
Yeah.
They got destroyed.
No, Amy and I were out at Kirby Ice House watching the game.
Yeah.
And with the seats we had, we were facing one of the big TV screens. By midway through the second quarter, I just turned my seat to face the Cowboy fans and watch them. They were more entertaining to watch than the game.
Like zoo animals.
Because they were they were zoo animals who hadn't been fed. They're all agitated and they're vomiting. Yeah, it was awesome.
Zoo animals groom themselves at least. It was
great. This was remarkable to me. The Jordan Love and CJ Stroud had like nearly identical stats yesterday. They were both 16 of 21. CJ threw for 2 more yards than Jordan Love, 274 to 272. Both had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Both had the same exact passer rating, like to the decimal point.
Right, they're both very close to perfect.
Perfect.
Jordan Love had that one little drop at the end, right?
Yeah,
it been,
157.2. And the stats being identical are one thing. There have been times I've watched Jordan Love in the second half of the season in which he's been incredible. And I've watched him. I'm like, he's got a little bit of CJ, and he even looks like CJ a little bit facially. But the play that really put the game away for the Packers yesterday, I said to Amy, it was that play they ran. It was the same Dalton Schultz play, the Dalton Schultz play that CJ rolled out and threw back across to the left side to Schultz. That was the same play the Packers ran, but they ran it the other way, back across to Musgrave. I'm like, this game is identical. Jordan Love is having C.J. Stroud's game.
Except the difference is that when Jordan Love got his first chance versus the Chiefs a few years ago, he just wilted in front of pressure like that.
Yeah.
You know, like as a rookie, obviously that's the big difference between those two. But yeah, Jordan Love has had a great. Like as the season's gone along, he's kind of done it relatively quietly, and become a very on his way to being a polished NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
This is the interesting thing about the Cowboys defense, which really a lot of the disappointing losses they've had have been when this awesome Cowboys defense has just collapsed in the final moments of big games on the road, now at home. I mean, they collapsed the entire game.
Oh.
Micah Parsons, who last week said, hey, maybe if Dan Quinn goes to Seattle, he'll bring me with him. Micah Parsons in the playoffs had the lowest single game pressure rate of his career.
Big game performance.
He had 1 pressure when he was unblocked. That was it.
That was the only one?
That was the only pressure he had on 19 pass rushes.
If you blocked him, he didn't get pressure.
Yeah. He's going against some rookie schlub, Zach Tom.
When you got a Zach Tom going
he's just second. I think he's a second-year player.
Okay. Man, that was fun yesterday watching the Cowboys. 48-32, and that was way closer than the final score would indicate. The Cowboys scored two garbage touchdowns and 2 garbage 2-point conversions in the last 5 minutes of that game.
I get so mad at Mike McCarthy. The fact that he got that job,
sucks.
admitted to lying to Jerry Jones in the press conference after he got the job, and that he's just been such a disappointment. Like, he turned Aaron Rodgers into what he is today.
Yeah.
Of course Aaron Rodgers is a conspiracy theorist. He's just grasping for answers.
12 years.
How the hell he was stuck with him for 12 years.
That's great. All right, the other scores real quick. Detroit beats the Rams in the late game last night, 24-23. So the Lions are on to the next round of the postseason. And Kansas City, of course, beat Miami back on Saturday night. 2 games today. Pittsburgh, Buffalo, the early game. I believe that one's going to be on our sister station, 650. And then, obviously, tonight's game between the Bucs and the Eagles will be right here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, let's relive it through the voice of Vandy, the biggest highlights You're going to hear all the touchdowns as well from Saturday's win over the Cleveland Browns. That is next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. That's Ruben Mendoza, the GM out there, my guy, his squad out there, West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. Now, this is the new West Point location out there, Southwest Freeway at the Kirkwood intersection, right there off the freeway. So it's so easy to get to. The people are amazing out there. The selection of vehicles, over 500 new and certified pre-owned Lincolns right there on the lot. You want to check out the selection of vehicles, it's very easy. Go to westpointsales.com. Okay, I want you to remember that website, westpointsales.com. You go Googling and whatnot, you wind up on a cheap imitation. That's on you. westpointsales.com. And they make
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition. Presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
No, I didn't. Just thankful again for just gracious, man. We're blessed. Our team is special. God has blessed us tremendously, and we're giving him all the glory, honor, and praise for where we are, what this team has done. I mean, for CJ to go to have the game that he had, unbelievable performance by a rookie. It was just outstanding by everybody. So proud of our guys in the locker room. I knew they were ready on Tuesday. They were focused. They were locked in, and they went out and put the work in. Cleveland's a really good team. We had a tough matchup, and our guys fought, made plays we needed to make to win the game, and really just thankful, grateful for everybody in the locker room. And what an outstanding performance by our guys.
It was so different than the last time these two teams played in December. And the big thing, C.J. Stroud was back in this game. And you could tell early on in this game, like from the very first throw to Nico Collins, like if I'm Cleveland, I'm going, all right, this is a different animal we're facing today than Case Keenum. Yeah. You know, very first pass of the game, Nico Collins just crosser over the middle, and CJ drops a dime to him.
I guess that's what's so, now that we've heard from multiple people about how it seemed like in Cleveland that they really weren't taking this game seriously.
They were cocky.
That it was just a matter of, I would have thought, okay, well, those are just fans being cocky. But man, that Cleveland team sure did think, it looked like they thought that facing Case Keenum and Davis Mills was the same as facing CJ Stroud. I am retroactively offended on behalf of CJ Stroud that people and professional football players in the state that houses Ohio State University really thought that it was going to be no different facing CJ Stroud than it was facing Case Keenum.
Yeah.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
You got what you deserved.
That's what you get.
You got what you deserved.
You slept on C.J. Stroud. You act like you're C.J. Stroud fans, but not really.
No.
You just thought, like, he's a nice kid.
Disrespect.
It's more about Ryan Day than anything else.
Well, now you can really focus in on him this weekend as your team sits at home and you watch C.J. Stroud play whoever they end up playing on Saturday.
You're going to have to put C.J. above Cardale Jones now on your little power ranking.
Ohio State quarterbacks.
Ohio State quarterbacks that
Sorry,
you actually
12 gauge.
Like.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Voice of Vandy. We're going to relive the game on Saturday through highlights with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware. Let's start with the first touchdown of the game. Speaking of Nico Collins, and this was after, I'll say this was after John Mechie played a big role in this drive, the first touchdown drive. Devin Singletary had a big 29-yard run that Mechie had a key block on. Then Mechie had his biggest play of the season in the passing game, a nice 27-yard pass down the right sideline where he's able to get both feet down. That was good to see John Mechie making contributions, especially if Noah Brown is so banged up now he's not going to be in there. John Mechie's going to be asked to do some things. But Nico Collins was the one who finished this one off with a 15-yard touchdown.
2nd and 6 at the Browns 15. Stroud under center, fakes the toss, now throws it back to the left, has Collins. 10, 5, to the corner. Yes! He's in! Touchdown, Houston! The Texans take the lead.
Just like that. Excellent play call by Bobby Slowick. You got Cleveland being overly aggressive and pursuing, use it against them, go the other way, and who better to give it to than your number one big, strong, 6'4", 215-pound receiver in Nico Collins.
Great block by Laramie Tunsil out in front of Nico Collins, and I know I saw this in your notes, Seth. This is something Slowick did all day long.
Really, two things. One was identifying areas where Cleveland was overly aggressive and taking advantage of it. And that ended up being out on the perimeters a lot. Outside, the Texans owned outside the numbers on this. And on that drive especially, they just did a masterful job of really stretching the field laterally. They'd hit right with Devin Singletary the play before. That was that little fake bootleg pitch to Devin Singletary moving the opposite direction. Yep. And it showed up on a few different drives where Bobby really sucked the defenders in and then hit the perimeter. That part of it was really nice. That game yesterday felt like the culmination of a lot of things that Bobby Slowick and CJ have been working on all season long. And at times, like, they got a little too cute down in the end zone, that first trip down. I thought, like, one gadget play per trip down into the red zone I'd prefer. But other than that,
the shovel pass down there.
Yeah, that was really the only glitch was I didn't need all those gadget plays, including I've been agitating for a zone read all season long, and they do it down on the goal line. I wasn't a huge fan of that.
I don't need CJ running any plays where he's the primary ball carrier.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it if it's not on the goal line.
Okay.
Because in the middle of the field, there's more space with which to work.
Yeah, like down there, like the right thing for him to do in terms of the game is to put his head down and try to get to the goal line.
Exactly.
He was concussed 3 weeks ago, Bobby. All right, so that was the first touchdown of the game. That made it 10-7. The Browns answer with another touchdown. So this is where you feel like, all right, well, this is going to be maybe a little more high scoring of a game than we thought it was going to be, but it's going to be a heavyweight fight, and these two teams are trading punches. This, to me, was the touchdown that told the Browns, like, no, this is a different Texans team you're facing today than the one you faced 3 weeks ago.
Schultz motioning to the left, Stroud under center. Here's a little drop back and a pass to Brevin Jordan, right side across the 35, cuts inside 40, 50, the 40, right sideline. He's going to go all the way. Brevin Jordan to the end zone.
No flags, touchdown.
My goodness, the Texans go 76 yards in one play to retake the lead on Cleveland.
Give me a redo, partner. I missed you the first time on that high five. Brevin Jordan just pulled away from somebody. It looked like Usain Bolt down the sideline.
That's funny because Sean Bajani and I kind of had a sloppy high five in the press box.
Did you?
We were kind of because everything it took a long time for that play to develop. It was it was a boot and he
cut back in.
Yeah. And so and also as you're watching it develop. It was
holy cow, he's gonna go all the way.
Yeah. So Sean was kind of like holding me back, and then it's funny up in the press box you're not allowed to cheer, so like in our little section they stick us down at the end. Everybody's like silently jumping up and down trying to
yeah, it was great.
But those highlights are, as a lot of people have noticed, I feel like nobody has expressed better how excited they are about this season than those two up in the booth. I think that
Vandy and Dre have had a hell of a season.
Yeah, man. They really they're wearing their emotions on their sleeves.
It's fun. Yeah. Now their audience doesn't mind that at all. So let's get to the next touchdown because that made it 17-14. Texans get the ball back. This is right before the half, and this was a beautiful play from C.J. Stroud to Dalton Schultz.
C.J. fakes the give, steps out to his right. He's got a lot of time, and he throws deep, and he wants Dalton Schultz. Has him! Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston! 37-yard touchdown reception, and C.J. Stroud, welcome to the NFL playoffs.
Yeah, man.
Introducing the rookie Stroud with 3 TDs in the first half.
Against the best defense statistically in the NFL. He was 11 of 16 for 236 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half. In the first half of that football game. 11 of 16 for 236, and it could have been worse. He and Nico just missed on a long hookup. Schultz had a drop early in the game that if he catches it, he turns upfield. That's probably a 30-yard chunk play. It could have been a whole lot worse for the Browns than it actually was.
This is a weekend where, honestly, there was a whole lot of they are who we thought they were around some of the games.
Yeah.
You know, the
Miami,
Dolphins. The Dolphins are who. Okay, this is not a tough team that's built to let. Cowboys can't beat good teams. I mean, I didn't think they were that bad, but they are who we thought they were. This was not one of those situations in terms of the Browns' defense. I thought that the Browns were going to put up more of a fight. I was excited to watch C.J. Stroud versus that, and it wasn't like I thought that C.J. was couldn't handle a defense like that. I just thought it was going to be an awesome test. And it turned out to be just kind of easy.
Yeah.
Felt like the first Gulf War.
Where were you, Browns?
It was the first Gulf War. We had braced ourselves for oh boy, they got the elite guard and everything. It's going to be and then all of a sudden
3 hours.
Nothing like the highlights of the first hours of the war were just tanks going 60 miles per hour over barren desert. Yep. That was what that's
D'Amico
what it was.
Basically Schwarzkopf.
He was
on Saturday.
D'Amico Schwarzkopf.
Absolutely.
Stormin' D'Amico Schwarzkopf.
All right, let's get to the second half here. Because the Texans offense didn't have to do anything in the second half. Their numbers in the second half are very paltry because in the third quarter they were rarely on the field at all because all the scoring took place via the Texans defense. This was the ball game right here. Browns are driving early in the second half for at least a score. Worst case, they're probably making it, barring a turnover, 24-17, making it a one-score game. A little game pressure on the Texans at that point. Flacco turned into Flacco again.
Here's Flacco getting the snap. Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick 6.
Yes!
Steven Nelson.
Yes!
Take that, Cleveland.
He just threw it up for grabs. I said in the pregame he was going to give us 2. That's 1. We got 1 left.
Yep. That's 1. You got 1 left. Dude, the convoy down the sideline was my favorite part of that pick six.
That was the Blake Cashman destroying that offensive lineman.
Go back and watch that. If you watch nothing else from the second half of that football game, watch Cashman's block on number 77.
Those and it was almost to the point where because it seems like every big hit is a penalty these days. I was going through my mind and I'd be like, okay, wait, was that a peel back block of some sort? Was that a blind side? Was that?
Yeah.
Does this meet any of the qualifications for the incredibly softened rules on when you can hit people? And I'm like, nope, I think we're good. I think we're in the clear.
I got worried. If you go back and watch it, I got a little bit worried in the spirit of ticky-tack calls.
Yeah.
Stingley was the last one on the convoy.
Yeah.
And he kind of spun the guy around, like grabbed his shoulder pads and spun him around. I'm like, please, no holding. Like, no ticky-tack holding call. Thankfully, it wasn't. Steven Nelson, pick 6. Steven Nelson's had a great season.
It was a good job by him on that running and the blocking on that return, but the Brevin Jordan one too. That was a nice. He didn't have to evade a lot of defenders, but he had to put on one nice move, and then there were a couple really nice blocks too on the return.
And the afterburners.
Yeah. And then as one of our texters said, they didn't realize Brevin Jordan was that fast. This is the thing about Brevin Jordan. I mean, he's a tweener in a lot of ways. It's hard to figure him out, and that's why I was so excited for Brevin Jordan because, like, even for the first half of this season, it felt like, man, there just doesn't seem to be a fit for him. And, like, this is one of the many things I would credit Bobby Slowick for, just sticking with things as the season goes along. He stuck with the running game, and lo and behold, it ended up being a credible enough running game with Devin Singletary. You know, it still needs to get better, but credible enough. And Brevin Jordan, same thing. Brevin Jordan starts getting opportunities in the second half of the season, and he's run with it. Like, and all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, okay, this is the spot for Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, as far as a tweener, like, he's not as big as you think he is. He's very, very muscular, but he's kind of undersized for a tight end. So that also means he's faster than you think he is, too.
That's right. And we saw that on that play. Absolutely. Last one. Andre wanted 2. I have not heard this call yet. So let's see. Does Andre Ware take a victory lap after Joe Flacco coughs up his second interception?
4th and 2, Cleveland from the Browns 33. Flacco in the gun, 1 back after motion. It's Hunt. Flacco to throw. Flacco, it's picked off. Here we go to the left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Christian Harris.
That's the second one.
Second pick 6 of the game.
Welcome to Houston, Joe Flacco.
Does he have something against Joe Flacco? What's did Joe Flacco date Andre's niece or something?
I don't know. I'd like to think maybe he did. Maybe he did.
That's awesome.
Christian Harris pick 6. We had Christian Harris on the postgame show. It was fun having him on. We've had Christian Harris on probably more postgame shows than you would think over the last 2 years.
Yeah.
That might have been his 3rd or 4th one. This was the first one we've had him on after a win. So that was kind of cool, like to get to talk to him after a dub. Usually he has to come in. He's very gracious. But, boy, Christian, you might hear Christian Harris's name in the next segment, possibly, maybe. If not, you know what? I don't think I have him in here. Ben, can I acknowledge Christian Harris real quick since I don't have him in the next segment? There were so many guys, thank you, that played well. Dude, Christian Harris is becoming a nice defensive weapon for this team right now.
Yeah, he really is. And he's, as he said in one of his interviews, I can't remember if it was with you and Clint or somebody else, like, he's still got he's got a lot of room to improve. He really only, he's another guy, kind of like Brevin Jordan, that you couldn't figure out, okay, is this coaching? What is this that's keeping this guy from really being as good as I think he should be? Because both those guys I was incredibly bullish on the rookie years, and they just kind of seem to get stuck under a glass ceiling of some sort. And like D'Amico,
Coaching,
and even
man.
early this season, I thought, man, it's just, I don't know if Christian Harris is getting it. And all of a sudden, it just clicked for him.
It did.
And he started showing up. He started making plays. He started being in the right spot. And he still has little young guy glitches, but it's because he's only been in this defense with D'Amico as his coach for less than a full year. And like it's going to get better and better.
He's a ferocious tackler.
Yeah,
He's a ferocious tackler. So that was great to see. Great to see. And that was a play he pointed out in the postgame. He almost made that same play against Tennessee 2 weeks ago.
D'Amico pointed it out, too.
Yeah.
D'Amico, that was one of those things. That's where, honestly, that's where I felt like the blessing in disguise for that bludgeoning from a couple weeks ago was going to be that all those coaching points were very fresh and guys are embarrassed about them.
Yep.
Like, so D'Amico could point to stuff and be like, oh, are you telling me this is you? Because I thought you were better than this.
Yep.
And that's how those guys went out. The reads and everything were just that snappy. Denzel Perryman, that first tackle for a loss in the backfield, I thought it must have been a blitz. Nope, he just read it.
He read it.
He just knew it was a run, not pass, and he jetted the gap and got in there.
This is so cool.
Like that part was really, really cool. Just the coaching and the corrections from the first game.
Absolutely. All right, let's acknowledge some people from Saturday's performance. We do it every Monday at 7:25. Acknowledge me. We will acknowledge the big performances from the Texans win over the Browns next.
Johnson Fitness and
TexansTurf.com.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. Let's acknowledge. We got to acknowledge some people for their performances on Saturday. We do this every Monday at this time. Acknowledge me. And let's start right at the top. C.J. Stroud has been incredible since he's come back from concussion protocol. He's got a passer rating of over 130 in the 3 games since he's come back. He's 3-0. He's got a completion percentage of over 75%. No turnovers, 6 touchdowns. The Texans had a super clean performance on Saturday where he didn't get sacked. He barely got touched.
Yeah.
First rookie to ever lead the NFL in passing yards per game. Youngest starting quarterback ever to guide his team to a playoff win. Tied the record for most passing touchdowns by a rookie in a playoff game. Did it against the NFL's #1 defense. His QBR, which is not passer rating, QBR is the ESPN passing grade that gets judged on a scale of 1 to 100. His QBR, you can take it for what it's worth, 98.4 in that playoff game. It's the second highest score by any QB in the playoffs since they started tracking this in 2006.
The whole thing I'd say, like, they always try to come up with stats that can, encompass all of the things a quarterback does. And, like, they've all got huge flaws. But for old school passer rating, too, I'd say when they're really good or when they're really bad. That's when it meets the eyeball test. You're like, there's almost, whenever it's really good, it's really good. Whenever it's really bad, it's definitely really bad.
I agree.
So, like, yeah, I accept that one.
98.4.
Yeah,
that's what it looked like.
Good. That's as close to perfection as you can really get.
He was phenomenal, man.
And just so everybody knows, like, in the QBR, if you get a 50, that's like your average quarterback. That equates to like a 9-8 record if you're a 50.
That's right. Here was Deo Ryans on C.J. Stroud.
C.J. is the reason why we're in this position. He's special young man, special player, continues to shine no matter how big the moment is. Like, our whole team is leaning on him, and he has the shoulders to carry that weight, and he shows up week after week. He continues to improve week after week. No moment is too big for him. And when you have a young player who can shoulder the load of your team and the way the team is behind him, the confidence that he gives our entire team, it's so cool to watch, right? Because he's such a special player, and he has a special season, and we're looking forward to keep moving on.
I would say just real quick about CJ and kind of his approach to this game. He talked about it afterwards, and what D'Amico's talked about all week is they just, you keep doing it. If you've got a good routine, you shouldn't. If you're using a good routine during the season, you shouldn't have to change it in the postseason. That's a Belichick philosophy as well. And all those guys kind of echoed it, and that's what it looked like with CJ. He just went about his business and did everything the right way. But you and Clint did a good job of pointing it out and talking about it with Christian Harris in the postgame. There is, I think, also something to. They've got so many guys on this team now that are getting into positions of leadership who played at Alabama, who played at Ohio State, who played at big-time places in big-time games to where, those guys can recognize big games for what they are. It's like, okay, it's another chance. Just go out and play football.
Yeah.
And that's when you get clutch performances. People choke when they start making it into something bigger. It's already something big. You don't have to add extra on top of it
Totally,
yourself.
dude. There's so many guys in important spots on this roster that have had that mentality ingrained in them since setting foot at Ohio State or Alabama, 100%.
Yeah.
Let's acknowledge, to me, Seth, the two individual one-on-one performances that I think defined this win for the Texans. Two star-on-star matchups that the Texans won in a landslide. Laramie Tunsil. We are going to acknowledge Laramie Tunsil because he has dominated Myles Garrett all season long, and he's only gone against him for 20 pass blocking snaps because Myles Garrett ducks him. But on Saturday,
run away!
On Saturday, there were 12 pass blocking snaps. Laramie allowed no sacks, obviously, and one QB pressure, and that was it for Myles Garrett in that game. Here was Deo Ryans on Laramie Tunsil's performance.
You can't say enough about LT and his performance versus arguably the top defensive player in the NFL right now, and he's done it time and time again. He's done it. He's had that matchup. He looked forward to that matchup, and he stands up time and time again. He pushed through there, struggling, fighting through injury, and still battled. And when you have a left tackle who can do that, that allows CJ to shine that allows us to get the ball off. Right, it all starts with protection, and it starts with LT doing a tremendous job today versus Miles.
If we're going to acknowledge the statistical greatness of CJ and actual greatness of CJ Stroud in that game, we must acknowledge Laramie Tunsil as well.
You know what I have to acknowledge, too, as part of that, Sean? I would say you and me in our strategy of trying to shame Myles Garrett into staying on the right
Seth.
side.
Let's acknowledge you and me right now. Thank you.
Because as we pointed out, there were only 2 times this season where Myles Garrett played more snaps on the left side than on the right side, and one of them was when he faced Laramie Tunsil. The other one was when it was in their last game when I think he just didn't play enough, so it just kind of worked out that way. So, like, he definitely was running away from Laramie Tunsil, trying to find a more advantageous Charlie Heck type thing.
Where's Fant?
Yeah, so I feel like we were doing it in the pregame. I was just hoping that somebody would hear it in the elevator or in the tunnel and then pass it on to Myles Garrett. Thinking they were helping him out. Be like, hey, these jokers on the radio were saying that you're scared to face Laramie Tunsil. I choose to believe that somebody relayed that message to Myles Garrett, and he fell for it and stayed over Laramie Tunsil, who then thoroughly dominated him, incapacitated him.
He wedgied him.
Gave him a wedgie. Deep pass, an atomic wedgie.
Swirly.
It's not often you see a man of Myles Garrett's stature with his underwear up around his head.
That's right. While wearing a football helmet.
Yeah.
I will say this. On morning radio in Cleveland today, their morning show up there, Ken Carman, the host, one of the hosts up there, this quote, I jotted it down as I was listening to them in our 5 o'clock hour. Something's missing with Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
So he's getting that. He's getting that rep.
He spent. He had
being a big game guy.
32 reps on the right side versus 7 on the left.
Wow.
Whereas in the first matchup, he had gone 2/3 of his reps were on the left instead of over Laramie Tunsil.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
God, don't you want to be don't you want to challenge Myles Garrett? My God. All right, let's get to the other one-on-one matchup that the Texans won in a landslide. If you recall, last time these two teams played, Amari Cooper had 86 catches for 2,418 yards. This time, not so much.
He was like O.J. Simpson,
right?
as a wide receiver,
the football player, right? Yeah. This time, Derek Stingley Jr. followed Amari Cooper around for most of this game. He was let's acknowledge Derek Stingley. Thank you. Derek Stingley lined up. This is according to Next Gen Stats. Across from Amari Cooper on 35 of 42 routes before the Texans sent in the backups. Mm-hmm. Stingley allowed just 1 reception for -6 yards on 3 targets as the nearest defender, including 2 tight windows, whatever that means. So, bottom line, this was dominance by Derek Stingley Jr.
It wasn't like he was just matched up. It's not like they had him play man every single time, but they had the plan for when Amari Cooper went deep that Stingley could pick him up. There are other, like, whether they were in zone or man, and it was masterful by D'Amico and Matt Burke. I thought they did a great job, not just of finally executing it, but also playing possum during the week and acting like, oh gosh, no, that's just not our philosophy. And so they put it out there. Good job, D'Amico. It's hard for D'Amico to have any kind of mistruth whatsoever.
That's right.
That's a little bit of, he probably had to pep himself up for that.
Like, who I'm not playing poker with?
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans.
Mm-hmm.
Poker face.
And the other part of it I would say is this kind of goes along the lines with having the patience to do things, having the patience to hold back a little bit. Because I would guess that part of the reason they didn't want to have Derek Stingley mirror the other team's best receiver, they didn't do it in the Jets game with Garrett Wilson, is that Stingley was, he's a young player, was injured lots of last year, injured for the first chunk of this season, and I think that they had a plan where they just wanted to be sure that he kept having success, that they were bringing him along, and they didn't want to give him too much too soon, and they wanted to be really, really sure of it. That takes a lot of discretion and restraint on the part of a coach.
He's here now,
and maybe they came way too close to waiting too long to do it. But when they pulled the trigger, they definitely didn't do it too soon.
Man, he's been outstanding, Derek Stingley Jr. Hey, one other quick acknowledge. It's more statistical than anything else. The Texans' 2 tight ends, Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz, they only had 2 catches between the 2 of them on Saturday.
Could have been 3.
But they only but I'm going to acknowledge the good part.
Yes,
they only had 2 catches, but they were both for touchdowns for a combined 113 yards.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive.
2 catches, 113 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the Texans' 2-headed tight end monster.
I'm starting to think, is Dalton the kind of receiver who, like, it needs to be a hard catch? There's just some guys that just are better with.
Makes the hard plays look easy.
Yeah, because even that touchdown, he had to,
kind of juggled
he had to catch it off the deflection.
Yeah.
Caromed off his hands.
Then he's mossing DBs in the Tennessee game.
Like, it's almost, I think with CJ, when he's wide open, be sure you gun it way too hard.
Yeah.
CJ's got a certain amount of touch.
Right.
Maybe he needs to back off on the touch when Dalton's wide open.
Man.
Yeah.
All right, so that's our acknowledge me. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend. CJ Stroud, Laramie Tunsil, Derek Stingley Jr., the Texans tight ends, and then ourselves.
Yeah.
The big performances. I've been waiting for me and you to acknowledge ourselves all season long.
I've been waiting to make us part of the story.
Yes,
journalists try not to do that.
Now
we don't
here.
care. Yeah.
No, now we're here. It's the playoffs. We got to step things up.
I was the feature subject in a New York Times article this weekend.
You got a lot of compliments. By compliments, I mean a couple texts about your quotes in that article.
In the Athletic article?
Kale and Kaler. Yeah. I can't wait to go read it.
I haven't.
It was about D'Amico, right?
It was about D'Amico. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, go find it on The Athletic. All right, two of the worst things to happen to the Texans in the moment in the last month of the season might have been the two of the best things to kickstart this playoff run. We'll tell you what they are next. West Point Lincoln, I'll tell you that. They're one of the best things to happen to me and Amy, West Point Lincoln, over the last few years. And mostly Amy because she's the one that's been driving the Lincolns that we got from West Point Lincoln. The Lincoln Corsair that we got back in 2020, the Lincoln Nautilus that she drives now. She might even be in it right now, driving to work today. Beautiful vehicles, luxury vehicles, over 500 new and certified pre-owns on the lot over there.
Come with heating?
Let me text her. I think it does. Yes, it does. The seats are heated.
You know what I'm still a sucker for in any car ad, like going back to high school, was when it says AC blows cold.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans 45, Browns 14. I would say, Seth, as we look back now, two of the worst things to happen to the Texans in the moment over the last month of the season, undoubtedly. Like, in the moment, C.J. Stroud's concussion in the Jets game.
That was a bad thing.
That was a bad thing. And then the loss to the Browns in Week 16 was a real kick in the junk, right? Mm-hmm. That was a bad day. In retrospect, it's easy to say this now because the Texans are still balling. They're still playing. They're going to be one of 8 teams standing when we come in here tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I will say this, the silver lining, CJ's been amazing since he's come back from the concussion. I think resting his body for those 2 weeks is, I don't know if he'd admit that because guys are pretty guarded about talking about their physical condition.
He actually said it when he came back. He said, no, you know what he said when he came back, Sean? He said it's time for his shoulder to rest.
That's right. He mentioned his shoulder specifically.
Like, we'd all kind of forgotten about the separated shoulder that actually threatened whether he would play or not earlier in the year.
Yeah.
So that's something that, and you can imagine with a separated shoulder, you don't stop throwing the football. So he's got this separated shoulder he's been working through all season long. That kind of got me excited about next year if he stays healthy.
Yeah.
But also that, look, he got that separated shoulder when he was getting sacked 6 times per game over the first couple weeks of the season.
Yeah.
And like that's something that presumably he'll be less banged up next year because of that concussion and reading. He's had a couple stretches this year where he really had to dial in and focus on not taking hits,
staying healthy.
Yeah. And I think in understanding protection better, understanding how to maneuver in the pocket better, when to get rid of the ball.
Yeah,
like that part of it is going to be a lot better next year.
Don't get me wrong. I'd rather he not gotten concussed and he played all the games and whatnot. But I do think a silver lining was he was able to get his body right, and they went 1-1 in those 2 games. So it's not like not like they had to pay a huge price for him being out. I think
it's probably one of the hardest things to figure out when you're working with a young quarterback is, okay, what's the appropriate amount of punishment for this guy to take? Because I think like the old school way to leave a guy out there, Peyton Manning was kind of joking about this, like nobody will ever break his interception record because nobody would like let a rookie quarterback be that bad. Right. And he wasn't that bad. He was just throwing a lot of interceptions. But they do kind of get pulled so they don't get too much abuse. Yeah. And I think he's gotten the appropriate amount of abuse, like to actually learn those lessons. Yeah. And if he had gotten here and there was a pristine offensive line and an incredible rushing attack and all that other stuff, like it just maybe he wouldn't have had as much polish as fast. Yeah, and he could have gotten away with some bad habits.
Well, and I think the exciting thing too is that was one of the things we didn't really know about him coming into the league. Like everything was so easy at Ohio State. How is it going to be when there's clutter in the pocket and things like that?
I do like if you look at him right now. I told you that analogy somebody had used that I really like a couple weeks ago that. They were talking about storytelling actually, but they're talking about telling personal stories. And they said, be sure you tell stories about scars, not wounds. Like if you just got divorced a month ago, your story's probably not that funny about it. But like, okay, 3, 4, or 5 years down the road, when you've genuinely recovered from it and everything, you can tell that story and it'll be pretty funny.
That's a good way to put it.
Likewise with like as an athlete, I think like you'll learn from those tough experiences, but it takes some time for it to scar over first. Well, so like I feel like they've scarred over and now he's a different guy.
I agree. And along those lines, from what you're saying, the number 2 thing that I mentioned, the loss to the Browns in Week 16 felt like a horrible, horrible day for this football team.
Yeah.
I think that blowout, you kind of alluded to this earlier in the show, I think it provided ample teaching moments for this team against this opponent.
Yeah.
And probably a little additional revenge juice for this opponent. I know from just talking to a few people over there that they felt like there were some receipts that they needed to bring back to the Browns this time around.
Yeah.
And they brought him back big time on Saturday.
You know what it honestly reminded me a little bit of? It was the first win in history for the franchise versus the Cowboys. We had scrimmaged the Cowboys. We had a combined practice and a scrimmage over at the U of H. And Capers, very smart by Capers. Capers didn't play a lot of the defensive starters in that scrimmage. And it was on Hard Knocks. The Cowboys just rolled all over us. Dave Campo and Emmitt Smith after the game were acting like it was like clearly we're headed straight to the Super Bowl. These clowns. And like so we watched that on Hard Knocks and saw all that. Well, knowing that, like, well, we didn't even play our starters, you idiots.
You are creating narratives.
Yeah. And then so we came in and we beat the crap out of them. They were a better team. They should have been. Their offensive linemen looked like they were going to have seizures out on the field. They were so fat and out of shape.
That day.
They had glazed over eyes, like a tranquilized heifer. It was bad. And that's what the Texans did to the Browns. The Browns actually thought, well, Case Keenum, C.J. Stroud, what's the difference?
Right.
We just destroyed them physically, mentally, emotionally.
Oh, yeah. Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard are back?
So who are they?
BFD.
Never heard of them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean Jonathan Grenard, the guy who had the exact same percentage of hits per pass rush on the quarterback as Myles Garrett?
Right,
yeah.
right.
They're like Jonathan Grenard, a guy who's been just as effective and just as double-teamed and hit the quarterback just as frequently as Myles Garrett. Yeah, kind of a big deal that they got him back.
We should give the Browns a pass because Myles Garrett didn't play on Saturday.
He didn't play in that game.
He didn't play. Ben, he did play? Yeah. He was in the game. He played in the game, Myles Garrett? Okay, all right. I didn't know that. Didn't see him.
But Ward had a owie on his knee. Yeah. He was out there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was he out there?
If you're out there.
I'm sorry. Was he out there? I thought you guys wouldn't shut up about here the best. No, the Ravens aren't the best defense. Yeah, the Browns are the best defense. So you're telling me you couldn't beat some facsimile of Case Keenum and because your cornerback had an owie. Okay.
How about how offended you and I were listening to our sister station in Cleveland before the show. There was a caller who was from Houston originally, but he's a Browns fan. He lives in Cleveland. He traveled down for the game. And he was so angry that Texan fans were mock barking at the Browns.
They did.
After the pick sixes.
It was,
what a glorious moment.
I heard some Chihuahua type barks.
Yeah, all kinds of barking.
Yipping. I heard lots of
poodles.
We have a more diverse bark.
We're the most diverse barking city in the United States.
It stands to reason that as the most diverse city in many ways, languages spoken, ethnicity, all that we also have the most diverse barking.
Yes.
The Browns, it's all one big, they're whatever they think a bulldog sounds like, which, by the way, I think they use like an English bulldog, not the actual badass American bulldog.
No.
They use the one that basically people are pleading with everybody, don't breed this dog anymore. It's too fragile and soft. That's their big tough guy dog that they use.
Well,
but they use what they think that must sound like.
That and Brownie the elf. Those are the two. Those are their two. That's how you intimidate
We've
somebody.
got an elf and a dog that's been inbred so many times that it can barely survive on its own.
Let's get it on.
We've got a dog that's in an iron lung. That's our mascot.
Let's go.
And
pulling their swords out and ready to start swinging. Yeah, whatever.
Did you see the graphics they showed of the Browns coaches and players, Jim Schwartz and his defenders?
No.
I'll have to pull it up. I don't know what they were going for. It was some kind of like medieval thing, but they looked like.
Is it on the broadcast?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was some.
I'll find
there were some weird graphics
today.
in the game.
I'm gonna rewatch today. There's two things going on. There's obviously the Texans winning. That's been the big topic today. The Cowboys lost yesterday as well. You know who's none too happy about the Cowboys' pathetic performance yesterday at home against the 7-seeded Green Bay Packers? They lost 48-32. It was 48-16 with like 6 minutes to go in the game. The Cowboys got rolled yesterday. Like anytime they had even something resembling an answer, Green Bay would just run right back down their throats and score a touchdown. It was awesome. Michael Irvin, none too happy. Here's Michael Irvin sitting on what looks to be like his balcony in a high rise with the skyline in the background. Yeah, not happy with his former team. Swear to God, he's not happy with his former team.
He's coming back from the bathroom.
Every damn where, all across this country, all across the league, they stood up to defend their city and defend their team, except in the city that deserved it the most, except the team that's most recognizable and deserved it the most. What do you do when all you have don't understand what they have? When I got here, I understood the men before me. They built the Dallas Cowboys. They made this America's team. They put a championship on the table before I got here. My job while I was here is to match what they have done to us. They built it. They handed it to me. Put my damn championship on the table. That's all we ask. Put your damn championship on the table, and you couldn't do it. All their asses gotta go.
Dude, it's championship on the table. They haven't been to the NFC title game in forever. What are you talking about?
That sounds like a direct shot at CeeDee Lamb and his dropping ways. That's, I feel like that when you're talking about,
wearing Michael's old number.
Wearing 88, the legacy of 88 that Michael Irvin understood when he started wearing that number. Then CeeDee Lamb out there in a playoff game. Not even a divisional or a conference championship or a measly wild card game. Can't catch a simple pass over the middle for a first down.
Wow, man, that was crazy. I'm picturing Dak Prescott seeing that video, and he walks into Michael Irvin right across the table and plunks down his NFC East championship from this year.
His T-shirt.
There's my title.
Here's my title. I put my NFC East T-shirt.
We beat the Eagles, the Giants, and the Commanders.
We backed our way into that divisional championship.
Can I tell you who, watching yesterday's Cowboys game, who I am so happy the Texans are still playing and he is not? Brandon Cooks. That the Texans are still playing and Brandon Cooks isn't playing anymore?
Jair Alexander he climbed him like he was a rope on that interception.
Poor little
pains
Brandon.
me to say it, but I know that was that should have been flagged like 3 times. He started off. Jair Alexander started off around the ankles and then like worked his way up like a rope ladder up to the top.
He did. It's like Jair Alexander had to get something on the top shelf of the pantry, and Brandon Cooks was like on his hands and knees, and he stepped on Brandon Cooks' back to get some sugar.
It could have been Dak Prescott's one nice throw of the game. I think like if Alexander hadn't grabbed it worked Cooks so thoroughly, I think it actually would have been a nice pass.
I love that Brandon Cooks isn't playing anymore and the Texans are. So real quick, today's we get 2 football games on a Monday today. That's great. The afternoon game today, the one that was postponed between the Bills and the Steelers from yesterday morning, is going to be played at 3:30 today. You can hear it on our sister station, 650, I believe, is what I heard Parker, our boss, say this weekend. The Monday night game, the Eagles at Tampa Bay, the winner of that game is going to play at Detroit next week. We know that already. The Texans are going to play at 3:30 on Saturday against either Kansas City or Baltimore. If Pittsburgh wins, it's off to Kansas City. If Buffalo wins, it's off to Baltimore. Do you give the Steelers any chance in the game today, Seth, in a snowy Buffalo, New York?
Is it going to be snowing during the game?
I don't know, but it looks really, really cold and snowy up there.
Yeah, I give them a chance just because it's the playoffs and weird stuff happens, but not much of one at all. I think the Bills are the one team. It's because of the record, nobody's going to call them this, but in a lot of ways, I think they're actually what people think of the Texans, the Browns, like the team that just watch out for. This is a different team. They've been a different team since they fired Ken Dorsey. They're a different offense, and they were already a good offense. It's just now it's, I think, more steady and dependable. And like if they can just avoid, this is the thing though, the Bills have just routinely shot themselves in the foot this year in weird ways. So that's where on paper, I would say no way in hell they lose, but the Bills have a way of doing things that make it look like Sean McDermott should really get fired.
Pittsburgh winning does leave open the small possibility we could have one more home game here. If Steelers win their next 2 and the Texans win their next 2, we get an AFC title game here.
You think Steelers?
So I'll root for the Steelers. What the hell?
Would they show up? You think Steelers fans would show up?
Maybe. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and AC blows cold to you.
See you at 6 a.m. tomorrow. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, man, that's going to be a jubilant studio in just a few seconds here. We'll see you at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's time to break it all down. What happened and why? Welcome to Texans Monday. Presented by Houston Methodist.
Mills gets behind the center, takes a knee, and that's it! Domination to the divisional round. The Houston Texans take apart Cleveland 45-14 as the sensational season continues. The greatest playoff performance in Texans history just took place before our eyes. And now it's on to the next round.
Oh, yeah, it is Texans Monday. Good morning. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you as Andy Kalu's going to join us, John McClain, Andre Ware. And let's go, Johnny, to the divisional round. This is awesome. And I put it out on Twitter this morning. Is this their best shot? Is this the best team situationally, however you want to describe it? I'm open to interpretation, that they have taken to the divisional round. And let's factor an opponent also, because you're going to play Kansas City or Baltimore.
Right.
Baltimore, the top seed overall. Lamar Jackson hasn't played in a few weeks. Kansas City, iffy a lot of the year, but here they are again in the divisional round, and they're playing a home game this weekend in all likelihood. Wait, no, they're not. In all likelihood, they're going on the road.
Right,
what am I saying? They want the Steelers to win. They want to be at home against the Houston Texans. Mm-hmm. But the Steelers at Buffalo, they are still shoveling out Highmark Stadium as we speak. Still shoveling. Every day they're shoveling. And I think they'll be fine. They'll get the game off. And as far as fine, it's not going to be a plush experience, but the Bills fans don't care. They love it like this. So that'll be at 3:30 today. Here's what we're going to do, and let me just set up the day for you. Deo Ryans, we're going to have him on at 5, and then we're going to join the game. That's how we're going to do this, because we want to know who the opponent is just like you do. But we'll have the coach on, his show, and then at some point during the show, we're going to get into that game, Westwood One's national feed of it. And later on tonight, you've got the other game going on with the Eagles and the Buccaneers. But what an amazing weekend for the Houston Texans to knock off Cleveland in that fashion, 45-14, demolished the Browns. No problem. First half, little nip and tuck. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a shootout maybe, the way it started to unfold. But then the Texans just took it to them. Defensively, they were outstanding. All 3 phases, what can you say? Except domination, complete game victory. Let's get to the divisional round.
I don't know who was more stunned in some respects. just listening to the Browns, Stefanski, Myles Garrett, Joe Flacco, et cetera. Joe seemed to have kind of the best kind of view of it.
House money for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of like, and I read the quotes after. I always read the quotes because I want to see kind of how gracious a loser is or what they talk about after a game. And they were very credit-worthy to the Texans.
Stefanski, too.
Stefanski as well. Boy, I wish Coach of the Year voting took place on Sunday instead of the week before.
Yeah, exactly.
I really wish.
Hey, how's that Coach of the Year thing going on?
Can you imagine,
how is that?
Can you imagine Stefanski going up there getting Coach of the Year? And
he just got drilled. The guy who might finish second crushed him in every possible way.
Every way.
Your number one defense. Okay, Flacco might not be all that he can be in the postseason because it's Flacco. There's an expiration date on backup quarterbacks.
Yep.
And, I've talked about this for a long time.
Milk expired January 12th.
Yeah, the milk expired for Joe Flacco. So he got done, if you will. But the defense did not keep
number one
you in the
defense
game.
in the league, apparently.
Did not keep you in the game.
So here's this
we were missing Denzel. Really?
No,
Let me talk.
By the way,
about injuries. No Jimmy Ward, defensive ends who really aren't 100%. Let's just be honest here.
One good leg between them, probably.
Yeah,
probably. I mean, I know they've got two different ankles, but I'm sure their other legs are not feeling all that great either. And John Grenard and Will Anderson. This is when it kind of hit me, Mark. When I was doing my Know Your Foe article, I wrote about this in Harris Hits, which hopefully will get posted sometime. I sent it last night, so hopefully it'll get posted sometime today. But I was looking back. I always go back and I'm like, okay, who started for the Browns in their most recent game? Like, who started for the opponent in the most recent game? So I go to the game book and I'm looking at the game book, and the game book's perfect because then it shows you, here are the starters, here's who played, and here are the inactives. So I looked at the inactives. And I was like, wait a second. And it hit me. They had Joe Flacco, Amari Cooper, Myles Garrett, and had a couple others. And I went, wait a second. And I pulled up our game of the Browns Week 16.
Yeah.
And I looked at the inactive list. And I was like, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Blake Cashman. I went, wait a second. We clinched the division in Week 17, Week 18 roster was the one that played in Week 16.
No, they didn't play.
Right. If we had clinched the division, that's probably what we would have had going Indy. No CJ, Blake, Will trying to get some rest. That was what, and Grenard went out of that game early. She must throw him on there, too.
And Nico was not 100%.
Absolutely. So the Browns faced if we had clinched the division in Week 17, that's what our Week 18 roster would have looked like. You can't rest everybody.
Right.
But you would arrest a lot. That's what the Browns had last week, and it hit me when I saw that. I was like, wait a second. These suckers faced our clinching roster, if you will.
Is human nature a thing? I want to ask ND this because we're going to have him on in a few minutes. Is human nature a thing as far as they beat you 3 weeks earlier, even though they know intellectually they completely understand what you just said? CJ didn't play. These guys didn't play. They're much better than that.
But you don't have a feel for how good they really are.
Yeah.
You don't have a feel. And like I said, one of the things about winning the game the first time is you don't want to get away from what you did. You just have to make adjustments to the adjustments the losing team's going to make. And I thought they did that okay. I thought they did it okay early on. But eventually, what ended up happening? Will Anderson, John Grenard, Derek Barnett went to work.
Yeah, they got
and
on
they couldn't
the
handle him.
What did we talk about?
They could not
last
handle
week?
him.
Get Flacco on the ground. Get pressure on Flacco. The first pick six, lollipop throw by Flacco. Barnett with the big hit. And as the ball's coming out, and that turns into a rainbow that was an easy pick for Steven Nelson. And the second one, great read, Christian Harris, and Flacco just flaccoed. That was just forcing things.
He stared him down.
He
was awesome.
My feelings, and I admit this, my feelings leading into a game, and I've said this for a long time now, have very little to do with reality sometimes, right? My feelings, not my intellectual thoughts.
Right.
Because people ask, how are you feeling about this weekend? Who knows, right? Every game, who knows? I can give you some intellectual reasons why this or that might happen. As far as the Browns went during the game, as soon as they started to check down a lot, I thought, oh, we got them.
Yeah.
We got them. They're not going deep anymore. They're not playing those explosive or conducting the explosive offense they had 3 weeks prior. They started to check down. It was a lot, for lack of a better word, easier for the Texans D to handle. All right, let's get to this. You catching up with the head coach whose voice may or may not come back today. We'll find out. But here is Deo Ryans interviewed by Johnny Harris afterwards.
All right, Coach Ryans, if anybody knows how to deal with a tough voice, it's me, because I'm usually the one yelling on the sideline, so I'm trying to take it from the diaphragm. Maybe that'll help. I want to start with something that you told us week 17 against Tennessee. And we were talking about that stand you had against the Titans and Christian Harris knocking that pass down. And you said to me in that moment, we've been working on that all year. It was a very similar play, and he finally got it to the house. What are you thinking when he's taking off with that ball?
Wow. I mean, so proud. Such a proud moment, man. See, we worked that so much. I feel like I'm always coaching Christian, always giving him pointers. But to see him actually make that play, man, it was an emotional moment for me because so proud of the work that he put in. Yeah. And I know what goes into making that play. And for him to get it and get the pick six, and thought he had it versus Tennessee, but for him to get that moment again and to capitalize, it's outstanding play by him.
One of the things that we talked about in Week 16 was the fact that Joe Flacco had too much time. He had too much time. Today was the complete opposite. Because you got more pressure on him, he throws the pick to Steven Nelson. Because he had pressure on him, he throws that one to Christian Harris. What does it say about the pressure that you were able to get up front?
That's our philosophy on defense, and that's how it works. It's rush and coverage tied together. We missed a lot of our D linemen last time around. We didn't have Will, we didn't have JG, but to have those guys back and see the impact that they have on the game, and it wasn't just them. It was collectively all the guys, Barnett getting in there, Kurt getting them a sack there, and it's just multiple guys showing up all throughout the day to put the pressure on Flacco, which we needed most, and that allowed us to make some plays in the back end.
And you put a lot of pressure on Joe with your offense, and it felt like, okay, we're going to answer their score with our score. And it felt like that's when I was like, okay, we're okay in this game because if they score, we're just punching back. And you hit the explosives. And I looked at it before the game from last time. 6 explosives on their passing game, 0 for us. Today, I don't know what it was, but I know it was completely flipped, Coach.
That was it. You felt that when they scored on us and for our offense, it was like the offense was like, man, we got your back defense. Yeah. And when you feel that confidence just starts to exude with our entire team. It's like, and we're ready for this moment, and we're here. We're going to show up today. Offense, big-time plays all day by a ton of different guys, and just credit to Bobby and his staff for the great job they did game planning and having guys ready for the moment.
Coach, I'd love to talk to you for another few minutes, but I love you to death, and I do not want that voice to be stretched anymore. Congratulations, my man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
So I asked him about the explosives. It was 6-0 last time. 6 explosives for the Browns, 0 for the Texans. Mm-hmm. It wasn't quite 6-0, but it was 6-2. Flipped. Texans had 6 explosive plays, over 20 yards, talking over 20 yards, and the Browns had 2. That was
Njoku and Bryant, right? The two tight ends?
The 2 tight ends, Bryant and Njoku, and that was it.
And Cooper held in check, hobbled off once, came back right into the game after a timeout was called. So they handled him this time. That was cool because 1 week he's torching you for 265. The next game, 4 for 59.
That's about on average of what he's done against the Texans in history. But the Browns wanted to make it like he's T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah,
he's not. No. There's T.Y. Hilton and there's nobody else.
I'll give him credit for that game he had. It was incredible. Absolutely. A lot of contested catches. Great. But hey, postseason, different story, and so many stories to tell. Let's get into it with ND Kalu now on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist. All right, ND, Texans dominant against the Browns. How surprised were you, if at all?
You know what? I've always said that it's hard to beat a team twice, so obviously, even when I took my heart out of it, I expected the Texans to win because I didn't expect Cleveland to come down here and beat them twice, but I didn't expect that type of thrashing. I expected a game that was going to be a little bit closer. I thought Joe Flacco was going to rely on his experience and, the type of stuff that he did in the past in the playoffs. But, man, I mean, the fact that the Texans continue to surprise me this late in the season, it just goes to show what D'Amico has those guys and how those guys are playing and how they're truly believing in what they can do.
ND, you'll love this. I feel like the game was won in the trenches. Do you agree, yes or no?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just the dominate. And not just when we hear the trenches, it's easy to see the defensive line and Will Anderson and Derek Barnett and the plays that they were making. But, the work against Myles Garrett, just really, I'm not going to say shutting him down, but slowing him down and not allowing him to shine like the star that he is. Both sides of the ball, both trenches absolutely dominated and won that game.
ND Kalu joining us. All right, ND, what are you feeling about next week and this team's mindset, attitude, their drive going into the next round? No one told them that they're too young, this is too soon, they're ahead of schedule, all of that. They don't care. You don't win at Indy. They don't care. They're just marching on, and here they have another opportunity this week, and I think it's their best shot in the divisional round. I think this is the best team they've taken. I can get into all the others, all right, because this is the 5th time they've advanced. I can get into all the others and why. I want to know how you feel when you look at this bunch going into the divisional round.
I feel like this team can do anything it sets its mind to. Well, when you look, as much as we like to say the playoffs about defense and run game, this is 2023, 2024 NFL. The playoffs, you're going to put it on the shoulder of your quarterback. If you have a good to great quarterback, you always have a chance. I'm not saying the run game isn't important. I'm definitely, as a former defensive player, not saying that the defense isn't important. But let's be real. When you look at the past Super Bowl champions, there might be a couple of outliers. But if you go back 25 years, it's the team that has one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL that season. As crazy as it is to say, because he's only a rookie, he's not even 23 years old yet, C.J. Stroud is one of the best quarterbacks in the game right now. So I believe with that quarterback under center, you just always have a chance. Whether you're playing Baltimore, whether you're playing Kansas City, of course you're going to be the underdog, but you just can't count them out when you have a guy like C.J. Stroud, when you have the excitement that Deo Ryans has put around this team and this organization. Anything can happen. Then you have a bunch of guys that aren't household names on the defensive side of the ball, but they're playing great ball. So, Mark, I'm not a betting man, but even if I was, I would continue to ride this Texan rave and put that money on the Texans even for the next round of the playoffs.
And D, as a defensive player, and the Browns had there's a time there you're kind of going back and forth, and thought, boy, are we in for a shootout? When you see the offense as explosive as it was, hitting those explosives, hitting Nico down the field, obviously Dalton's catch right before half, how does that play for a defense? I mean, is the defense saying, look, man, we gotta hold our water because they'll carry us? How does that kind of charge up the defense in some sense and motivate the defense that, hey, they got our back, we got to pick ours up a little bit more? How does that kind of go for a defense in the NFL?
You know what, John, I'm glad you brought that up because I remember many a times being on the sideline while we're watching our offense work, and when they're having those explosive plays, when they're making big plays, we look at each other and we're like, hey, they're doing our part. Now we got to do ours. It's almost not that you need extra motivation when you're in the playoffs, when you're playing at home in the playoffs, but you don't want to be that side of the ball that lets the team down. You never want to be it, but when you see, and it excites you, you get excited. And here's the thing, believe it or not, NFL players, what do they have? They have egos. It's like, oh, C.J. Stroud's out there making plays, Nico Collins making plays. You know what? I want to make some plays as well. So it motivates you, one, to make sure that you're not the side of the ball that may or may not lose the game, but you also want that shine. You also, as much as they love C.J. Stroud and they know he's the leader of the team, he's the best player on the team, they want that shine too. Look, Blake Cashman's like, hey, I can ball too. Let me show y'all what I can do. Obviously, you see that from Will Anderson, from Derek Barnett saying, hey, I don't know why I was cut. I was a former first-round pick, and he's looking like a first-round pick with the Houston Texans. So things are working out well for him. So it does motivate you to match their production, and it also lets you know that you don't want to be that side of the ball that may lose the game for the team.
All right, the commissioner just called me. Bear with me here. And said, you know what, never mind what happens in Buffalo, Vandermeer. Ask Johnny Harris and ND Kalu who they want to see the Texans play, and we'll make it happen. All right? So you guys get to make it happen. You pick the next opponent, and you can't pick Carolina. No, it's got to be Kansas City on the road or Baltimore on the road. ND, you go first, but Johnny first. The weather situation in each city. Kansas City, temperature in the teens projected for Saturday afternoon.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Not much wind.
Not much wind.
Baltimore, temperature, wind. Where's the temp?
Temperature 14 to 23.
And wind.
And wind.
All right, and, the more important thing, Lamar Jackson in Baltimore and his merry band of Ravens and he hasn't played for a few weeks by the time you get him, or Patrick Mahomes and the Swifties in Kansas City. ND, you go first. Who would you rather see the Texans face 3:30 Saturday?
Kansas City Chiefs. With Lamar Jackson, the type of ball that he's playing, you know, this is a guy that can beat you with his legs, can beat you with his arm. And look, Patrick Mahomes is arguably the best quarterback in the game right now. But I've said this before. It's tougher to prepare for a guy like Lamar Jackson than it is even a Patrick Mahomes. Does that mean he's better? No. It just means it's tougher to prepare for a guy that can get an 80-yard game with his legs. And the way they're playing, the way Coach Harbaugh has that team psyched, I would rather see. And it's kind of like saying, would you rather be shot or stabbed to death? Because Kansas City's pretty good as well. And Andy Reid knows a thing or two about coaching playoff football. But if I had to choose one, it would be Kansas City.
I mean, I've seen the Texans win in Kansas City. I saw with my own two eyes.
It did happen.
Like, it did happen. I've also seen the Texans go to Kansas City and have a 24-0 lead. And so I've seen both. I've never seen the Texans win in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. These eyes have not seen the Texans win in
Nobody's
Baltimore.
eyes.
And I don't know, you know, obviously you have different teams over different years, and so sometimes the location shouldn't matter, but I don't know, sometimes it does. I think it has more to do with John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson. I'm with ND. I've said Kansas City all along, and I just feel like Kansas City's not quite, and I know they played better the other night against Miami. Miami did not look good. Miami didn't look good.
No, they're banged up, beat up. Tyreek Hill's not even himself. He shouldn't be playing probably, but he has to.
Yeah, exactly. And then Miami made all kinds of mistakes. I just feel like Kansas City's a little bit more – I feel like Kansas City's a little bit more vulnerable right now. But, look, Baltimore has not had a lot of success in the divisional round of the playoffs lately.
How many playoff wins does Lamar Jackson have? One. C.J. Stroud has equaled him in his first outing. Now, look, it is what it is. I know everything's different, but that is notable that the Ravens since 2014 have won one playoff game.
Yeah.
The Texans have won 3 as an organization with 3 different quarterbacks. But that's neither here nor there. What's important is what's right in front of you. And I don't think C.J. Stroud and company care about history or any of that stuff like I pointed out earlier.
Well, ND, one of the reasons that C.J. Stroud doesn't care is he feels like he gets really good protection. I know we talked about it in the trenches a little while ago, but I want to talk about one guy in particular, and that's Laramie Tunsil, going against Myles Garrett. And there's a lot of talk. There was a lot of talk that started, I think it was back in 21, when Garrett didn't do anything. He tweets out, well, yeah, because they're doubling and chipping me the entire time. Tunsil didn't do it all on his own. Laramie's like, yo, check the tape, bro. Well, check the tape on Saturday, and Myles Garrett had 3 tackles. He linked up with Tunsil, I think, 12 times, 13 times maybe on CJ's 21 plays. By the way, the Texans only ran like 43 plays. That's wild. Your thoughts about Laramie Tunsil, ND, and what he's doing and how CJ can kind of have confidence that, hey, my back is taken care of because I got 78 over there, and what that means kind of for the whole offensive line when you have a guy like Laramie who we thought was going to go out for an extended period of time, was able to get back in, missing only 1 play.
First of all, when he went down and he grabbed his knee, I was texting all my former teammates, and I was like, hey, do we typically have all-pro offensive linemen on field goal block? And I couldn't remember, and I was so mad that he went down, and he went down on special teams. Then there were, a couple of them texted me back like, calm down, yes, we do that. It's just part of the game. So, first of all, I freaked out when he went down, and I was so thankful that it wasn't that serious. But with Laramie Tunsil, we tend to forget that the Houston Texan fan base, have one of the best players in the most important positions in the NFL. We almost take him for granted. And then when guys like you, John, and guys who really appreciate the trenches get a chance to point it out, you're like, oh, yeah, give this guy exactly what he wants, because it is so important when you have a young quarterback that you have that left tackle that's going to have to battle against the Myles Garretts, the Bosas, the Watts, the best of the pass rushers when they come to town or when you go to their town, and not just battle against them, but shut them down, and perform against them. So Laramie Tunsil, I mean, he's one of the best tackles in the game, and I feel like, and again, not in a bad way, but sometimes he gets overlooked because of the position that he plays. Like I hear people keep talking about his penalties. Yeah, okay. Well, whatever. Like the best home run hitters, they're going to have more strikeouts than others. Well, the best tackles out there are going to be a little bit aggressive. They're going to have some false starts. You just have to take the good with the bad and the bad with the good.
Andy, I've got one for you on injuries, because the injury report is still going to have more names on it than people who have performed in the band Menudo. So that is going to be a thing this week. But it's playoff week. There's adrenaline. What do you think of that? These guys needing to mend up in time for Saturday. Do you feel it less in a situation like that? Is there something to that, the psychology of it, as you try to heal, tape up, do whatever you have to do, duct tape, and get yourself ready to play on Saturday?
Well, if I could be real with you, there's going to be a lot more Toradol shots than you have during the regular season, because you want to mask that pain. I know it's not the doctors want to hear this. I know people, they want to kind of turn a blind eye to the ugly part about getting on the field, but there are going to be a lot of Toradol shots. There are going to be a lot of guys that have to get their liver checked in a couple of weeks because they took more than the prescribed amount than they should. But that's just playoff football. You're not going to miss. If you can walk, if you can imagine yourself getting on that field, you're going to do any and everything, even if it has long-term effect on your body, to get out there.
Oh, no. Now I know what the topic's going to be tomorrow night at 6 when you have Travis Johnson on. It's Toradol Tuesday. Oh, no. Here it comes.
It's coming. Oh,
it's going to be good listening,
and
though.
If there's one guy that you know will not hold back, it'll be Travis. He'll tell you every time.
All right. No one is taking more than the prescribed amount, okay? That's it. That's it. All right, Andy. Well, looking forward to the show on Tuesday. Thanks so much for joining us, and can't wait for Saturday.
All right. See y'all tomorrow.
All right, Andy Kalu joining us. All right, Johnny, when I said it was their best shot, I know some people are coming back. Well, wait a minute. They were up 24-0 at Kansas City 4 years ago. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Going into the game, I'm talking about.
Right.
Up 24-0 is not something I account for in this conversation. If you spot me a 24-0 lead this week, I feel very good about the situation.
Right.
I'm talking about going in. 2011, you had T.J. Yates, and you knew you were ultimately going to struggle with a rookie quarterback at some point. You had to go on the road after beating Cincinnati. You're going to Baltimore. Then you had to go to New England if you won that one. It was going to be tough.
Use your term. He was a rookie quarterback with an expiration date.
Expiration date at Baltimore, 3 interceptions. Yep. 2012, you were already kind of broken because everybody was bummed out you didn't get home field throughout. You beat Cincinnati in the first round. They were pretty hot. That was nice. But now you had to go to New England. They just kicked your butts on Monday Night Football, and that was Tom Brady, and that was a killer New England team that did not go to the Super Bowl that year. They went in 2011, but still they were awesome, and that was Patriot heyday. Then 2016, Brock. Nope. Brock in New England. Both games at New England in the divisional round, you were down 17-13 at the half. Both of them. You felt like, ooh, we're right there. But Brady said, you know what? Adjustments, second half, here we go. I'm going to deflate the footballs, do whatever I have to do. I'm just kidding about the deflating the footballs.
Now, I know it's 16. I can't remember 12. But 16, you had the ball down 8, start the fourth quarter.
Wow.
Then, every interception has a story, and that one had a story, and then the game broke open at that point. But it was 24-16.
I remember 1st and 10 in the first half in their territory with a chance to take the lead. Nope, had to punt ultimately. They were very good. This just in.
2019 is interesting.
Great shot, but listen, that was a Chiefs team that won the Super Bowl. You had beaten them in the regular season. That was a pretty good shot right there. And you did go up 24-0. Yep. I feel better about this team, though, in either situation that they face this week at Baltimore or Kansas City because of who they are, because of how tight they are, how together they are. I didn't feel – look, I loved winning in 2019. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to look back and say, I never felt good about that. I felt good about winning. Right. But I feel better about this team. The way it's come together, D'Amico, the guys, I don't care that it's year one. They're not playing like it's year one. They're playing like it's year 4 of a, quote, rebuild, as the experts would say. This is awesome. Let's go.
Yeah, they're playing fast. Defense is playing a lot faster than the 19 crew did. Now, had JJ played the last 8 games of 19, maybe, or whatever, he missed 7 or 8 games. Now, I know he's able to come back for Buffalo. Maybe by the end of the year, he's kind of callous to some of that, and he can play a little bit more.
He had the big sack against Buffalo, but he wasn't himself.
No, he wasn't himself. but the defense was a shell of what it had been.
Right.
It was a shell of what it had been. There was no Clowney. JJ had been banged up, and in the secondary, it was awful.
Look at the numbers; they weren't as good. By the way, this offense is the best Texans offense since the Kubiak era.
Right.
I'm not making it up. Look at the numbers. This is their best production since the Kubiak era, statistically and otherwise, and even when you look at the psychology of it, it's awesome. All right, let's go with John McClain coming up next, then Andre Ware. Let's talk to Dre about some of those calls and his predictions. Dre Stradamus is coming up at 9 o'clock. All right, virtual urgent care available for you. We're in a deep freeze here, right, for Houston, and maybe you're feeling under the weather. Well, virtual urgent care from Houston Methodist can really help. 24/7 availability, HoustonMethodist.org/virtual care for more information on a virtual visit with a physician. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
Back with more of Texans Monday in a moment.
Why just fight breast cancer when you can outsmart it? At Houston Methodist, we're developing AI to assess breast cancer risk with greater accuracy.
We're creating nanodevices to directly treat tumors, minimizing side effects.
And repairing nerves during breast reconstruction, restoring feeling to your chest.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. To learn more, visit HoustonMethodist.org.
And we're back with the action. Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an irresistible taste and zero sugar, Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any sports fan. So make sure you... Wait, Jim, I didn't mean try it right now. We're still on the air.
Best Coke ever? Take a taste, Jen.
Really?
No, not right now, Jen. We got a game to call.
Ashley is proud to present the Kickoff Kid this season. Each lucky winner receives 4 tickets to a home game, a Texans jersey, $500 Ashley Home Store gift card.
Stats I've seen this weekend, especially the ones about Stroud and all the accomplishments he's had as a quarterback. The best one was since the Texans' inaugural season of 2002, they have more playoff victories than the Cowboys. Don't you know that just kills the Cowboy fans? They're mad enough as it is. And now to know the Texans are in the playoffs, they're not. I tweeted, well, there goes that all Texas Super Bowl, huh? Couldn't help but put a dig in there. But the Texans have more playoff victories than the Cowboys. But they got all those Super Bowl trophies from 40 years ago.
Yeah. Got rings? Yeah, before the internet was created. We'll get to those that Fugazi team up north. General, you gave out more A-pluses than I think I did back when I was teaching, and I gave out A-pluses because I liked a lot of students. I like for kids to get rewards. Of those A-pluses, which one do you think was the most important one? I.e., which unit do you think was the most important to a win on Saturday?
The offensive line. Because they're going up against the number one defense in the NFL and number one pass defense, so they had to protect Stroud. Bobby Slowick did a great job of calling the plays and the way he worked against that defense. Tunsil totally shutting down Myles Garrett, who didn't have a tackle for loss, a sack, a hit, nothing. And he's probably going to be announced as NFL Defensive Player of the Year at the honors program, just like Kevin's going to look real bad when Kevin Stefanski's Coach of the Year after D'Amico. But D'Amico would give up that award in a heartbeat, of course, for that playoff victory. And those awards are voted on after regular season. But I think it's got to – D'Amico always talks about it starts up front. And, yes, the defensive line played really well, but, man, the offensive line, considering who they were going against, they set the tone. It all started with Tunsil. And I don't know why. In the last game, it was pointed out that I think it was Next Generation Stats had that that Garrett played all but 2 plays on the opposite side. And I'm wondering why he didn't do that again. But I'm sure there's a lot of what-ifs up in Cleveland right now. And don't you know, the McNair family is so happy to have C.J. Stroud instead of Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Look, a lot of people have this bitterness, and I get it. But a big part of me, I'm just going to say this honestly, guys, had he not wanted out, I'd have a hard time wrestling with the aftermath of him not being indicted and all of the other stuff, and innocent till proven guilty and all of that. But still, the stuff we do know about, it would be tough. I think it would be tough for everybody in the organization. So it is what it is, and good luck.
Hanging over him wherever he went.
Yeah, exactly. So good luck, whatever. Texans have it, and they win the draft pick battle as well. They get Cleveland's pick, and it's going to be better than whatever the Texans end up with. General, one note on what happened in Arlington, as at halftime, the national peeps were starting to weigh in. Belichick to the Cowboys? That's how bad it was with the Green Bay Packers. What's going to happen in Dallas?
That goes back to Jerry Jones in 2019, told somebody in the media, or he told people, a group of media people, and Darren Ravel of Front Office Sports put this out yesterday. Because what Jerry said, he said it publicly, is that after Belichick was fired by Cleveland, he ran into him somewhere, and Belichick told him, I can still coach. If you ever have an opportunity, in other words, give me a call. Well, the Belichick is available. A lot of people can't see him going to work for Jerry Jones, but Bill Parcells did. Mm-hmm. And I remember talking to Parcells one time at their training camp, and he said that there were players that Jerry really felt strongly about, like Eddie George. And that he wasn't somebody Parcells wanted at that point in Eddie's career, because he had another back, I think his name was Jones, that Parcells liked, or T.O. He didn't want T.O., but Jerry did. So he said, okay. He said Jerry didn't interfere a lot, but if he felt really strongly. Now, what they do have there is a great personnel man in Will McClay. And his teams are always talking to him. Texans talk to him at some point. And Jerry Jones pays him like a general manager to keep him there, his most trusted personnel man. So if Belichick goes there, I'm guessing, because they got talent, and he knows it. They got defensive talent, and they looked awful. This probably killed Dan Quinn from going to Seattle to replace Pete Carroll. But so it wouldn't surprise me, considering everything, if Belichick did go there, because we all know the Cowboys have talent.
All right, General. Well, thanks a lot for joining us, and we look forward to catching up later in the week.
Thank you, guys.
John McClain joining us on a Texans Monday. Brevin Jordan had a 76-yard play. That's the longest play of the season for the Texans offense. Let's hear from him, talk about that moment, many other moments, and get Andre Ware in here at 9 as the Texans march into Saturday at 3:30 against. We'll find out later today. It's Texans Monday.
This is Texans Monday.
Kroger always gives you savings and rewards on top of our lower-than-low prices. And when you download the Kroger app, you can enjoy over $500 in savings every week with digital coupons. Plus, you can earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. And with a Boost membership, you'll save even more with double fuel points and free delivery. So you can always save big every day with our savings and rewards. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
Okay, it's football season, and you know what that means. It's time to light up a new grill from Texas Star Grill Shop. Save hundreds on the full lineup of Traeger wood pellet grills. I've got one. Build the quality outdoor kitchen you've always wanted at a great price. They now have 4 locations to better serve the Houston area with free assembly and delivery. That's huge. Say Texans at checkout, and they'll throw in a special gift. TexasStarGrillShop.com. Texas Star Grill Shop, the best grills at the best price.
The Texans got revenge on the Browns and won their wild card matchup.
CJ fakes the give, steps out to his right. He's got a lot of time, and he throws deep, and he wants Dalton Schultz. Has him! Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston!
Whatever you put your mind to, you can accomplish, man. Offense, defense, special teams, like, we're all men well together and playing our best ball as of right now these last 3 weeks, really. So that's really what you want.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans radio is on the way.
Texas Children's Hospital is proud to be the official children's hospital of the Houston Texans and local sponsor of Play 60. Getting kids moving for just 60 minutes a day can improve bone health, fitness, brain function, attention, and academic performance. Join us in our commitment to the Houston Texans and Play 60. Because at Texas Children's Hospital, everything we do is to ensure your family's future is a healthier one. Learn more by visiting texaschildrens.org/Texans.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
Unbeatable mileage from Chevron with Techron unlocks all kinds of unbeatable trips, like to family dinner the next town over, or to a family wedding the next town over, or even to a family reunion over the river and through the woods at Grandma's house. Any drive is worth it to see Grandma, especially when you can stop along the way for unbeatable cleaning power from Chevron with Techron. Your engine will be thanking you for making the trip. Download the Chevron app now and find unbeatable mileage near you.
As a Houston Texans Lux member, you can access the Houston Texans like no one else. Get an unparalleled game day experience from the best seats in the house. Share your Lux access with clients and employees for memories they won't forget. And make intentional connections alongside Houston's most influential business executives. Ready to learn more? Our Lux team will work with your needs in mind to create best-in-class moments that extend beyond the field year-round. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com.
You're listening to Texans Monday.
Schultz motioning to the left, Stroud under center. Here's a little drop back and a pass to Brevin Jordan. Right side across the 35, cuts inside 40, 50, the 40, right sideline. He's going to go all the way. Brevin Jordan to the end zone. No flags. Touchdown. My goodness. The Texans go 76 yards in one play to retake the lead on Cleveland.
Give me a redo, partner. I missed you the first time on that high five. Brevin Jordan just pulled away from somebody. It looked like Usain Bolt down the sideline.
He was shot out of a cannon, and that move back to the inside when they thought he might go out of bounds, like, oh, yeah, he'll run out of bounds.
Oh, he's done that this year.
Preserve the butt. Whoop, back in bounds or staying in bounds, and good night, everybody. And that was huge to retake the lead. They threw a punch, you threw a punch, they threw a punch, you threw a bigger punch, and then you kept punching. And if you had told me before the game that 14 would be the limit, that would be the capper for them, 14 points on the night, I thought they would score, I don't know, 24, 26, 27. That's why I said you need high 20s to win this game. Well, they got that and more, but they held them to 14 throughout the course of the evening. That was playing some defense and scoring on defense in the third quarter because, Johnny, I think they only had the ball. CJ only snapped the ball maybe 11 times or something in the second half. That was it.
Right.
That was it. Because the defense picked six. Then you get back on the field on defense, pick six. Then you get back on the field on defense and stop on downs. And the offense doesn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, there's so many things to kind of hit on it that you brought up. But yeah, I mentioned it earlier. The Texans' total play count I think is 44.
Yeah, because they weren't on the field.
Yeah, 44, I think was the play count. Yeah, 44 to the Browns, 70. But the Texans, holy cow, average yards per play was 8.1. I've never seen that for a Texans off.
Yards per play.
Yards per play. Now, we were 2 of 8 25% on third downs, and they were 7 of 15. There is some stats in here that are kind of weird.
But the third down stats don't always tell the story when you're one play for 76 yards on that drive and that kind of thing.
And total yards, too, especially in the third quarter when you've been doing what you want to offensively, and then you don't touch the ball for basically the entire third quarter. What was the unquestioned worst game of the entire season?
Carolina? Or no, Jets.
Jets. We had one drive in that game. One drive. There were 2 plays. There was one that CJ hit back on a crosser, and Beck got it down. I can't remember how far he got it down. The very next play, and I remember watching this play because Brev was wide open, so I went back and I kind of studied what Bobby had looked at. I was like, ooh, I like this, because he took a wingback. It was Saubert. He took Saubert, and he put him as a wingback to Brevin. And Saubert then ran inside between Brevin and Laramie. So it kind of messes with your view as a defense. So Saubert goes inside. He just vertical, take off, get out of there. Brevin slam release. Basically acts like he's on block. He blocked 1,000, get to the flat. Wide open. He ends up making a big play. I think Motor ends up scoring a few plays later, make it 14-6. And you kind of feel like you're back in it. But I remember that play because, God, we couldn't do anything that day. Now we're back in it. Well, what was that play to Brev? That was the play.
Same play.
That same exact play, except he put Beck. It was Beck where Saubert was. Beck goes inside Brevin, takes off up the field. Brevin slam releases, and that just draws everybody. They had 9 guys in the box, basically, expecting run. They knew run was coming. And then Brev is wide open, and then he obviously turned into the running back he used to be in high school, as you talked about. And that was fun to watch. See the tight ends. I got to say the Dalton Schultz one, I kind of saw that coming. That was something you threw down to me. I was like, let's get Dalton Schultz involved. Beautiful play call. I've seen that. You and I have seen that play here at NRG Stadium. I don't know how many times.
Many times.
Matt Schaub rolling right, and it wasn't always. It obviously wasn't always Dalton Schultz, but it was Owen Daniels. It was Andre. It was Andre Johnson.
Yeah, they've run it with Andre too.
Same thing where it looks like he's going to go across the field with the bootleg, but instead plants the foot and goes back the other way. And same thing. And if you see the ISO, the route of Schultz, Dalton kind of bends the route like he's going to bend it to the corner, like you're running a bootleg and you got a 3-level thing, plants the foot and goes back the other way.
Stroud could plant.
And he's got all day.
Yeah.
He's got all day.
Make a beautiful throw that Schultz did not have to break stride for.
I mean, it was perfect.
Perfect.
I happened to have my eyes on that route. I was just kind of seeing where CJ was going, so I'm like, okay, I see it's a bootleg, so now I'm looking at the routes, like, what are they doing? And I see Dalton plant and come back the other way, and I'm like, oh, this has got a chance. But I love the fact that Bobby will go back to plays, Bobby Slowick, offensive coordinator, will go back to plays that work. Sometimes in a game, but he'll also find something that worked in previous games, wait a few games, and then bring it back out.
Yeah, you're like a DJ. This was a good song. Let's play this again.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be a deep album cut or a little deeper, but I'm going to go to it because it sounds good.
And it's the perfect play against that defense because, you know as well as I do, they fly to the football. They fly. So what can you do to counter that? Well, you can run counters. It was just one heck of an offensive performance in only 44 plays. 44 plays.
Well, think about this. 11 snaps in the second half by Stroud and company.
Yeah.
That's
11.
Around 11. I think it's 11. So you scored 3 touchdowns with 11 offensive snaps because the defense scored twice and you had that motor run. I think that's the 11th snap, I believe.
Yep.
So
that's
it. 3 touchdowns on 11 offensive snaps with your starting quarterback, who basically could have showered at the half in this game, as it turned out. And that was another thing. It's not a mini bye, but the fact that you did not expose him to injury in the second half, he didn't have to play a stressful game in the second half.
Absolutely.
You could get ready for next week. You're going to go Saturday to Saturday. You get a full week here, and the team will go into prep mode in the freezing temperatures to get ready for freezing Kansas City or freezing Baltimore. And Andre Ware, I know who he's rooting for to play here, and it's not necessarily based on who the opponent is. It's press box conditions.
Absolutely.
But I want to get his thoughts on who the better opponent is for the Texans to face. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe they're just that hot right now, and they'll just take whatever's coming. Let's get to Dre next here. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Keep it here for more exclusive info on your Texans. Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
What if a world-leading hospital could also be your neighborhood doctor's office? With Houston.
in the emotions of what was going on Saturday. I got my days mixed up here, but nothing against Joe. But I thank him for those 2 gifts that he left the Houston fans.
Yeah, he definitely left gifts. There's no doubt. I didn't hear the end. It was so hard to hear anything at the end of Steven Nelson's call. So interception. So I didn't hear that, and I should have known. Now that I hear that first one, now I realize that's the second one. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. And when you call it like Dre did, you feel good about that, and you felt really good about that. Dre, what was it in your mind that you thought Joe was kind of good for it, if you will?
I just felt like a guy being signed and not starting until week 13. He's been on his sofa, flipping the remote until that point. Then they ramped him up pretty good. And he started playing well, but there's always that turnover bug that he's always kind of carried with him. And so when they sat him the prior week and he didn't get any work, I just felt like he was going to gift us, and it came in a big way.
All right, well, let's get to this. We have a lot to get to about the game, but you mentioned sitting, not getting work, and that would be one Lamar Jackson, who had the first-round bye, and the game before that, they didn't need it, so they didn't play him, and I get that. But what are your thoughts on possibly, because this is the likeliest scenario, facing Lamar Jackson when he hasn't played it, back-to-back weeks off? And I know he has practice, but is that a factor in this one, Dre, Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, right at this point in the season, you're not you can't afford. I don't think it'd be hard for a staff to have me sit, and it's going to be almost 3 weeks. 2.5, 3 weeks for Lamar by the time he takes the field. So, that there's rust setting in because you can't duplicate game speed. And it's a new offense. It's a new group of receivers. The timing was what I was always worried about. That's why I don't like bye weeks. I know they're necessary, but I don't have to like them. And I don't because the rust will set in. You sit somebody for damn near a month, there's some serious rust there when you don't have game reps. And quite honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if Baltimore got bounced early. And, if that's where you got to go and to bounce them, then that's what you got to go do. But I think it's an advantage for any team that's got to face Baltimore at this point.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you the question I think Mark asked us a little while ago, asked Indy and I. So I'll ask both of you this because you heard what I had to say. Mark, Dre, Pittsburgh, well, I know you want Pittsburgh to win, but if Pittsburgh wins, we go to Kansas City. If Buffalo wins, we go to Baltimore. Take your pick. Which one would you rather with this team go on Saturday, face the Ravens at 3:30 Saturday, or face the Chiefs 3:30 on Saturday? Which one would you pick?
Oh, boy, that's tough. I would probably say for the reasons that we just discussed, Baltimore. And a lot of fans are going to think I'm crazy, but that's where I would rather face. Kansas City's played in the conditions already, and I don't know what the temperatures are going to be by the time this Saturday rolls around. But so they're used to it. They've been out in it. Baltimore has yet to play, and the situation we just discussed with Lamar Jackson having said not just Lamar, all of them. So timing is off. We saw it. It was up close and personal with Flacco. The timing was clearly off offensively for the Browns, and that's where I'd rather go, to be quite honest.
Well, Kansas City does have closed windows in the broadcast booth that you cannot open, Trey. I know that's going to make you happy. Baltimore is an open window. I don't know if you can. Close
you know
it.
what? If they can give me if they give us what they gave on Saturday, let's go to Baltimore and let's open the windows. No heater as well.
No heater.
Whoa. No heater? Are
That's
you feeling
right.
okay
No
this
heater.
morning?
Yeah.
You're feeling all right
I
this
say
morning?
that today until I get to the press box, and then I'll be clamoring for a heater. So I might have one packed and bring it on the plane with me.
Literally carrying one.
Well, I had a heater. There's no doubt I had a heater. I still have it. That's the one I may bring on the trip with us.
Get that through security, man. Get the batteries charged.
The heater has its own seat on the plane. It's that important. He has a seat belt around it. Okay, heater, we need you.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Don't go out on me now.
Yeah. Another thing, and the guys were talking about this morning, this factor. Patrick Mahomes is postseason magician. He's made amazing plays. Look, last year he was playing with no ankle and still able to run for first downs in key moments. The guy's amazing, and so is Lamar Jackson. But Lamar Jackson doesn't have those signature playoff moments. He has one playoff win so far, and he's been hurt a bunch of times. We all know that. But here he is in the postseason again. You know he wants to play great, but there's also that, right, Dre? He has as many playoff wins as C.J. Stroud now. They each have one, and Stroud is just getting started.
Yeah, and when you look at that, I don't know how that got mismanaged the way it has. It's got to go through Jim Harbaugh's mind that John Harbaugh, that he's been sitting for 3 weeks, pretty much. Not sitting physically, but not having played in a game for 3 weeks. That matters. That's exactly why guys start the regular season in the manner in which they do. Offenses are always behind. Quarterbacks are always behind to start the season. Nobody hits the ground running, especially if you're a veteran that has not played in the preseason. I mean, God forbid, look what happened to Aaron Rodgers. 4 plays in, bam. And not having played in the preseason. So your body, especially a game like this, at this point in the season when you get this deep, you can't just turn it off and turn it back on. When you leave it off for a while, that car's not going to fire up and run the same if you leave it off for a significant amount of time.
Dre, we've seen every single snap of Nico Collins' career here in Houston. I don't think it's a stretch to say what he's doing the last couple of weeks is the best football we've seen him play. But I think I'm encouraged with how much more he can actually do. But, Dre, I go on record and say he might be the best after-the-catch wide receiver in the NFL. I mean, he's tremendous. He's very difficult to tackle. And I know that when I think about playoff runs as a receiver, I think about Larry Fitzgerald in 2008. I mean, he really spurred on that Cardinals team. Kurt Warner just threw it up to him, and he would just make plays all throughout the playoffs. I don't know if you can put Nico in that class yet, but with what he did at Indianapolis, with what he did the other day against Cleveland, what kind of stratosphere is Nico moving into right now, and how important does he become on Saturday against either the Chiefs or Ravens?
He's very important to this offense. And, Johnny, confidence, as we know, is a wonderful thing. I mean, I see it in my son and his games on a much lower scale, but on a much lesser scale. But when you have it and you're playing that way, he's looking up people to run over. I think he was challenged by this particular coaching staff. They recognize the physical gifts that are there with Nico. I think it was just getting him to understand the amount of talent that is in that frame. I mean, he's built. He's the best-looking wide receiver that I may have ever seen from the standpoint of height, weight, catch radius. All of it is there and packaged up. And I think he's just realizing what he's actually capable of touching with those physical gifts.
You get him and Tank together next year again, and then goodness. Maybe add something else to the broth. My goodness. But let's focus on this week. The Ravens, obviously the likeliest scenario here that you're going to go to Baltimore Saturday at 3:30. So let's revisit game one. But I don't know if we need to because, Dre, C.J. Stroud had only played I don't know how many snaps in the preseason. Never tasted NFL football in a full game scenario until you go to Baltimore week one. He still threw for 242 yards, didn't turn it over, got into some rhythm as the game went along, and they weren't running the ball well. Dameon Pierce started. They ran for 72 total rushing yards in that game and just really could never get clicking on the ground. Now they know who they are. Devin Singletary running the ball. Dameon Pierce kickoff returns. Special teams #1 in the league. C.J. Stroud is him. Thoughts on facing the Ravens again from that perspective?
It's eerily similar to the build-up with the second game with the Browns, right? I mean, when you talk about having played them before, same stadium, what they did to you earlier in the season, in the regular season, real similar to the Baltimore game. And then, with Motor and you mentioned him, he's played in Buffalo. He's used to the conditions that may be there or they may face in terms of trying to run the football in cold weather. So it's eerily similar. The result, however, was different. So it's always harder to beat a team a second time because that team that you beat is going to make the necessary adjustments. I have total confidence in this coaching staff that they are going to put together a game plan to go to Baltimore and give themselves a chance to be in the game in the fourth quarter and ultimately win it. So it's not that big a deal to me that, the mighty Ravens and everybody's got them going to the Super Bowl. We're going to be an underdog, obviously, going in there. That doesn't matter. I believe in this team. There's some mojo going on that you just can't put your finger on. And quite honestly, I don't want to. I just want to continue to enjoy it. But it doesn't scare me to have to go to Baltimore to face the Ravens whatsoever.
Okay, this question is for both y'all. So I think this, we're an hour and 14 minutes in this show, and we mentioned the name C.J. Stroud a few times. And, C.J. made incredible plays the other day. It was obviously a team win all across the board. But I want to ask you this, since we're at this point now. You're seeing so much national love for C.J. I mean, people are getting to see him from around the country. I mean, I get texts from people, holy cow, Stroud's really good, and all this kind of stuff.
Yep.
So this question's for both y'all. When did you know he was him? When did you know, like, oh, boy, we got something. This guy's, holy cow, we've got something. This guy is what the young kids, he is him. When did you know? Dre?
Mark? I'll let Mark go first because I got to really think about this.
All right. I knew that
I got mine. You want me to give you mine?
No.
Real fast?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just going to tell you that I knew he had the rhythm. Late in the Colts game, I thought, okay, that was week 2. It was a loss, but I thought, okay, he's slinging it. This is good. Jacksonville, I thought, okay, we've got something. When I knew he was him, I thought Atlanta was really good, too. He left the field with the lead. We needed a touchdown. He got it. Yep. Bang. But Tampa Bay was the one where I said, okay, this is it. Now we've got not only franchise QB, but we have one of those guys. Yep. We have one of the best quarterbacks in the league right here. He's top 10 for sure. I don't know where the rankings are going to fall, but we've got the guy. Tampa Bay was all in. This is it. I was already excited, but that took it to another level, and I've been on that level ever since because that was amazing. And Tank was amazing in that game too, but the fact that CJ was able to get you that touchdown, and he hits Tank on the sideline, then 10 seconds to go. We're not going to mess around. I'm throwing a dart to the back of the end zone to Tank Dell and winning this football game. That showed me everything I needed to see to say we've got one of the top quarterbacks in the league going forward.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say going all the way back to his days at Ohio State when in the game against Georgia when he just, everybody thought they didn't have a shot and he just kept them in it and made play after play. You knew you had a chance that there was something there on draft night when you drafted him. And then it's just been kind of a buildup for me. It's not one particular moment. It's just the fact that in the preseason or going into training camp before the first preseason game, you kind of watch him and you're like, he kind of looks like a rookie. But then the buildup, and he just got better every single week. And then you get to a point in Indianapolis where he was not going to allow this football team to lose. And I've kind of watched it all along, and there are moments, passes to Tank Dell, to Schultz on big third down situations. But in that game, he put it all together. And he was going to will this team to the playoffs and was not going to allow them to lose. I think that was the solidifying moment or game for me. But all along, I've just kind of enjoyed the ride and sat back and just watched it and enjoyed him getting better every single week. This is by far the most fun that I've had calling games in the number of years that we've been doing it. I'm going to stop saying that number before somebody latches onto it. But but it's the most fun, and we've called them all. And it's by far the most fun. The energy in the building, CJ being a part of it, the Will Anderson trading back in to get Will Anderson at number 3, where they go second and third in the draft. All of it. D'Amico having an effect on the entire city and the organization. It has all been a bunch of fun, but CJ has been the centerpiece to all of it. and to watch his development and knowing that you have that guy week in, week out that's going to give you a chance to win, it's been phenomenal.
Okay, I'll give you mine. That's fast. And I thought Dre was going to go here. It's going to sound strange. The second week of OTAs, we were out there. We get to see one practice a week. And the very first week, we're watching him, and you can tell like he's kind of putting his hands by his head, kind of closing the ear holes. He's trying to listen to Bobby give him the play call, and it's taken a while. Like it's the first time he's done this. He's done it with the full, with the full crew.
He's looking like a rookie.
He's looking like a rookie. We go out for the second week OTAs, and so he's alternating. So Davis had gone first, I think, that first week. Now all of a sudden he's the number one guy, and he walks in the huddle. They get out of the huddle. He gets him up to the line of scrimmage. He drops. He throws. And we're like, whoa, this is totally different from what he was doing in week 1 of OTAs to what he's now doing in week 2. Holy cow, that I haven't seen. I remember all Deshaun's rookie reps from OTAs. And it was like, there would be some plays where he'd do his Deshaun thing. He'd make a play here or there. But it never looked like that. He had Nico on a deep ball. And then he threw a dig route, and I can't remember who come. Maybe Nico too. He threw one where I lost him. They're kind of rushing him, and I lose him. And he throws
the ball comes out,
And also you see the ball, you just see the right hand go, and the ball gets there. I'm like, whoa. And we kind of looked at the three of us and went, hey, boys, this could be really interesting. With this could be really interesting. And it's gone to levels I didn't even think it was going to go.
Well,
yeah, Johnny, when you look at how the staff has handled him the entire, even coming back, not rushing him back from the concussion and taking their time with him there and getting him just right to make a second run or pick up where he left off. Just everything about it. The second week of camp, putting him at number 1 and how his confidence, that just gave him the confidence that he needed. And they saw it. They saw all of it, all through it. It's been a pleasure to watch.
Well, the question is this, Dre. Is this their best shot that they've ever had? Look, a better shot would be playing at home this week. We all get that. But as far as the history of this team, I really feel like, and in 19, I know you're up 24-0, but going into that game, even though you had beat the Chiefs earlier, that was a really good Chiefs team. And I thought the Texans, having struggled so much against the Bills in the opening round of the playoffs, I thought, what's really the identity of that team other than Watson running around and making plays? And you were getting a good performance out of Hyde that year overall, but it was tough. I really feel like this group, as tight as they are, as together as they are, with the head coach, the staff, the whole thing, that this is their best shot no matter who they play.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way because, and here's why. It's a complete team, and everybody to a man has bought in. Everybody is a believer. And the example I'm going to give you is when it's the toughest, when it's the absolute toughest, when you have been demoted somewhat and you've been kind of the man. Dameon Pierce is a team player. Don't get that twisted in any way, shape, or form. He's as competitive as anybody I've ever seen, but he still supports this team in a diminished role. I mean, look at it. Did he get a carry? He got maybe 1 or 2 carries in the game on Saturday. He's returning kicks now, but he's returning every one of them as if he's trying to break it every time he touches the football. But he's the first guy to congratulate Motor when he comes off the field. He's the first guy high-fiving offensive linemen. That shows me the culture. You want to talk about culture? Go win. Culture's not taking pictures off a wall. Culture's not acting like the team was just hatched when you got there and now you're the savior coming to resurrect everybody. Culture is getting everybody on board, and you're all pulling for the same thing. That's what D'Amico has done. Dameon is every bit a part of this football team because he knows he's one play away. And if they got to rely on him, he's ready to go. That's the special part of what they have going on, as my man would say, on Kirby.
Yeah, on Kirby. Okay, let's talk about culture in a different way. I'm sure you both at some point got a chance to peel away and watch the 2 seed yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys take on the 7 seed, the Green Bay Packers.
Yes. So enjoyable.
I mean,
yes.
Having lived my first 11 years in Green Bay with parents that are from Wisconsin and Michigan, respectively, growing up, so the Packers' blood is still in me. There's one time when it's not, and that's when it impacts our team. So I'm watching that yesterday, and Jordan Love is just ripping them. I mean, he is destroying them, which, by the way, his numbers and CJ's numbers were almost identical, which was awesome to see. So 3 years in a row, Dre, the Cowboys have won 12 wins and have not gotten to an NFC championship game once. A, it's 9-23. How does Mike McCarthy have a job? B, how do you explain what is going on in Dallas?
I don't think Mike's may survive this. When Jerry's talking about this is the most hurtful loss in however many years he's on the team, and he's not going to talk about it right now. And what's around the corner? That's a hint. That's a peek into the room right there. And I don't know how. The only reason he has a job right now is because Jerry doesn't want to make a brass decision right after a game like that. He's going to take some time, which he should. Think about it, but I do think a coaching change is coming in Dallas. It almost has to. So, but when you go back and you look at the game itself, Jordan Love doesn't surprise me, the success that he's having. They've handled him well in Green Bay. And I've known Jordan Love since his junior year at Utah State, having covered a game when they opened the season against Wake Forest. One of my top receivers at Houston the first 2 years I was there, Jason Phillips, was the receiver coach at Utah State. About 5 plays in the film study, I paused it, picked up the phone, and called Jason. And I said, who the hell is Jordan Love? I mean, I'm watching him throw dime after dime and just looking the part. So it doesn't surprise me whatsoever that he's having the type of success that he's having. It's just the surprising part is it took a few years to get to this and not sooner, because I expected it sooner, but they had to obviously move on from Aaron Rodgers in order to get Jordan Love in the fold. And look what he's done the first year of his year as a starting first year of his career as a starting quarterback.
Yeah, and watching him play in spot duty from time to time, it just didn't do it justice, because guys got to play. Guys have to play to
it's
get
almost
better.
The same situation that Johnny just described with CJ. Kind of, when he's alternating with Davis, they're in somewhat of a competition. You're not getting the necessary amount of work to really make the jump. But then when the coaches recognize it and start, okay, we need to go ahead and just give it to him. Let him not give it to him. He's earned it, but let's force feed it a little bit. And you see what he did. It's the same thing with Jordan Love. They had to get Aaron out of the way in order for him to become the franchise quarterback that obviously he's become.
And you got to play. I mean, Dan Fouts, who you guys know how I feel about Dan Fouts, growing up, my favorite quarterback. Yes. And he told me, I met him once, and we were talking about this. I met him a couple of times, but he said, as far as guys playing, he said, would you be any good at what you were doing if you weren't able to do it? Right. You got to do it. You got to play. You got to play to get better. Yeah. I mean, how can you get better if you don't play? Dre, one more thing for you. Detroit winning a playoff game in Detroit.
How about those Lions, baby?
Yeah, so what does that mean to them? I know you spend time there. What does that mean to that city, the ability to get it done? And I'm happy for Aaron Glenn, by the way.
Push the team aside for right now, because what it means for that city, Jared Goff will never have to pay for gas. Forget about a meal. He won't even have to gas his car anymore in the city of Detroit. He can run for office in Detroit right now, or at any point after his career is over, and he would win it. I mean, that's, and I'm not joking in the slightest bit, maybe a little bit, but that's what it means for Lions fans that have been there for years, that have been hungry for a winner. This is outstanding for them. I wanted it for them more so than the team itself. And then when you start adding in the team and what Dan Campbell's done, Aaron Glenn, who I spent a tremendous amount of time with on the golf course, now their defensive coordinator and having, a tremendous amount of success. It's tremendous. Being a former Lions player, you root for the team behind the scenes, and you want to see that type of success, and you've been waiting on it for years. They haven't won a playoff game since I was there, guys. I was on that team and went to the NFC Championship game in 91 or 2 and got beat. We started the season by getting beat by Washington, won a playoff game, beat the Cowboys to get back to the NFC Championship, to face or get back in the fold to face the Redskins again. Well, they dusted us again and went on to win the Super Bowl. But that's how long it's been since the Lions won a playoff game. So to see it, it's certainly refreshing. And they may get a second win this week because they're facing the winner of the Philadelphia-Tampa Bay game.
Yep, we'll see how that goes.
In Detroit. In Detroit.
That's
what's awesome.
Let's
Detroit
go.
again.
All right, Dre, thanks a lot for joining us. Looking forward to Saturday.
All right, guys. So we'll see you then. I'm looking forward to it. With the
Saturday
heater.
Get
the ass. The heater's going to be there. There's no doubt. If it's not, then
we need to name the heater. Dre, you got to name the heater.
We can name it, but it's going to travel. I can promise.
I'm going to open up the heater's own Twitter account, and we're going to have the heater make posts and things, maybe Instagram if the heater is photogenic. All right, Andre Ware joining us. Thanks, Dre. All right, coming up, more on the game. We didn't get to our Brevin Jordan 2 minutes with a Texan conversation. He had that 76-yard play, longest play of the season on offense. More on Stroud, more on what is next as the Texans take on either Baltimore or Kansas City Saturday. It's Texans Monday.
Stay tuned for more Texans Radio.
How can we target deadly diseases with better precision? At Houston Methodist, we're developing technology that delivers life-saving immunotherapy directly inside the tumor for cancer patients.
We're also pioneering an implantable device that administers precise and timely doses of medication to those with difficult-to-manage chronic conditions.
That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery. Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
David's Bridal, where brides and bridesmaids get fabulously dressed. We let our friends pick out what we wear, show off our dance moves, obsess over every little detail. Hold your hand through it all. Smile bravely when it's time to let go. Make your dreams come true. Wedding dresses starting under $200, bridesmaids dresses starting under $100. The things we do for love. Only at David's Bridal.
It's been said that your network is your net worth. What better way to grow both than through Houston's most exclusive business network? 50% of Fortune 500 companies in Houston are part of the Texans Lux family, where you can tap into our network from day one. Lux is an asset that goes beyond game day, and our team is here to help you make business connections and gain visibility to meet your needs.
favorite.
Beautiful.
Oh, that is really, really
and
good.
And then it's an account called Someone's an Idiot. They have videos of idiots. Of course. But they go to Orchard Park, Highmark Stadium, and in quotes, "We are concerned about the safety of Bills fans, so we are postponing the game." And then it says, "Bills fans at the stadium today." This was yesterday, of the guy shirtless sliding down where they have the snow.
Pushing the snow down the little, they have like a chute that they've put like down the stairs, and they shovel the snow in there, and then they push it all the way down.
So it's an ideal
gets in
slide.
there, he slides down, he pushes all the snow out.
Shirtless. Shirtless. What is wrong with these people? This, by the way, I don't know how they handle it. What is it, $20 an hour to shovel the snow?
Yeah, I think it's $20 an hour.
This is an HR nightmare because I don't know. I'm going to talk to our HR people, Anita, our HR queen. What would you do about that? Don't they have to sign waivers? They must. Because, look, Johnny, this is real. People shoveling snow have heart attacks all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is very, very taxing on your body.
Yeah, you don't realize when you're doing something in the cold like that and you're really taxing yourself. You don't. A lot of times in the summer when you're doing it, you can feel yourself. You're sweating. You're okay. I know when I need to take a break. When it's cold like that, you have no idea. So you're right.
And you're doing something you don't normally do. It's heavy. The snow can be thick and all of that. They don't have a heater under the field in Buffalo.
I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all.
This field is going to be an ice cube. Now, other fields, I don't know why they don't. I know they're getting a new stadium, and you tend not to put money into the old stadium when you're getting a new stadium. But you should have heat under the field in Buffalo, New York. You just should, because you are dealing with a solid block of ice that they're going to be playing on today. And the Steelers are tough. They're tough guys.
They are.
They won't be scared off by this, but are they good enough to deal with Buffalo today?
No TJ Watt. I mean, they're 1-10 without TJ. I mean, that should tell you something.
Yeah, that's a pretty big number right there.
You want another stat?
Yeah, give me another stat.
So what year did AT&T Stadium open? I think it was 2009, right?
Something like that. It was in the O's.
It was 2000. I remember going up there for Sam Bradford's. It was after his. So he won the Heisman in 08. So yeah, it was 09. So it opened in 09. So it's been open from 09 through 23. So that's what, 14 seasons?
Yeah.
14 seasons.
What happened?
The Green Bay Packers are 6-0 at AT&T Stadium.
Right. And they have more playoff wins there.
And they have more playoff wins there, 3, than the Cowboys have 2.
That's a beautiful stat right there. That's gorgeous.
I mean,
I don't know how and what and why it happens to them, but I never panicked. I know Stephen A. Smith is viral all the time for this stuff and the cowboy bashing and having fun with this. And he was actually in their draft video one year, which was really funny.
Yeah,
very
their
good
schedule video.
Schedule video, that's what it was.
Yeah.
But to me, I never really, quote, worried about it. I thought, okay, whatever they do in the regular season doesn't matter. They're one of those teams.
Doesn't matter.
They've had a lot of really talented teams they brought to the playoffs. And then, unable to execute at the moment of truth. I think there are a couple of things here. It's the Cowboys, so they tend to bring out everybody's best game, even when they're not that good.
Right.
We're playing the Cowboys. And that's a credit to them and their organization, which over 29 years ago, they were really good.
Yep.
But it's been a long time.
It's a long time.
The Texans have more playoff wins than they do since the Texans started.
Yeah.
It's incredible to think about that way. All right, let's get to this. Brevin Jordan after the game, because Benny's dying to get to it. No, he's not, but he played the highlight again. So let's do it. Drew, 2 minutes with a Texan. Brevin Jordan, the longest play from scrimmage this season, 76 yards, go-ahead touchdown. Here it is.
Tight end Brevin Jordan, we've talked with you a lot lately, and today we're talking with you after a 76-yard touchdown. Helped spark things. Let's start with that play. We got a lot to get to, but what happened on that play?
It's really a play we rep all the time. It's one of those things that we just do. It's really our bread and butter, slam flats, And when we lined up, I seen the look. There was a squeeze guy on me, so I said he must be man on me. When I blocked out, he rushed, and I was just wide open. It was a perfect look, honestly, and perfect timing for the call.
You were wide open, yes, but there were guys around you, and you had to show off your wheels today, man.
Yeah, man. I felt somebody, as soon as I made the first cut, I felt somebody like on my hip, and my knees just got up, man. And it was just a cool play, man. It felt good.
lots of love spread around today. You have a touchdown. Dalton Schultz has one. Nico Collins has one. Yeah. On the ground, Motor gets it, and he goes for at least 5 a carry. The offense really, on all cylinders, it was clicking, was it not?
Yeah, we were sparking today, man. We had a spark today that was just, it was undeniable. Nobody can deny us today. No matter who we played in the NFL today, it was just one of those games where we were clicking all 11 guys on the cylinder all game. It was just one of those things, man, where we were just clicking. And when you clicking with C.J. Stroud back there, it's good luck. Really, though, good luck.
Obvious question, but what's it mean having him back?
Man, he's huge, man. Like I said before, he's a West Coast killer. You know what I'm saying? I'm a West Coast guy. I just, man, his demeanor, his poise, how he carries himself, how he goes about his business, man, it's unbelievable. It's unmatched. And the dude is really, in my opinion, MVP of the NFL.
Watching from the sideline, what was it like seeing the defense in the second half just absolutely dismantle an offense that had done a lot of good things 3 weeks ago?
Yeah, we came in the locker room, excuse my language, but the song that was playing was that Get Back. Amari Cooper, he had a crazy career game last game, and I think the defense took that personal. So they showed out today, played lights out, and they helped us get the win.
You're only getting started, right?
We're only getting started, man. I'm excited to get back to work, honestly.
Yeah, what's next?
Get back to work. We got tomorrow off, but I'm about to watch this film, eat some food, and get back to work.
What was it like being in this stadium? That's the last thing, but being in the stadium, you've been in the stadium before, but nothing like this.
No, that was the craziest, without a doubt, I've ever seen NRG Stadium. In my 3 years here, that was without a doubt. Playoff atmosphere is different here, bro. It's got to be in the question with, like, Arrowhead and just the top. Cincinnati this is unmatchable, bro. That was crazy.
Congratulations, Brevin Jordan, and best of luck the rest of the way.
My guy, appreciate you.
All right, this thing started, this whole, if you want to call it a rebuild or build or the Caserio era, leading into the D'Amico Ryans era, all of that. When you think of the class of 21 and Nico Collins and Brevin Jordan, their contribution in a playoff victory, the most dominant playoff victory the Texans have ever had. That's their best playoff performance ever. It beats Cincinnati in 2011. People are asking me about the atmosphere. Was it a better atmosphere? Look, I don't want to – it's like comparing my children. But a lot of people who were there on Saturday night in the stands watching this thing unfold said that was the most joy they felt in the stadium since opening night. And I have to take their word for it, right? To me –
how'd you feel?
Well, I thought 2011 was a magical playoff performance. That was the first one ever. It was a perfect day. It was almost a perfect game. Watt picked 6. Yep. Arian scored. Andre Johnson scored a playoff touchdown for the first time in his career. It had taken a while to get there, and he scores at his first game. And I thought that was really important. Just to do that for him and win is the most important. But that day was amazing, and Yates was playing well. Played well that game. You ran the ball well that game and played great defense. I think that going into the next round, though, we knew that, hey, this is going to be tough. You're going to the Ravens. At that point, it was house money. It was gravy. Johnny, the way I feel about this week is, let's go.
Yep.
These guys, they are not interested in shutting it down anytime soon. They feel like they can do this, and we're not rookies. The rookies who are actual rookies, no, we're not rookies. Yep. We're the NFL. Let's go. Let's win a game on the road this week. I love their attitude and the whole thing being so together with the head coach. And look, not that they weren't together in 2011. And the fact that we talk about 2011 all the time and sort of skip over the O'Brien era, they won 4 division titles.
Yep.
They had good moments in that era. Never felt like this.
Never felt like this.
The feeling of it and seeing the togetherness of everybody on this squad in this organization and led by the McNairs. There's nothing like it. And I'm so fired up for Saturday. This is another opportunity. The 5th time in the history of this organization that you have a chance to get to where you've never been before, and that would be the AFC Championship game, and you're 1 win away from that. Pinch me.
I'll tell you, this is what I wrote in a little bit of my big play breakdown, which you can get, and then my Harris Hitzel post today. But I have a I don't know, a tradition or just a habit or whatever. So when the game is over, because I'm downstairs, I miss some of the stuff that you guys have going on upstairs, and so no matter what, I always go up to your office. Drew's desk is right outside, and so we just sit there, we chat about the game and some of the things, and we just kind of look at each other like, what just happened?
Yeah.
What just happened?
What was that?
I mean, we were just chuckling, we're laughing, then we brought up the Colts in week 2, and that was for me. I brought up the Colts in week 2 because I was like, the feeling I had leaving the building that day was, I questioned me because I was like, I saw every rep at practice. I saw everything at training camp. I know this team is better than that. Man, was I totally wrong. Am I an idiot? What did I miss? God, how did I miss this? And nope, I wasn't. thankfully. Not an idiot.
Well, what were your expectations? Well, let's get to that because we got to take a quick break here. We've got one more segment, smoking hot players of the game, everybody. But maybe we can narrow it down a little bit. We'll see. It is Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Texans Radio continues in a moment.
Blue Ribbon, it's a Texas tradition.
Since 1946, Blue Ribbon has proudly served Texan families natural smoked bacon and natural casing sausages made from premium ingredients, seasoned for Texas tastes. It's the preferred sausage and bacon of the Houston Texans.
Blue Ribbon, it's a Texas tradition.
Grilling is a year-round tradition in Texas, and H-E-B has everything you need to become the master of the grill. So get everything to satisfy your cravings, from H-E-B Prime 1 Dino ribs and brisket steak burgers to traditional cuts like beef inside skirt steak, available in premium grades like H-E-B Wagyu and H-E-B Grass-Fed. Now you know. Come to H-E-B to fire up your grill to enjoy a delicious barbecue with friends and family. H-E-B. Here, everything's better.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $6.3 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
AFC, you've been put on notice. The Texans obliterated the Browns 45-14 in their wild card rematch and advanced to the divisional round. No matter who or where they play, we can guarantee no one in the league wants to face C.J. Stroud and company this weekend. The hype is real, H-Town.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
After the end of a good fight, you deserve an ice-cold reward. Modelo is the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, the bigger the fight, the better the reward. You put in the hours, the energy, the tough labor. You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Are you ready to go all in on the NFL's next big game? With On Location, you get it all. All the access, all the exclusives, all the VIP experiences you want. All season long. From 50-yard line seats at Super Bowl 58 in Vegas to VIP pre-games, post-games, and everything in between, it's all yours when you're on location. Check out our complete VIP experiences lineup at NFLOnLocation.com or search NFL On Location. Go all in on location.
Is your phone plan messing with your savings plan? Don't get stuck paying for things you don't want. With Verizon, you only pay for what you need. And for a limited time, when you bring your own phones to a Verizon store, you'll get an amazing price on your plan. Plus, you'll save on things you actually love, like the Netflix and Max with Ads bundle. And it's on our award-winning 5G network. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today for an incredible deal. A better plan to save is Verizon. Additional terms and conditions apply.
You don't want to miss it.
Gotta go! Sacked! 3 and out.
Energy around the stadium here has been great.
Throws left side of the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. Houston.
Nice, nice, nice.
It's intercepted. Houston's going to win.
Season tickets for 2024 are available now. Catch the Texans taking on Miami, Buffalo, Detroit, Chicago, the AFC South, and much more. Go to HoustonTexans.com and don't miss any of the action.
What a day.
Now, back with more on Texans Radio.
4th down and 6 at the Texans' 37, empty backfield. Flacco has the snap. Flacco in trouble. Flacco sacked back in Cleveland territory by Christian Harris. Pick 6 on 1 4th down. Big sack on another, and the Texans have the ball in Browns territory.
Smoking hot player Christian Harris, who, guess what? Has to play, because he didn't play much last year. Had the big pick against Tennessee Christmas Eve. But he needed time in this defense, coaching. It's only year 2 and barely that, like we pointed out, and look at the results right now. I love seeing guys from the class of 2022, class of 2021, in addition to this crop, do well for this team. And then you look at the free agents and all that. I don't want to talk about the offseason, what you're going to do about these free agents. That's a problem or an issue for down the road. Mm-hmm. And I know that road is not, even if you go all the way, that road is not very long from now.
Right.
But you know what, Johnny? Because we're going to be at the Combine in a few weeks. My goodness. This is incredible. This is incredible. The deeper you go into the postseason, the deeper you get into the offseason for everybody else, and then that's just life, but it's a good life. And for the 5th time in the history of the franchise, you're in. But Christian Harris, certainly one of those smoking hot players of the game. But see, it all starts with Stroud. It's like, who's finishing second here? Because with your quarterback operating, they all refer to him. He's the leader. And, you know, it's funny because people are pointing out to me, you know, earlier in the season, he was celebrating with more fire and flair, right?
Yep.
He still celebrates, but he's keeping calm. He's channeling his inner Pete Sampras here in a way.
Okay.
So I mean, yes and no, but I think overall, though, he's trying to keep it together because he's trying to, all right, on to the next thing, on to the next thing. He's learning how to use his abilities so well, and he just gets better and better.
There's a shot at some point, though, of the game, and I can't remember which play it was. He's on the bench, and I think it was after he had come out. It's a defensive play, and he jumps off the bench and starts celebrating like I do. I was like, and I can't remember what it was. It was like a close interception or something like that. Somebody got close to, I can't remember what it was. And he jumped off the bench, but it was for somebody else.
Yeah, exactly.
It was for somebody else.
It was for the defense and being a good teammate and
I'm
all
telling
of that.
you, the shot that, if you want a good feel for what this team is all about, I want you to go watch the overhead cam view from the game the other day when Nelson picks off the pass. And I want you to not focus – 2 things. 1, watch the play and watch every blue shirt on defense run to get in front of Steven Nelson to throw a block.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody.
It's a parade.
That's 1. The other thing is watch the sideline. Watch the offensive guys. Now, the way the bench is set up, as he was running toward, as Nelson was running towards the south end zone, that's where the offensive players are. The offensive players are on that side of the bench. But Nico Collins jumps off the bench and starts sprinting down. Obviously, D'Amico is running down the sideline itself. Watch everybody celebrate that moment, and the offensive guys celebrating too. It was amazing. It was amazing to see that. And then they kind of pan out, and you see the crowd start to celebrate down in the lower bowl. Those memories will stick with me. Because I told you in your ear, it was like an arm punt. I could see Nelson stop, but I'm like, he's picking this off. Now, I don't know what he's going to do with it, but he's going to pick it off. And then as I look, I'm like, oh, boy, he's got room. There's nobody over here. Nobody's over there. And then just takes off. And then, of course, when Christian intercepts his, I mean, I thought the place was going to fall down. I mean, it was incredible. But remember early in the year, Christian Harris, I don't know if I want to say he got benched, but he was not getting many reps in a game.
Right. It was Perriman,
Toa was getting some reps. Henry was getting a lot of reps. And then at some point, Henry got banged up. And so they're almost forced to put Christian back in. And all of a sudden, a different Christian Harris has been playing for this team ever since. The one that we thought he could elevate to as he played Alabama. I'm telling you, the last 2-3 weeks, he's been incredible. He's been at his speed, sideline to sideline, his cover ability. He did nothing but read Joe Flacco's eyes and then just broke on the football. If you watch him, his eyes don't go off of Flacco at all. Like, he doesn't even know what route is next to him. He just reads Flacco's eyes, sees where he's throwing it, and when his arm goes back, he takes off.
He's quick.
And then
quick.
Some of the tackles, Mark, that he's made that I've seen on the All-22, holy cow. Holy cow. I know CJ should get it. I know the guys that had pick sixes.
Right.
Christian Harris is my smoking hot, home smokehouse smoking hot player of the game.
All right.
He's mine.
Well, Stroud was amazing. Somebody had a Mills post. Davis Mills, perfect quarterback rating. It was awesome. But, you know, unselfish guy, great team player,
absolutely.
knows the situation. the fact that you could go to your backup quarterback. If you tell me before the game Mills is going to play down the stretch in this game, I'm thinking, oh, gosh, no. Either it's a health situation or it's a blowout on the other end. And I don't know why. It's not like I doubted them. I thought they could win. I never expected 45 points. I just did not expect that. Nico, 6 for 96. Awesome. And you know what else is awesome? Divisional round.
Let's
Saturday.
go.
All right, so today, D'Amico Ryan's show at 5 o'clock. We'll hear from the head coach, and at some point during that show, we're going to join that Buffalo Steelers game in progress to find out who the Texans get next. It's going to be the Chiefs. It's going to be the Ravens. Who do you want? Think about it. Talk about it all day. Listen to In the Loop and the afternoon program with Clint and Ron, and enjoy yourself, Texans, because you are in the divisional round for the 5th time in the history of this franchise, with your best chance probably to advance based on the team you have going in. Thank you, Benny, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
How do we speed recovery for our patients? At Houston Methodist, we're improving surgical.
got?
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 6 p.m.
Sports Radio 610.
Where do we go from here? What an absolute weekend this was. What an absolute Saturday this was. Texans, as far as they've ever gone. This is as far as they've ever gone. The moment right now is upon us. We sit and wait where this journey continues, but I could not think of a better weekend for the Houston Texans and a better weekend for the city of Houston and the organization as a whole.
Let me tell you this. That is the most energized, electric atmosphere NRG has seen easily since J.J. Watt's pick 6 against the Bengals. And maybe ever. Maybe since the Cowboys game, the inaugural game, the first game this team has ever played, that was electric. And it was absolutely a perfect weekend, as you put it. But beyond that, I don't know what your feeling was walking away.
I had a lot.
Mine came back to 3 things. This is the best coach, the best quarterback, and the best offensive coordinator the Houston Texans have ever had. So what does that mean? I think that's undeniable now. I think it's the best coach. Given what the talent level is, given where the expectations were, given this team has gone through, and to rebuild it so quickly, this is the best coach, the best quarterback, and the best offensive coordinator the Texans have ever had. So what does that tell me? Anything is possible. Anything is possible, Landry. I'm not trying to be like swept up in the moment.
No,
anything's possible. Anything is possible.
No, I came away from that game and I initially felt that if they beat the Browns, then we would be sitting here saying, okay, this has been a great season no matter what. But I walked away from that saying they got a puncher's chance against anybody. Yeah. I mean anybody. Like they have a shot against any squad as long as you have that quarterback, as long as you have these vibes, they have a chance against anybody.
Yeah, I think Houston Texans fans, we already have been preaching. You've got to elevate the expectations. You've got to look at this team differently than we were at the beginning of the year, in the middle of the year. Landry, we have to look at it even higher, in an even different way right now, because that was the number 1 defense in the NFL.
Was it?
That was the best defense.
Was it
in the NFL?
You sure?
It wasn't on Saturday, and that's part of my sort of the math here. Like, I can't pick this team against anyone. Give me Kansas City. Give me Baltimore. They won't be favored. I don't care. I don't care.
Are they the scariest team in the NFL right now?
Who, the Texans?
In the playoffs right now.
I mean, I don't know if they're the scariest. No one wants to play them. No one wants to play them.
They sound kind of scary to me.
Yeah.
No, nobody wants to play this squad. And I actually want to start this off with an apology. And I think you should have the same apology, honestly.
That?
And I think Figgy should piggyback on this. I think we all have to start this off with an apology.
I'm willing to listen to it.
We underestimated the CJ Stroud impact. That was a 45-point swing. Mm-hmm. I know that it was complete football, complimentary, all that, but we looked at what happened the last time these two teams faced off, and the Browns beat them by 14. Probably should have been more than that. Like the score wasn't as close as the 14 points that it ended up being. There was a lot of mop-up duty.
Yeah, and
CJ Stroud returns. We thought it was going to make a difference, but I think most of us with a straight face would say we anticipated this being a close game. C.J. Stroud could have thrown for 500 yards if he had to.
He was on pace for it. He was on pace for 500 yards.
Those 2 pick sixes, and then they kind of let off the gas. C.J. Stroud could have thrown for 500 yards on that defense, and I don't even think it would have been difficult.
What did he have, 246 at the half, something like that?
It was over at halftime, man.
Yeah.
It was donezo. So I'm going to apologize to C.J. Stroud. I underestimated the C.J. impact.
Yeah.
Like that team was outmanned. Like Cleveland was completely outmanned by this Texans team in every single aspect.
Yeah.
And I don't know where they go from here. I just know that right now you got a coach that's elite, you got a quarterback that's elite, and you got all the momentum in the world. And you play Saturday. So Saturday, 3:30, whether it's Kansas City, whether it's Baltimore, we'll know that at about 6:30.
Mm-hmm.
You have a chance against either one of those squads.
Yeah, and let me elaborate on why. Well, first of all, like I got a text from my middle son. This team is going to the Super Bowl. I didn't blink. I didn't say, "Oh, brother," or push back or whatever. And then there were people talking about that. That's the first thing that's important. Anything is possible. I don't think anybody could deny that. If they do, they're being biased or they're being homers or whatever. But let me get into some detail on why I said best coach, best quarterback, best offensive coordinator. Everything that playoff D'Amico was as a coordinator has translated to the postseason. That team could not have been more prepared. Could not have been better prepared. Physically, mentally.
And he adjusted too, by the way. The Stingley thing, he adjusted.
Yes, that's what I was getting
I was thinking about that because when he mentioned, he said he don't do that. We don't do that around here. I felt like he was kind of lying, man.
Well, he was.
He was definitely lying.
And they could not have been more prepared. That's playoff D'Amico. Second thing, Bobby Slowick. That dude put on a clinic. He put on a clinic. Again, that was the number one defense in the country. But
the country.
I mean,
college football?
The number one defense in the league. Well, it was the country. But here's the thing.
What's up, Lee Corso?
I thought he should. If I had an open head coaching job, I would hire him on one play that he called.
Which one?
So earlier in the game, he threw this little drag to, I believe it was Brevin Jordan across the middle, or somebody across the middle after everybody went in one direction. He went back to that play with John Mechie going across to the sideline, and Mechie was wide open. Davis Mills would have thrown it to him. Brock Osweiler would have thrown it to him. Any of these quarterbacks would have thrown it. Instead, the wide open Mechie's coming across. He waits for everybody to go in one direction on the defense. Dalton Schultz goes the other. Boom, 37.
Well, I think the play was designed for that. I don't even think it was a choice to throw to Mechie.
That's my point. It was it was designed to do that.
But Davis Mills would have took that other throw.
Exactly. And so what I'm saying, it was designed that way.
Wow, shooting Davis Mills. Right now.
Whatever.
Hold the clipboard?
Anybody, just pick a quarterback.
Good Lord.
But like they set it up. They set it up earlier in the game. They gave the same look. He didn't throw it to there, waited for Dalton. I mean, I would have hired.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I actually think, and this just adds to the Bobby Slowick, I actually think it was for me, it was the drive where on the first play, they threw it to the right to Devin Singletary. I think he had 24 yards on a run. It was the first play of the drive. And then the final play of the drive, it was a fake pitch the same direction to Singletary, and he threw it back across to Nico Collins.
Yeah.
So, like, Bobby was just in his bag.
He put on a clinic.
Yeah.
And then the third thing, obviously, C.J. Stroud.
And he was getting a lot more camera time than Taylor Swift after a while.
He should have.
Yeah, he was getting the
was
camera
he doing
time.
What's that thing called that Taylor Swift was doing? Whatever.
No idea.
Then there's Stroud. He's the best rookie quarterback in NFL history. You know how I feel about Dan Marino. He was probably my favorite quarterback. You know how I and others feel about Cam Newton, Andrew Luck. C.J. Stroud's the best rookie quarterback in NFL history. There's no question. What he did, he had 200 and whatever, 40-something yards at halftime, could have thrown for 500. It was an absolute clinic as well. Those three elements make anything possible for this team. Anything.
Yeah, I mean, I with you. I don't know what the line's going to be against Kansas City. I don't know what the line's going to be against Baltimore, but I feel like they have a chance against anyone at this point. And quite frankly, I don't know that I really felt that way before Saturday. I know it's Reaction Monday. Sometimes there's overreaction. My biggest reaction is in a matter of 3 hours, really in a matter of an hour 45, if we're being honest. Like in a matter of an hour and a half, I completely changed the way I looked at this Texans team. And I already thought pretty fondly of this year's version of the Houston Texans. Mm-hmm. But my thoughts and my imagination about this team, it's increased significantly just based on what we saw against Cleveland. Could I interest you in a stat?
Of course.
Because this is pretty wild. And this is a C.J. Stroud statistic. So C.J. Stroud in his last 3 winner-go-home games, and I'm going back to Ohio State versus Georgia, and I'm including the Indy game, and I'm including this game on Saturday, or this scrimmage on Saturday, whatever the hell you want to call it. In his last 3 winner-go-home games. This is what C.J. Stroud has done combined. 59 of 81. That's 72.8%. 886 yards, 9 touchdowns, no interceptions. He's 2-1. They missed a game-winning field goal at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Let me say that again. 59 of 81, 886, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in his last 3 winner-go-home games.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
No.
That's absolutely ridiculous. And quite frankly, like I said, he could have thrown for 500 on that raggedy-ass defense on Saturday.
It was raggedy-ass.
No, it's a raggedy-ass defense.
Let me interest you in a stat against the blitz and that number 1 ranked raggedy-ass defense. 5 out of 5, 126 yards, touchdown, and a perfect passer rating. 5 blitzes. 5 blitzes versus the blitz, more than 5, but versus the blitz, 5 out of 5, 126 yards, touchdown, perfect quarterback rating. It's ridiculous. This guy's ridiculous. And that's why I can't say, oh boy, well, Baltimore, weather, Baltimore, Ravens, oh no, Chiefs.
No, I can't.
I can't.
No, I can't. And the other thing is, like, you talk about like team of destiny, like the Texans control what they can control, but this has a team of destiny feel. And let me explain this, because let me just tell the people down the street, you're not going to have to worry about not selling out games anymore. You're good. The fact that you had that playoff game on that stage and it went that way, start the new sellout streak right now. Right now, January 13th, 2024, start the sellout streak, because everybody wants to be a part of this thing and everybody's enjoying it. So that's what you can control.
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize, John, that this could have been one of the most miserable experiences possible had the team that you completely humiliated not taking care of business? And let me explain this. If the Tennessee Titans, the old Oilers, Amy Adams Stank's team, if they do not beat the Jacksonville Jaguars, you know what we're doing right now?
Yeah,
we're waiting for Buffalo. We're waiting 5 hours and 18 minutes so C.J. Stroud and Deo Ryans can go get frostbite. So we're basically preparing for a playoff game on Sunday, having to push it back, and now we're having to wait for Buffalo, and at 3:30 p.m. the Texans will take the field instead of being front and center in primetime.
Yeah.
That right there, I say all that because sometimes there's like team of destiny type of stuff, and there's like stuff that you can't control that goes your way.
All the breaks they're getting.
Like everything that they can control, they're controlling at a high level, and everything that they don't control is going their way. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if we're sitting here right now? Well, we were supposed to react to the Texans.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think it's minus 65 degrees right now in Buffalo. It's snowing, 3:30. We'll see what happens here.
Here's the thing. Except for the wind, the forecast in Buffalo today is not that much better. It is still going to snow. It is still going to be in the teens.
And we would have to be sitting
windy.
at the mercy of a blizzard.
Now, let me get back to your first point, and this is one of the confessions I have for later, but I think it's relevant here because you just brought it up. This is not a slight. Please don't consider it a slight. Landry, this is no longer an Astros city. That's over. It's not. This is a Texan city. You felt what I felt.
Yeah,
I was so happy that I was in the stands. Rather than
I think it's a winner
box.
city, and I think they have the biggest chance of winning.
Football is king, though, man.
Yeah,
like that energy was.
It was electric.
It was freaking electric.
I got out there early, man.
By the way, I've already apologized once. I want to apologize again.
2.
I listened to that over-fabricated, over-romanticized ass Cleveland news. There was maybe a pimple on the butt of the crowd presence of Orange.
Yeah.
There was the Browns fans. I don't know where they were at. I don't know if they knew something was going on. That was the most moderate presence of an opposing crowd that I've ever seen in a playoff game.
Look, man,
that's how it should be.
I thought I was being, fair, like saying, oh, the Texans are going to control the crowd, on Friday. It's probably be 75-25. It wasn't 25 Browns. It was 10, maybe 15 at the most. And you could tell because once the route was on, all the whoofs that you heard early in the game,
they were mockeries.
Those were Texans fans woofing.
Yeah.
Like those
they were barking.
Those were Texans fans barking and woofing. It's in the top 3. Yeah, Saturday is in the top 3 of the best games ever seen and heard in Houston history. Cowboys first game, the J.J. Watt game against the Bengals, and that one. And I think this one might be number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, they're in the rear view, man. D'Amico Ryans, there's a little debate going that I think we just need to I think we need to settle it right now. Mm-hmm. This is D'Amico Ryans talking about C.J. Stroud, and he says that C.J. Stroud is the reason for the season.
C.J. is the reason why we're in this position. He's special young man, special player, continues to shine no matter how big the moment is. Like, our whole team is leaning on him, and he has the shoulders to carry that weight, and he shows up week after week. He continues to improve week after week. No moment is too big for him. And when you have a young player who can shoulder the load of your team and the way the team is behind him, the confidence that he gives our entire team, it's so cool to watch, right? Because he's such a special player, and he has a special season, and we're looking forward to keep moving on.
Yeah. I mean, he says CJ's the reason. CJ says that D'Amico's the reason. Here's CJ Stroud talking about D'Amico.
I'm blessed enough to even have a leader like D'Amico who's open with his faith. You know, it's hard. Like, people hold you to a standard, and that's what we want as Christians. You know, we're holding our own crosses, and we're trying to be like Christ as much as possible. When we make mistakes, we're not perfect, you know, but at the same time, we know that with God, we can do all things through Christ that strengthens us. So just really blessed to be part of just a great group of God-fearing men.
All right, so they both say each other's the reason. I think we just need to settle it right now. And I'm gonna go to one of the biggest hip hop classics in the history of Houston. Get your mind correct, Paul Wall Commander. You knew I was going there, Figgy. You knew I was going there, Figgy. But this was Paul Wall in his opening verse talking about Chameleonaire.
Tell you the truth, Chameleonaire is better than me. His flip-flop shines a little bit wetter than me, but it don't matter, we're both on the same team. I'm thinking Throwed, and I know we think the same thing.
And then this is Chameleonaire in his verse.
Hold up, Paul, I'm impressed. I thought you was the best, but you just said I was the best, so it's a tie, I guess.
So let's just say it's a tie. Chameleonaire and D'Amico, it's a tie. You say he's the best, he says you're the best. Let's just say it's a tie, and let's just say we're lucky to have the perfect marriage of coach, quarterback, C.J. D'Amico.
The answer is yes when you come to who's the most important. But you want to get granular on it? You want to get into the nitty-gritty on it? C.J. It's C.J. There's no question. It's C.J.
I think it's D'Amico.
Look at that.
I think it's D'Amico.
Like I said, the fair answer is yes.
The fair answer is yes.
Yeah. But I think without that number 7, I mean, this guy is incredible. You know how long I've been at this business, man. I've seen them all.
Yeah.
I mean, in our lifetimes, in my lifetime, I've seen them all, man.
It's elite.
He's elite. As good as there's ever been.
It's crazy because I keep forgetting this dude is a rookie, man.
Yeah.
Every time somebody bring up, oh, he's a rookie, I'm like, ain't no rookie.
damn sure doesn't play like it. But they're both on the same team, so that's where we're at. Coming up, let's relive what went down on Saturday. The always entertaining, even more so today, John Lopez passing thoughts. Reaction Monday continues next.
AFC, Sports Radio 610. Not just the best sports talk in town, but the best looking guys in the game. And now we can prove it. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Shout out to all the people listening on the Odyssey app. Shout out to the people on YouTube. David says Houston versus everybody. Nah, save that. Everybody likes Houston right now. This is not Houston versus everybody, so save that for some other garbage. Like this is
people ain't rooting against us.
People are rooting for the Texans. They want to root for C.J. Stroud. They want to root for Deo Ryans. The Texans right now are a team where if you don't have a set in stone rooting interest, you're rooting for them. So take that Houston versus everybody and stick it where the sun don't shine. The more the merrier.
That's
get that out of here. That's garbage.
The Michigans of
love
the
you
world.
though, David.
Yeah.
Let's get that out of here. That sucks. Here's Andre Ware, and I got to tell you, we've had some fun with Andre about the Dameon Pierce thing, but my man, called his shot like Babe Ruth. We'll get to the John Lopez passing thoughts in a sec, but Andre in pregame said Joe Flacco's going to throw you 2 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
He said Joe Flacco's going to throw you 2, and I'll be damned. He did throw you 2 back to back. This was where I thought the game was done, because even before that, the Steven Nelson one that we're about to hear.
Mm-hmm.
They had converted a 2nd and 16, and they were down 10 points. And it looked like, perhaps they're going to make this interesting. But then Joe Flacco goes back. Joe Flacco gets pressured by Barnett. My God, that dude.
Pixie dust, baby.
I got to hear from him. I haven't heard him talk. I haven't heard him talk.
Maybe Thursday.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But this was Steven Nelson taking it to the house, and Andre Damas was on it.
Here's Flacco getting the snap. Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick 6. Yes! Steven Nelson.
Yes!
Take that, Cleveland.
He just threw it up for grabs. I said in the pregame he was going to give us 2. That's 1. We got 1 left.
Look at that. We got one left. Next
Double
possession.
down.
By the way, I thought it was also poetic justice that Brian Cushing hypes up the crowd. Brian Cushing, who we all remember him for the headbutt of the Cleveland Browns offensive lineman. Before that, he laid out an offensive lineman running back on an interception. Blake Cashman did the same thing.
Yep.
He laid out the offensive lineman. That dude sold it like Shawn Michaels selling a stone cold stunner, too. A little bit of a flop afterwards. But you heard Andre say the next one was coming. It came on the very next possession. Here's more from Andre Damas.
4th and 2, Cleveland from the Browns 33. Flacco in the gun. 1 back after motion. It's Hunt. Flacco to throw. Flacco. It's picked off. Here we go to the left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Christian Harris.
That's the second one. Welcome to Houston, Joe Flacco.
Oh, Lord.
Andre's in his bag, man.
That was awesome.
Andre's in his bag. We'll relive the best sounds a little later on, perhaps the 11 o'clock hour. But
might want to play the whole damn game at that point.
No kidding.
It is time, though, for John Lopez. Passing thoughts. Playoff edition.
Yeah, this was a fun one. Let me start with this one, which we really should maybe be the last one, but you could tell from the very start. The dark days are over when it comes to Texans fans. You alluded to it. I mean, they're over. The dark days are over. That was an enormous Houston crowd. It was so we've talked about how electric it was.
I was surprised how little orange there was.
Here's the thing, though. Full at kickoff.
Oh yeah,
it was full,
dude. I walked around the concourse before; it was urgent.
Yeah,
like it was not like a hey, let's chill. It was urgent. By the way, I felt bad for someone in that concourse, man. You want to talk about a costly fumble?
Oh, really?
My man fumbled 2 chicken tenders in his chicken tender.
Oh, that's
That's
$40 right there.
That's $45.
My man, and
he ripped up 220s.
My man fumbled 2 chicken tenders.
Yeah.
Oh man.
In the concourse.
We can talk all we want about the last time it was this loud or last time it was this electric. I cannot remember the last time it was full at kickoff. Full.
No.
That's one. Next.
By the way, the PA guy, shout out to him. He said he listened to the show.
Yeah.
You're getting to the point now where you can bring back the finish the last name. Maybe.
No. Don't bring back the old vibes, man. This is new vibes,
That's
man.
my next passing thought. About the intros. I still don't understand it. Because now what they're doing is they're saying the first name, they're pausing for the crowd to say the name, and then he's saying the last name.
You don't like it? I feel like it's back though, because I feel like we actually know who the guys are.
It doesn't hit though, man. It doesn't hit. It's a great idea if everybody knows everyone's name, but people are like, Michael Dieter? I mean, they're going, Dieter? Is that it? Duder? Dieter? Daughter? It just doesn't quite hit. You mentioned Brian Cushing. Several of these are from the pregame, which says something about the crowd, too. Perfect choice. Perfect choice to be the guy that heads the can in, gets the crowd, gets the mic, fires it up.
Oh, he should do it every game.
Yeah, it was perfect.
No, Cushing should do it every game.
And special shout-out to the video team. That was perfect as well. They showed the blood headbutting the dude from the Browns and all that stuff. One more on the intro. A lot of intro stuff here because it was that electric. CJ Stroud's intro is kind of tiptoeing its way into the Michael Jordan kind of intro. I could barely hear them say his name.
Why you got to ruin
this? No, that crowd was fired up.
Why are you ruining this?
I was in the stands.
We're trying to have a good time. Now it's like the Bulls thing?
No. After the last one, yes.
This effing guy.
Look, dude, I was in the stands, and they go,
What are we doing?
He says number 7, and the crowd was so loud already.
Are you ready?
I'm telling you. Anybody who was there in the stands with me, Landry, you happen to be in the press box for this one. I'm telling you, when they said number 7, you could barely hear the PA guy say C.J. Stroud.
Okay, let's just leave it at that.
You barely
bring in the Michael Jordan Bulls.
I said
now?
tiptoeing.
You're tiptoeing in your Jordans?
Yes, he was tiptoeing. Next passing thought. Joe Flacco tried to do the exact same thing. He came out throwing deep down the middle. They had an answer.
He had no time.
He had no time, and they had an answer.
Although they did respond twice early, Cleveland.
Well, I'll get to that too.
They responded twice.
I'll get to that too. Next passing thought. Tackling was 100%.
Dude, they were swarming.
Better.
That's what swarm is.
From the first
They
snap.
were all there. Like, even when there was a tackle, like you would have like Heinisch running in. They were there.
And no misses.
Yeah, they were there.
No
they
misses.
were swarming. That was swarming.
Yeah.
I know what it means now.
Yeah, next passing thought. Seeing Janice McNair in the press box, absolutely giddy.
John McClain went and said hey to her.
Dude, that just warmed the heart. I mean, they showed her like 2 or 3 times during the game. That just warmed the heart. And we mentioned this a little earlier, next passing thought. Derek Stingley shadowing Amari Cooper practically the entire game. I think maybe 2 snaps, 3, that Cooper was in the slot and he didn't shadow him. There's your shutdown corner, ladies and gentlemen. Like, Cooper had 4 catches for 49 yards, 1 when things were still in doubt. 1 catch against Derek Stingley. I thought the biggest play of the game, you said it might have been later with the pick. I thought the biggest play of the game was Brevin Jordan's 76-yard catch and run.
No, 100%. 100,000.
At that point, I thought it was over.
And it reminded me actually of, and I told him this in the locker room afterwards, Brevin Jordan. In a different way, it was a different situation, but it reminded me of the Tampa Bay game where Noah Brown had a 75-yard reception on the first play.
Yeah.
Where it kind of like it felt like they had all the momentum, and then you just kind of said, "Not so fast, my friends."
The Browns had just gone up 14-10, and I think I turned to Rick from Texas Star Grill Shop. He was sitting next to me.
Oh, look at you.
How about that?
Getting that plug in.
And I turned to him and I said,
Sean Pendergast like right there.
No, I'm just telling you.
Were you eating Fat Boy's Pizza?
I'm giving you an anecdote
on
here.
your break from soda?
By the way, I got there in my D&M auto leasing car. I drove my D&M auto leasing vehicle to the game.
Were you wearing a Soup Mart outfit?
But my trees did well last night.
Yeah, good for you.
In the storm,
Good for
thanks to
you.
ability.
Good for
They
you.
really did. I turned to him and I said, this is going to be a nail biter the whole way.
I thought it was a back and forth, man.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as it just seemed like Cleveland was responding every time they needed to.
But once Brevin Jordan did that, it wasn't the play of the game because they only went 17, the decisive points.
They never trailed
but
again.
It felt.
They never trailed again.
But
Cleveland
felt.
never scored. Cleveland
score
Cleveland scored 14 points with 12:30 remaining in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Never scored again.
Pixie dust. Derek
The
Barnett.
D'Amico dust? You talking about that D'Amico
Yeah,
dust?
the D'Amico pixie dust. Derek Barnett, sack, several big plays. Probably should have had another sack, but they gave it to somebody else.
Nobody's heard him talk.
We will. And Kurt Hinish had a sack. Those are the two guys I mentioned.
At the end.
Yeah.
That dude is just made for a football team.
He really is.
Kurt Hinish, fat, sloppy, mean.
I got a few more here.
Keep going.
All right. He may never be called elite. In fact, he probably won't.
Who, CJ?
This guy.
Just kidding. He already is.
Devin Singletary did everything he could have asked. Like,
I didn't want him in there.
5 yards
I didn't want
of
him
carry.
in there in this after the 2 pick sixes. I didn't even want him in there.
Let me get okay.
I wanted him and CJ holding their pads. By the way, you see how CJ does the shoulder pad hold in his picture.
The little hardo.
In his picture, his NBC, he's got the shoulder pad hold hardo.
Let me jump ahead then to another passing thought. Don't underestimate the importance of taking these guys out with 9:22 left.
No, you can't.
You can't underestimate that.
No, you can't.
Yeah, that was big. 9, and it was a little risky. A lot of coaches would not have. They would have waited another series. Here's one that me and my people probably noticed. At the 2-minute warning in the first half, they brought the mariachis out.
Dude, they get more pop than Stone Cold Steve Austin in WWF days. No, they're the most pop. They get the most pop of anyone. No, every time.
It was
every time.
unbelievable.
No, that mariachi, they get more pop than anyone.
Is it a coincidence that from that moment on, the Texans win on a 28-0 run?
I don't know.
28-0 run.
Maybe not.
The mariachis had that place going nuts. Here's one, not just for you, for anybody. It's indisputable now. Harris County.
For everybody.
Harris County, man. Harris County.
The Texans said it.
The Texans said it. Harris County.
Texans said it. Yeah. I'm not doing it, though. I don't have to. I think it sucks.
Okay, that's fine. Everybody
but
else,
it's good.
Everybody else loves it.
Yeah, they do.
I got a few more. I'm going to run through them here because we're
keep going. Right. Keep going.
I thought there was a reverse mojo in that game. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Reverse mojo?
There was a reverse an exorcism, if you will.
When Deshaun was on the camera?
There was an exorcism that was important to me.
You talking about when Deshaun was there?
Desmond King tackled Joe Flacco.
And then did a spin?
And did the Rosencopter.
Yeah. Oh.
He did the Rosencopter. He put an end to it. That was an exorcism.
Wow.
That was the
now
exorcism.
That isn't nobody's talking about right there.
Wow. It looked exactly like the Rosencopter.
Wow.
Nobody's talking about that.
That's elite right there.
Yeah.
That is elite.
Yeah, that was like, okay.
Wow.
That era is over.
Okay.
Yeah, that era is over.
Okay.
And
I'm
then,
sitting crisscross applesauce now.
And then 2 more here that we've already talked about, so I'll go through them quickly. The woofing by the Texans fans, next level.
The mocking.
Absolutely mocking. And then the last one, which we talked about, that's the loudest I've heard NRG since JJ's pick 6 and maybe ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
It was popping, man.
It was great.
It was awesome. And the Texans now, they don't know who they're going to play, so we'll give you the scenarios coming up. And also, we got to do this, man. We got to do this. We got to thank somebody that we all may hate, but they made all this possible. I can't imagine this being possible without them. Localizing it next.
The Texans got revenge.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, we got to thank the enemy. We got to thank the enemy because without them, I don't think this would be possible. With where the vibes are right now, with how people are talking about the Texans, with how people are feeling about the Texans, if the Tennessee Titans don't beat the Jags, then we are at the mercy right now of Buffalo. We are having to watch the Texans take on the Buffalo Bills at 3:30 after anticipating it being noon on Sunday. So got to say thank you. Thank you very much to the Stanky Ones team. Amy Adams Stank, her Tennessee Titans.
That's the first time you've said that.
Her Tennessee Titans, the old Oilers. You embarrassed them, and then they gave you the ultimate favor. Because I don't know, like right now, every game they have for a long time is going to be sold out now.
Mm-hmm.
The vibes are crazy. You can't go anywhere without seeing Texans gear. That's not possible if it hadn't been for the Stanky One and company, like the Tennessee Titans. Thank you very much.
You know, they needed that home game, man.
I was just going to say
they needed that one.
You know what the most important part of that whole thing is, because you're right, is it became more tangible because it was at home. Like you could feel it if you were there. If you were watching on TV, you had a sense of pride that was your city. Whereas if it was a road game and the Texans won, let's say, on Saturday, this city would still be nuts. But it wouldn't be like you couldn't reach out and touch it like you could. You know? You couldn't feel it in your bones like you could. So thank you, Amy Adams Strunk. Stank. You know how I feel about you.
Yes.
But thank you.
Just insane. So now here's the scenario for those of you that may be asking. The possibility of playing Buffalo in this round has been eliminated. That will not happen. You will not see the Buffalo Bills no matter what. If Pittsburgh pulls off the upset, then you're going to Kansas City. If Buffalo wins, you're going to Baltimore. So those are the two possibilities right now. Upset by the Steelers, you're going to Kansas City. Buffalo wins, you're going to Baltimore.
I really don't care where. And the weather is about the same in both. It'll be high.
It's a little worse in Kansas City.
A little bit worse. A little bit, but not like horrible as far as the early forecast. And as I said, and we said, at the very start, anything is possible with this team. It doesn't scare me. I will say this, and maybe this is reading a little bit too much into it. The schedule makers did the Texans a favor over either of the other teams. They don't even know where they're playing. Like they don't even, where the Texans know they're playing Saturday.
Yeah.
They can do their schedule. The NFL, coaches, players, everybody, they're creatures of habit, where they're kind of like,
I kind of feel like if, based on that it could be like almost an advantage to see Baltimore. It's not I don't know if it's an advantage that's like like a deal breaker or anything like that. But man, they've been sitting around for 2 weeks. They haven't played. They didn't have to play in week 18. They haven't played, and they're basically right now. They don't even know what are their coaches doing.
That's what I'm saying.
Like there's nothing to do. Yeah, like Kansas City's in the same routine as the Texans. They're in the same routine. Baltimore, I mean, you're sitting around. You've been sitting around for hours.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know what the hell's going on.
But they don't even know who they're playing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I realize the Texans don't either.
But on top of it, but Texans are in a rhythm.
And they've got the schedule set.
Yeah.
And they know, okay, we're off this day. We're working out these days. We're preparing. They have obviously scouting both teams, the Ravens and the Chiefs. The Chiefs are scouting both teams, but they're like, okay, what do we do here? It's a slight thing, but I think the Texans talk about breaks going the Texans' way, as they have all year long. It's a little bit of a break.
Yeah, and I feel like they have a chance against either one of them.
I do too. I absolutely do.
I didn't feel that way, say, 3 o'clock on Saturday. Like before I saw what I saw the other day, I didn't feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the way C.J. Stroud plays in winner-go-home games, the way that this team is vibing, just the entire team seems to be clicking at the right time. it would not surprise me if they went and pulled off an upset at this point. Would I bet on it? Probably not, but it would not surprise me at all.
Not at all. There is no way to say, well, they got no chance. Oh, well, this, like Kansas City could probably favor looking at the Texans. I think anything's possible. They're going to scout both.
They would definitely rather face the Texans than go to Buffalo.
And they probably feel as if they're going to play the Texans, even though they have to scout both teams. I think anything's possible today in Buffalo. The weather is pretty much the same with just slightly less wind.
But with all this poetic justice that you speak of, and you talked about how Desmond King kind of did the Rosencopter.
It was an exorcism.
Over Flacco. And you're looking at Deshaun Watson before the game, and then you're sending Deshaun Watson home on the sidelines. Like, of all the poetic justice, you smack around Tennessee, and then they give you a big favor. Like, doesn't it seem almost appropriate if they go to Kansas City and kind of exercise the demons of Bill O'Brien peeing his pants and being nervous and stuff? Doesn't it feel like if it is poetic justice that it would just make sense to go back to the scene of that crime?
As this season has gone, it would be the most logical place, right?
Yeah, it just seems like everything's just gone perfect.
Mm-hmm. It would be the most logical place, and as I mentioned, one of the things you do, you look at the long-term forecast. It's going to be cold, but not rainy, not a lot of ice in neither of those places, so I'm good with that. You can deal with that, just whatever. But I think Kansas City would be, and frankly, this is another one of my confessions I'll get to later. Kansas City looked like the old Kansas City in that game.
Did they?
On Saturday night?
You thought so?
Kelsey was doing his thing. Mahomes,
I felt like the Dolphins just didn't look prepared.
There was that. Mahomes was doing his thing. But that said, they still don't scare me. They'll be favored. They deserve to be favored. They've got a proven two-time Super Bowl winning quarterback. They got a great head coach. I'm not trying to hike my leg on the Chiefs. I'm saying they don't scare me.
Well, I don't think anyone should scare you at this point with this squad.
Yeah.
This is a squad that you feel comfortable going to battle with.
Mm-hmm.
And, we saw the swing. C.J. Stroud, that's a 45-point swing. You lose by 14, you win by 31.
I hadn't thought of it like
swing.
that.
That's what it was.
Because they would have just kept rolling with that offense.
The energy was just contagious. Let's hear from the man, C.J. Stroud. Or is he the man? C.J. or D'Amico? Let's get into that. And let's also hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's about to make you feel even better than you already do. Speaking of which, I feel good about my yard. I feel better than I ever have.
Multi-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
CJ Stroud, Deo Ryans, two guys who made this possible. D'Amico says CJ's the reason. CJ says D'Amico's the reason. Tomato, doesn't matter. They're both on the same squad, and they're both going to be on the same squad for a long, long time. You lean CJ, which is fine. I lean D'Amico, but I don't think it's possible with either one. I don't think all this is possible if it were just one of them.
Well, look, you can't downplay what D'Amico is on this team. I thought Saturday was the perfect example. Could not have been more.
That was Swarm.
You couldn't have been more prepared. Like everything. We keep talking about how they just slap them around. That was the best defense in the NFL, guys. That was Joe Flacco, a playoff guy that can playoff quarterback that can and pick up his game even more. And they just whacked them. I mean, they just embarrassed them. They fleeced them. They undressed them, both sides of the ball. So, D'Amico, you can't downplay that. It just comes back to, the whole question of who's the best quarterback in the NFL right now. C.J. Stroud is in the mix, and I wouldn't bat an eye if somebody said he was the hottest, the best right now. I wouldn't.
He's elite.
Yeah.
He's already elite. Yeah. I mean, right now with where we are, anything can happen, from year to year. Well, right now, C.J. Stroud's elite. And in his last 3 win-or-go-home games, I threw this stat out there. This is going back to Ohio State, Georgia, then the Colts game, and then this one. 59 of 81, 886, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. Only game he lost was because of a missed field goal.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. And here's the thing about that. Here's the craziest thing about that. They were underdogs in all those games.
Yeah.
His team was an underdog against Georgia. They were a small underdog against the Colts. And they were a small underdog against the Browns. And in all 3 of those games, he's been damn near perfect.
And the other part of this, and we're going to hear from CJ, but I think this is a significant part of it. The Texans, no NFL team is going to be completely transparent, nor should we expect them to be completely transparent. That's how the game is played. But this is about as transparent a team, about as candid a team as you will ever hear in the league. What are his teammates saying about him right now?
About CJ?
Yeah, what were they saying after the game? Brevin Jordan. Just go down the list.
He's the guy we're going to follow.
He is like the dude. Laramie Tunsil saw it early on in training camp and has not budged. And Laramie Tunsil has been saying all along about.
By the way, he had a good game too. That was a scary moment too. I mean, you just thought, okay, oh no, Laramie Tunsil's out. Oh, he's back. He set out a play. They just scored a 76-yard touchdown while he was out. And then he came back in.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah, that was all.
He was fine.
Well, let me add this while we're on this point. You talk about the impact that Deo Ryans has had in culture and players and preparing them and sort of emboldening them, giving them the confidence. That was about as good an offensive line performance as you will ever see, whether it's a bunch of backups that became starters or one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. In Week 16 against the Browns had 21 pressures and I believe 3 sacks. 8 pressures, 0 sacks Saturday. They were a dominant unit, again, against the best defense in the league. That says a lot about D'Amico.
You had the 2 pick sixes, all that, by the way.
Yeah.
2 of the biggest plays of the game, and we'll relive the best sounds coming up shortly here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. 2 of the biggest plays, I would say. Brevin Jordan and Christian Harris. Brevin Jordan, the 76-yard touchdown, and then Christian Harris, the pick 6. I was in the locker room. On their lockers, random request for drug tests from the NFL. I told Brevin Jordan, I said, and I went up to Harris too. I said, that's when you know you're making plays, brother. That's when you know you're making plays. He's like, yeah, it is. That's when you're making plays.
Get that random drug test.
Yeah.
Even the Christian Harris interception to me was
dude, he knew that was coming.
Was a credit.
That was that was preparation right there. He did not.
Thank you.
He basically, I mean, go back and look at it.
Yes.
He knew that was coming.
You're right on the same wavelength with what I was going to say. That was a testament to D'Amico. Because, he didn't hesitate.
No, he didn't move. He literally did not move. Watch the play. He literally sits there.
Yes.
And the only steps he takes is to pick it off.
Yes.
So I don't know if that's film study. I don't know if that's instincts. I don't know if it's a combination of the two.
It's definitely scouting.
He literally did not move.
It's definitely scouting.
He froze.
Yeah.
And then the only time he moved was to take that step, pick it off, and take it in the end zone.
So that's all talking D'Amico, right? And his defense and preparation and getting these guys.
The good thing is we don't have to choose.
We don't.
We can talk CJ, D'Amico. We don't have to choose because they're on the same team.
Yeah.
So that's the beauty of it, man.
It's a good argument to have, man.
And it's the two most important things you can effing have.
Yep.
Coach, quarterback. Let's hear from the quarterback, CJ Stroud. Here is CJ Stroud after the Texans beatdown of the Cleveland Browns.
It's a blessing, man. I can, like I always do, man, and more than ever, just thank God. Thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, man. It's been a blessing. It's been a heck of a year, and I thank God I can just go another week with my teammates. This is a dream come true as of how close we are as a team. We're really, really close. Offense, defense, special teams, we all men well together, and just have another week to go at it with my brothers. It's a blessing, So I'm super excited for this team and the city of Houston, and I'm just blessed to be in the position I am.
Past Michael Vick is the youngest quarterback to ever win an NFL playoff game. What does something like that mean to you?
It's cool, man. It's really cool. I put a lot of hard work in. My teammates do, and it's cool to see the fruits of your labor come to be true. So. I'm super blessed to be considered with a great name like Michael Vick, who was my favorite quarterback growing up. So I'm super blessed, and hopefully I can make it too.
When you woke up this morning, can you take me through your routine, what that was like for you to prepare for this?
Yeah.
What did you think as you're preparing for this?
Really the same thing I've always, since week one. I've gotten a pretty good routine on what I like to do pregame, and we got a little extra time off this morning to come into the stadium because we didn't play till 3:30. So I was just relaxing, just watching a movie, just chilling, going over my plays and going over some film, just really just crossing every T, dotting every I, just like I always do. So it was a really good ramp up. The crowd was already this is the first time I've seen our stadium kind of full pregame. Of course we were rocking the whole it was loud. That was probably the loudest I've heard a stadium in my life. But pregame is not a lot of people all the time, regular season, because we played so early. So now to finally an afternoon game to see the crowd, that helps us a lot, get the energy going. So we appreciate everybody coming out, but yeah, it was cool.
You won a home playoff game and blew out a team that was the top ranked defense.
It's cool, man. It shows you that whatever you put your mind to, you can accomplish, man. D'Amico's led this team with great confidence, and that confidence is rubbed off on everybody, and we're all holding each other to a certain standard. And like I said before, I'm really excited to be with my brothers again for another week, because who knows, next year it's not going to be the same team. So that's just kind of how the league goes. But we got another week to go prove ourselves right and try to win a game.
Omar.
Hey CJ, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Do you think you and this team are still improving?
You can always say there's things to work on, and we're going to look back and look at plays that we want back, of course, but that's kind of just how football goes, So we're playing our best ball as of right now these last 3 weeks, really. So that's really what you want.
Just real quick, what movie did you watch this morning?
What did I watch? I don't remember. I know I watched Fast Five last night. Oh man. Yeah, I just put it in background.
This is clearly probably the highest point of your season. What was the lowest point or the hardest point for you this rookie year?
I don't know. I don't really have that type of mindset to where I think about the lows anymore. Of course losing isn't fun, and but I feel like every loss that I've taken this year in this league, I can look back and know that I learned a lot from that. I'm still really young. I know you guys don't consider me a rookie, but I'm still learning a lot, and I'm learning on the fly. And I'm blessed enough to be with a group of guys that hold me to a standard, and I hold myself to an even higher standard. And I think the way we come in and work, that we really honestly forget about all the bad things, and of course want to get the problems fixed. But I couldn't point one out, man. I just think everything that all the losses and all the things that I've learned is really just teaching moments, you know. So I'm blessed enough to have those teaching moments and still be able to be playing right now. And yeah.
Can't believe
God bless.
God bless you too. I can't believe my man had to talk about his lowest point, man.
Why are you doing that?
I don't know.
Why are you
lowest
doing that?
point.
Yeah.
Someone else asked him, "Hey, it looked like you had John Mechie wide open on that touchdown to Dalton Schultz." Dude, that play wasn't supposed to go there. Did you see him throw across his body? There's a reason.
That play
wasn't supposed to go there. He's supposed to go in there. And he's like, everybody's a quarterback.
CJ
was like, everybody's a quarterback on Twitter.
He knew what was going on. He's like, yeah, sure, okay.
All right, buddy.
I saw that play, and Clint Stoerner was actually behind me, and I went straight up to him because it was right before halftime. I said, that right there, I would hire Bobby Slowick on that one play.
So let's get into this. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We got to have this conversation. I mean, we have to. So we've talked about D'Amico, CJ, tomato, doesn't matter. They're both on the same team.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last game we're going to see. Unless Pittsburgh wins 2 straight playoff games, that's the last game we're going to see Bobby Slowick call as offensive coordinator of the Texans, right?
I didn't think so, but now I do. Now I do.
You remember LeVar Ball, Big Baller brand with the 3 Bs?
Whatever happened to that?
The 3B shirt?
Yeah.
I think he has like a bunch of extras in the attic. He should pull those out. Bye-bye, Bobby.
Bye-bye, Bobby.
Bye-bye, Bobby. My Big Baller brand shirt is now bye-bye.
Your work here is not done yet.
It's a good problem to have, but that
was his going away party.
It was in his bag.
It was a clinic.
I mean, no, it's easy sometimes. Like when a quarterback plays good, you say, "Oh, look at Bobby Slowick. Look what he did." Nah, that was a perfect mix of CJ, Bobby, just perfection. And quite frankly, I don't want to say we knew it because we didn't anticipate it to be as easy as it was. And make no mistake about it. Dak Prescott threw for 400 yards yesterday. That was a raggedy-ass, mop-up duty, janitor-like performance. He was trash, and he threw for 400 yards. C.J. Stroud threw for about 250?
276.
274, 276. He could have thrown for 500.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, they let off the gas. They scored 2 touchdowns on defense. If he needed to throw for 500, he would have thrown for 500.
And that, like I said, that one play was the one that stood out. But remember last week?
I like the fake to Singletary after the first drive.
That's what I'm talking about.
But remember how confident Bobby Slowick was last week? That's what I was talking about.
Remember when he was talking about he likes to keep it pure progression to simplify it for C.J. Stroud. In other words, let's say you're going to your right. Boom, and then a little to your left, just go make it a pure progression, get the ball out of your hands. That play to Nico Collins was the exact opposite of that. Like, he went from over here, everybody going to the right, to a complete throwback to Nico Collins. He had Devin Singletary averaging 5 yards a carry despite just 13 carries, including a touchdown and a couple of big key plays.
An FU touchdown.
It was an FU touchdown. He had that beautiful play for Dalton Schultz that he set up. Like, I want to say 3 or 4 plays earlier. I mean, it was like that was a clinic that Bobby Slowick put on.
No, it was an absolute clinic.
Yeah.
I mean, it was total beast mode. It was impressive. And his press conference last week, and this got a lot of people gassed up in the locker room on YouTube. Dude, the guy looked confident. He's the one who said 4. We were trying to extend this to 4 games. 3 now, sir.
Yeah.
And he just you looked at him and it was like, this dude looks pretty damn confident. Like, what does he know? Does he know something that I don't know?
Well,
Apparently he did.
He did. Yeah.
Apparently he did.
And really, like, the offensive line is part of the equation too. Like, to be able to do what he's done, and I know Chris Strasser, we don't talk about him a lot.
The O-line coach.
I get all that. But to be able to dial up those plays with a makeshift line, and it's still a makeshift line. It's not the one that they thought they were going to have. I mean, Juice Scruggs was mauling fools. I mean, Scruggs had a great game.
Dude, he didn't allow pressure.
Yes, he had a great game. What year is he?
He's a rook.
That's right.
And he was also supposed to be a center. Oh, and he also missed the first 12 weeks of the season.
Yeah, so all of that combined means, like, if you're like visionary and forward thinking, you hire Bobby Slowick. You hire Bobby Slowick as a head coach.
Yeah, and then for hopefully D'Amico Ryans is like Kyle Shanahan, and I think and you just keep churning these assistants.
How's that Shanahan offense been going so far? Pretty dang good.
It's pretty good. Yeah, it's nice to have back.
Pretty dang good.
It's nice to have back, and everybody's just kind of feeling it right now. Nick Caserio, you see him gassed up?
Dude,
he almost broke my hand.
He almost tackled Devin Singletary in the tunnel.
Yeah, dude. The Nick Caserio, like the slap on the back, it hurts, dude. Like it hurts. But I was sitting by the locker room, so I decided to go down early because I wanted to avoid the silliness. I was actually in the elevator with Peter King, and Peter King was talking.
C.J. Stroud.
Oh, he was talking. Peter King was just saying all kinds of good stuff about Slowick. He's like, CJ's phenomenal, but those wide receivers, there wasn't anyone within 5 yards of them. That's Slowick game plan. Like he was going out on that. But I'm sitting by the locker room. Took some popcorn down there. I was just eating popcorn. Waiting.
I don't know if that was the right thing to do, but it's okay.
I had a bag of popcorn. So I was just chilling.
Hey, let's go to the locker room. Cool, I'll bring the popcorn.
Well, I mean, I threw it away. I had it eaten before they got there.
I know.
But I was eating my popcorn, and Nick Caserio, you know how they let the coaches down after the game? They're the first ones to go down the elevator. Nick Caserio's running out, and he's like, F them. And I'm just like sitting there like, this dude's wired up. He sees me, and he's jogging, and he puts his fist out, and I'm like, all right, I got to dab Caserio up, I guess, because it's just like, whatever. Dude, he punched the hell out of my wrist, bone on bone. I was like, damn, man. Maybe he's taking out his aggression. You know what? You can take out your aggression.
Yeah.
We've been critical of you at times.
I've been looking for you.
I hate it. How's that for a Silicon Valley reference, you big P word? But hey, he was wired up, and he deserves it, man.
In the tunnel, he was knocking down dudes.
Because
congratulating him.
The other thing about this is that, like, in our business, like, we talk, so we're very reactionary. You try to bring as much information, nuance as you can, but we're very reactionary, and we always like to talk about. And we started this segment off like talking about the reason why.
Yeah.
Like why this, like who's the main reason, all that type of stuff. Yeah, you know, power rankings, all that crap. Like we talk CJ, we talk D'Amico. I mean, you can go back to the draft that Caserio had. You can talk about the in-season additions that he's added that this is not possible with. Like just every layer that you need in order to put a good football team out there and put a team that people can be proud of. Like they cover every area of it. Off-season signings, free agents, like they signed Singletary, they signed Schultz to the one-year deals.
Yep.
Derek Barnett's out there making plays. He wasn't even on the roster at the beginning. Will Anderson's out there gutting it up. Jonathan Grenard, you came in, you developed him. Christian Harrod, like every single element that you can have. Nico Collins is having the best year of his career. He's like everything is there. Everything's, man, that dude.
Yeah.
He's crazy. He's nuts, man.
Just so you know, he's crazy.
I mean, we've talked to him, and he's like, he's real like laid back.
Yeah.
But on a football field, he's a psycho.
Yeah.
He is an absolute psycho.
Yeah. Did you mention Steven Nelson?
Hey, Steven Nelson.
He could have easily said, bleep that guy. I'm not signing
and
him.
I think Caserio deserves credit for that.
Yes.
The silliness that was
the vest and all that
with Steven
stuff.
Nelson, the vest, the drama, all that. Caserio handled it, got him in. Steven Nelson's been consistent, and he's been available throughout the year. And I'll tell you this, he's been hurt. That dude has been playing hurt. And I thought it was good to see Steven Nelson. And we'll hear the call on that. You don't want to miss that when we go through the best sounds coming up. But I thought it was nice to see, because you talk about guts and glory, I thought it was nice to see Steven Nelson's guts get rewarded with some glory and him find the end zone.
For sure.
I was happy about that.
For sure.
It's just a good vibe right now. And the biggest takeaway for me is I went into Saturday thinking maybe they have a chance to win a playoff game. And I left that stadium saying maybe they have a chance to go further than they've ever gone in their entire history.
It's almost like you don't want to believe it because you've been beaten down or had bad luck ultimately for 20-whatever years. I'm telling you, believe it. It is the perfect group at the top. And you've got the perfect quarterback to lead this team. You've got a coach that helps these guys play beyond their means, so to speak. We're not used to that, but get used to it.
Coming up, I want you people, and I do mean you people, to be honest. What was the moment where you knew the Texans were going to win on Saturday? What was the moment? We'll go through the best sounds. And a local legend, my God, he not only called his shot, he called it twice. Reaction Monday continues next.
The Texans got revenge on The Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
When did you know? I'm asking you people, and I do mean you people. Shout out to the Loopholes if you listen. You are one, YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey app, all that. When did you know the Texans were going to win? Because I would say, I didn't hear too many people saying that this was going to be a beatdown, this was going to be a thumping, this was going to be an assing. I'll give you credit for that, Ken Carmen. I've said it a few times. Try to have an idea, though, on a playoff week, though. But yeah, but congratulations on the term
still
assing.
On that, huh?
Yeah. Moving on.
What's the straw man saying today?
But when did you know the Texans were going to win the game?
I thought the biggest play was Brevin Jordan's 76-yard touchdown. I knew when Steven Nelson picked the ball.
I would agree because even like after the Brevin Jordan touchdown, up to that point, every time the Texans took the lead, Cleveland had immediately responded.
I said it earlier. I thought this was going to be like a nail-biter to the very end.
Texans took the 3-0 lead, and then they started off with like the 40-yard play to Njoku, and they capped it off with a Kareem Hunt touchdown. Then the Texans took the 10-7 lead on the touchdown to Nico Collins, where Bobby went in his bag. And then Cleveland immediately responded. They threw it to the honky tight end, and he had 40-plus yards on it. He's faster than he looks. That's for damn sure. I didn't know he had that in him. And then the Texans responded on the first play with Brevin Jordan. But I'm with you because even before the Nelson interception, the Texans were up 10.
Yeah.
And the Browns had converted that 2nd and 16 where the receiver kind of found the zone and just went right across the middle. So I'm with you. I think the Steven Nelson was when you knew. The Christian Harris was when you were just partying.
Yeah.
The Christian Harris, that's a wrap.
Christian Harris was when the marvel
Vince Carter is over.
Yeah, like
at that moment.
Like the marvel of it all kind of started with the Christian Harris. That's when I was just thinking to myself, damn. like, damn. Biggest play, Brevin Jordan. Decisive play was Steven Nelson. And the play that just made me go, damn, was
that Brevin Jordan
Christian
play.
Harris.
I knew the Browns defense was in trouble, man.
Yes.
At that point, I'm like, oh, they ain't stopping CJ.
No. And how about the Texans defense adjustments? Like
Stingley. I told you, like, because we talked about this last week, and it was like after the first Browns game, it was like okay, D'Amico Ryan said that's not what we do when asked why Stingley's not following around Amari Cooper. I was like, I hope that there's like some sort of adjustment in the playoffs to where he's at least open-minded and considering that.
Correct.
I'll be damned. He is. The days of stubbornness appear to be gone.
I don't even know if it was stubbornness as much as.
I feel like he was just lying, man.
He was just kind of playing us. He
said that to the media.
Yeah.
He went to Stingley and said, hey, you going everywhere that man go.
So Kareem Hunt gave the Browns a 14-10 lead. From that moment, the Browns went punt, pick six. Think about that. Like I said earlier, I turned to the guy next to me. I'm like, this is going to be one of those. Going to be tight all the way through. Then it went punt, pick six. That's D'Amico. That's Matt Burke. That's everything, with this defense. Like, the Browns were lost after that. Completely lost. Yeah.
But Mark Vandermeer was not lost, and neither was Andre Damas. Andre Ware. This was the Bobby Bag. This was the start and finish of what I call the Bobby Bag drive, where the Texans were down 7-3. Here's the first play of the drive to Devin Singletary. Keep in mind, this is a pitch to the right.
First down, Hutchinson in motion to the left. They pitch the ball to Singletary. Has room, 30, 35, 40. Dragging a man across the 45, breaks the tackle, 50. And down at the 46-yard line of Cleveland. What a run. Motor into Cleveland territory.
Just a mere mention of Pierce. He must have heard me.
Was Andre on Pierce again?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that pitch to the right started the drive. A fake pitch to the right and a throwback to Nico Collins ended the drive. And Andre Damas, you'll find out why he's being called that in a second. He had the perfect analysis of the Bobby Bag drive that gave the Texans a 10-7 lead.
At the Browns 15, Stroud under center, fakes the toss, now throws it back to the left, has Collins. 10, 5, to the corner, he's in! Touchdown, Houston! The Texans take the lead.
Just like that. Excellent play call by Bobby Slowick. You got Cleveland being overly aggressive in pursuing. They use it against them, go the other way, and who better to give it to than your number one big, strong, 6'4", 215-pound receiver in Nico Collins.
Yep. And Bobby was in his bag. However, the Browns responded with a touchdown of their own. Kareem Hunt's second touchdown of the game. But the Texans, with Laramie Tunsil, by the way, on the sidelines, he was in the medical tent for this play. So George Fant goes to left tackle. Charlie, what the heck are you still doing here? Goes to right tackle. And Brevin Jordan, he goes back to his playing days when he used to be a running back.
Stroud under center, a little drop back and a pass to Brevin Jordan, right side across the 35, cuts inside 40, 50, the 40, right sideline. He's going to go all the way. Brevin Jordan to the end zone.
No flags, touchdown.
My goodness, the Texans go 76 yards in one play to retake the lead on Cleveland.
Give me a redo, partner. I missed you the first time on that high five. Brevin Jordan just pulled away from somebody. It looked like Usain Bolt down the sideline.
Wow. Okay, Usain Bolt.
Hey, I don't know about that. He was picking them up and putting them down, man.
Yeah.
He was.
Andre was in his bag, man. He was doing his
Missed
thing.
that high five.
So I talked to Brevin Jordan after the game, and this is when you know you're making plays. He got selected for the random drug test. Same one that C.D. Lamb got randomly selected for after he had 200 yards on Sunday Night Football against the Lions. On his locker, Brevin Jordan, always jittery, man. Always jittery, always wired up. He got selected for the random drug test. Here is a little one-on-one, little quick discussion with your boy in Brevin Jordan.
How do you spend the next 2 days? Because usually when we talk to you after the game, you're like, I want to play again now.
Yeah, I want to play right now.
Yeah, how do you relax? Because you're not going to know who you're going to play till Monday. What does Brevin Jordan do?
I'm about to go home, eat some food. My girlfriend probably making something good for me and watch the games. I'm about to just chill, man, watch this film. But I'm about to just kick it, man. But like you said, I'm ready to go play right now. I'm so juiced up right now.
Were you worried about getting scooted down?
Yes. That's why I started. I feel like I got my knees up so much faster. Nah, stepping out wasn't a problem. I was afraid somebody was going to catch me because I felt somebody on my hip, bro, and I just got my knees up. That's all it was.
I don't want to get too much of the business, but you made a good play. I think you got the random drug test selection.
That's crazy.
That's a
crazy.
good sign, right?
It has to be a good sign.
Drug
has to be a good sign.
No doubt. Appreciate it.
Christian Harris got the same one, by the way.
Oh,
he also happened to make a good play.
Go figure.
Roger Goodell was there, so he probably.
He got
Who is this guy?
Jerry Hughes got it too. Maybe like recovery thing or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
you're trying to recover. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's when you know you're making plays. Speaking of plays, Brevin Jordan, that's one tight end making plays. How about another at the end of the first half? You called this the Bobby's bag play?
Yeah.
To the right, then to the left like Beyonce.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Dalton Schultz. By the way, I thought he was going to drop this. He had a big drop.
He had a huge drop.
Yeah, and he kind of shuffled it a little bit.
The first one made me a little nervous. I was like, ooh, no, that was a field goal, right?
It could have been a field goal, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have, because he had some running room.
Yeah.
Probably would have got in there. He did not drop this one, though.
CJ fakes the give, steps out to his right. He's got a lot of time, and he throws deep, and he wants Dalton Schultz. Has him! Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston!
What a play design. You don't roll a guy one way and then have him throw back across the field. It goes against everything you're thinking about, unless he can set his feet. Schultz makes up for the drop and some.
Yes, he does. And the Texans, they go into halftime with a 10-point lead. Kind of interesting that Cleveland decided not to – it didn't seem like they were even thinking about a field goal. It's almost like they just said, hey, we'll keep it within 10.
Yeah.
It'll be cool. We got a good defense, all that. Well, too bad your offense wasn't worth a damn. This was where we both said that we knew the game was over. Browns had just converted a 2nd and 16. Andre Ware said in pregame, Flacco's going to throw 2 picks. Here's numero uno. and it went back the other way for 6 points.
Here's Flacco getting the snap. Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick, 6, Steven Nelson.
Yes!
Take that, Cleveland.
He just threw it up for grabs. I said in the pregame he was going to give us 2. That's 1. We got 1 left.
That's 1.
All right, that's 1. Well, didn't have to wait long for number 2. Harris County, stand up.
4th and 2, Cleveland from the Browns 33. Flacco in the gun, 1 back after motion. It's Hunt. Flacco to throw. Flacco, it's picked off. Here we go to the left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Christian Harris.
That's the second one. Welcome to Houston, Joe Flacco.
Oh, man, Andre was feeling it.
He was. Yeah. And here's the bow on the Saturday playoff show. Here's Mark Vandermeer with that always sweet victory final call.
Takes a knee, and that's it. Domination to the divisional round. The Houston Texans take apart Cleveland 45-14 as the sensational season continues. The greatest playoff performance in Texans history just took place before our eyes. And now it's on to the next round.
That's the other thing we haven't even mentioned yet. The most points ever scored in a playoff game. The 3rd most points scored by the Texans ever in their existence. Think about that one.
And they could have scored more.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have scored more. They took their foot off the gas. Mm-hmm. It was a beatdown. It was thumping. But what's next? We won't know for a few hours. Let's talk about that. And also, so you said you wanted to leave town because you wanted to win, huh? How's that treating you, buddy? Mm-hmm. The hits are lit next.
I am so glad I got through the holidays and I was able.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, you wanted out, you wanted to win. How's that treating you? The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
One thing we know the Texans won. We know they'll be playing Saturday at 3:30. This is what it sounded like. Final call from the great Mark Vandermeer.
Takes a knee, and that's it. Domination to the divisional round. The Houston Texans take apart Cleveland 45-14 as the sensational season continues. The greatest playoff performance in Texans history just took place before our eyes. And now it's on to the next round.
Now, who will it be? We will know at about 6:30-ish. Steelers and Bills, they're going to play, I think. I mean, I don't know what's up with that.
It's still not great.
Stadium. It's not great.
Yeah.
Or are they going to move the game?
I don't know. It's a disgrace that they're going to build another stadium that doesn't have an indoor option.
Yeah.
If you want to be idiots and open it when it's -5 and snowing, cool, but cover the field until game time. So we don't have volunteers out there shoveling snow. You guys look like morons. That's not football.
That's what they're
weather.
doing right now.
That's not football weather.
Yeah.
I'm sick of that. This is football weather. Dude, the Ice Bowl, that game sucked.
That was awful.
The main highlight is a QB sneak.
Mm-hmm.
That's how crappy that game was. So don't give me this like, well, what about these great moments in NFL? Dude, it was a QB sneak.
And to be honest, like maybe
That's
I'm just a
trash.
wussy, but football weather to me is like 60 degrees, 55 degrees.
Look, it's a joke.
It ain't 55 below.
Quite honestly, it's so sickening that they're going to build a stadium without an indoor option in Buffalo. This is an every year thing. I want to schedule Buffalo in September and open the roof when it's 110.
Yeah.
Why is it that there's extreme weather? You can die in the cold, you can die in the heat. Why is it that all the teams that have extreme heat, they at least respect the fact that there's extreme weather, so they have an option to where you don't play in that extreme weather? These morons are playing in -5 with 60-degree winds.
Couldn't agree
It's a
more.
joke.
All that said, could work in the Texans' favor.
Could work in the Texans' favor. Chiefs versus Baltimore. Those are the two possibilities. If the Steelers pull the upset, then the Texans will go to Kansas City and take on the Chiefs. If the Bills win, then the Texans will go to Baltimore and take on the Ravens. Those are the two possibilities. We'll know officially probably in about 7 hours.
And I think it's a slight, maybe not significant, but it's something sort of favor that the schedule makers have done for the Texans. The Chiefs and Ravens don't even know who they're playing. The Texans don't, but they have their schedule set.
Is it the schedule makers or just the weather?
Well, they had to adjust the schedule.
Yeah.
And yes, so you can say the Texans don't know either. The Texans are fat and happy right now, man.
No, they're not.
I'm talking about. I'm saying they're comfortable.
The hell are you saying?
They're comfortable.
They're what?
They're not content. I'm saying
you just said they're fat and happy. That means content.
They are in a good spot.
Listen to this guy.
They are.
You're just raining on our parade.
They are comfortable.
They didn't come this far to go this far. You don't listen to D'Amico, do you?
A lot of those signs in the stadium, by the way, which was really cool.
Yeah, I saw. But Debbie the Texan had it.
No, there are a lot of them.
Yeah.
She just gets those camera time. I wonder why. And the biggest thing is,
what the hell's wrong with you today?
The biggest thing is, they are in an advantage right now. The Texans. They have their schedule. They know they're scouting. They're scouting both teams. The Chiefs and the Ravens right now are like, what day are we playing on?
That is true.
What day are we playing on?
That's a good point, John. C.J. Stroud. He thinks the Texans have a chance. Here's C.J. Stroud, quarterback.
People can talk. That's all they can do. You know, they can just talk and watch. We're the ones out there to play. We're the other ones making plays, and it's cool just to see. You know, just like we at Ohio State, we used to call it Woody versus the world. Like here, I think we should call it like NRG versus the world. You know, or Houston versus the world. So it's cool just to be able to be playing at a high level right now, and it's not about what people say. In the playoffs, it's 0-0. Everybody's at a clean slate.
Whatever gets you going, but it's not Houston versus the world. The world wants Houston to win.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. That's dead. Like
the
Astros are the cheaters. Everybody with a non-rooting interest is rooting against the
Michigan.
Astros. Everybody's rooting for Houston. Embrace the love.
Yeah,
it's not a rally cry. It's not F everyone. Everybody, like even in Cleveland, I don't think that they're just sitting there rooting against the Texans now.
No,
there's
I think
the
they're
CJ
rooting for
factor,
the
there's all
Texans.
that. Like
Yeah.
everyone. My Cowboy fan friend, Cody Cook, and this is how big of a Cowboy fan he is. I was with him when his dad died. We went to the hospital. After about 8 hours, the Cowboys played. And he decided, I've been at the hospital, so I'm going to come hang out with you.
Look at the time.
No, I came because you're in the hospital for so long. You got to come through. And it was when Tony Romo botched the snap.
The Seattle
game. And he looks up in the sky. His dad died earlier that day. And he goes, "Thanks a lot, God. That makes me a believer."
Oh, God.
Man, they haven't even buried his dad yet.
And he texted me yesterday, and he's like, "Man, I'm so jealous of y'all. Y'all got a quarterback. He's awesome. He has charisma. You got a coach, and you have a guy who puts God first. He likes the God element. He puts God first. Ironically, after that story, but yeah. That the Cowboy fans are rooting for the Texans, like
Browns fans, Cowboys fans, every fan. It's
everybody.
It's
not Houston versus the world. That's not
do whatever it takes to get yourself motivated.
But that's not it.
But it's not true.
It's not it.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud is very popular. People like your squad.
By the way, they don't know what day they're playing, and the Texans don't know who they're playing. But we know Joe Buck and Troy Aikman are going to be on the call.
Oh yeah.
It's 3:30.
Saturday, 3:30.
3:30. It's
for that.
Joe Buck and Troy.
Shout out to Pam Oliver too.
Well, yeah. What's wrong with Pam Oliver?
Nothing. She's on the call too.
Yeah. Okay.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm just saying.
You're the one firing shots.
I'm not.
You're the one firing shots. John Harbaugh could be the Texans' opponent. He was asked about his scouting. Man, he's got jokes.
It's going to be interesting in Kansas City. It's going to be very interesting. We've got some scouts whose flights have been canceled going out there. We're trying to get out there to scout the game, which is legal in pro football, by the way.
His brother, by the way, that was a reference to his brother. He's interviewing with the L.A. Chargers today.
It was yes, he is. It was funny, but I think he was just trying to hey, in case any of y'all think this is illegal.
He's funny.
Yeah, it was good.
He's a good dude. Kansas City. It's a different Chiefs team than we're used to. The offense is okay. It's not great. They still got arguably the best quarterback in the league in Patrick Mahomes, but the defense is elite. But you got to watch the way you say it. This was Chris Rose and Maurice Jones-Drew. Pause like a mofo.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they can ride the D? The defense? Okay. Listen.
That was a page out of your book.
NFL wildcard weekend. So the Texans started off with a 45-14 point dub over the Browns. Dolphins just embarrassed themselves in Kansas City. They fall 26-7. They haven't won a playoff game, by the way, in 23 years. 24 now, since 2000. The Rams fall to the Lions 24-23, had the missed extra point. I know that C.J. Stroud's going to win the Rookie of the Year, but that Puka, he's pretty nice.
He's legit, man.
He's nice. Yeah. Rookie record in a playoff game, 9 catches for 181 yards. Packers all over the Cowboys. This is kind of a misleading score, 48-32. Green Bay, it was FU from the jump. Mm-hmm. I mean, they were justified. They got rid of Mike McCarthy so they could bring in Matt LaFleur. Here's how they start the game.
Yeah.
Call it in the air. Heads. All right, Green Bay wins the toss. We want the ball.
Yeah.
And what did they do?
Go down the field.
They went down the field and scored in 7 minutes. They were up 27-7 at half. Dak Prescott had thrown 2 interceptions. Should have been 3 in the end zone. Green Bay all over the Cows.
Humiliating.
That was a beatdown.
Humiliating.
Dak Prescott, 400 passing yards. How about put you a janitor outfit on with that mop-up duty?
How about Jerry Jones? I haven't thought about it yet.
Okay.
What you were thinking about in the first quarter?
McCarthy's gone.
Yeah.
If you bring back McCarthy, you just don't want to win.
Yeah.
Steelers Bills tonight, so we get a doubleheader today.
Yeah.
Steelers Bills today at 3:30. Then we got the Eagles versus Tampa Bay. Speaking of those Cowboys, once upon a time there was a POS, person of service by the name of Jack Easterby. That POS got run out of town eventually, thank God. And one of his disciples, one of his Kool-Aid sippers, shout out to Jim Jones.
Wow.
Brandon Cooks was really upset that Jack Easterby left to the point where he demanded a trade afterwards. This was the original Brandon Cooks hissy fits after his leader, his disciple, the POS person of service, Jack Easterby left.
What are your thoughts on the keep that internal. You know, with all due respect, I'm not going to talk about that right now in the media.
You tweeted about it, bro.
If they trade you, how would that?
I'm not, like I said, I'm worried about it's internal. So that's.
You tweeted about it, bro.
I'm not worried
it's
about
internal.
If what's hands. It is what it is.
In the past, you said you didn't want to be traded. So has that changed?
Like I said, I'm not really talking about that right now. So.
All right, he didn't want to talk about it, but at the end of the season, he did. And what did Brandon Cooks say? He said, I just want to win. Here was Brandon Cooks, who, by the way, how's that treating you, buddy? Mm-hmm. Here's Brandon Cooks talking about he wants to win, and the Texans have won a playoff game. The Cowboys have gone fishing. Take it away, POS disciple.
You know, rebuild, like I said, that window of where your gifts are at its peak only lasts for so long. So for me, I'm not looking at it as far as, being a part of a rebuild. However that looks, that's where I trust my camp and my representation to be able to get a map from here and, to there to see what that looks like, to be a part of something that's a trusted plan. But I'm not going into this offseason thinking like I want to be a part of another rebuild like that.
What changed for you since November 1st? You went through a tumultuous time, stepped away from the team for a little bit. How did you get your mind right after that?
I don't know about you step away from the team. If you're talking about the game that I didn't play, as Coach alluded to, when you don't practice, you don't play. But at the end of the day, I'm human. I'm imperfect, and my faith is always going to be there. But that's why you got God to be able to overcome some of those moments. But I'm in a great spot now, and that's all that matters. I'm not going to get back into the past or what happened before. I'm living in the moment. It's 2023, and I look forward to what's ahead.
What does the future look like for Brandon Cooks?
I don't know. Proverbs 3:5-6. There you go.
So he wanted to leave because he wanted to win, he said. How'd that work out? This is one of the blessings in disguise. Like, we can talk about the C.J. Stroud blessing in disguise. If Brandon Cooks hangs around, first of all, I think there's a feel of I think he's fake. I'll be honest, I think he's fake.
Yeah.
You're going to go out and tweet and then say I'm going to leave it internal. That's naturally fake. And I think he has he follows Easterby. Let's just be serious. He's fake.
Players don't get that upset when the head coach is fired.
But if he's gone or if he stays, do they draft Tank Dell? Does Nico Collins develop like he has? Mm-hmm. And is there just this overall feel? Because, he gets traded all the time.
Like Robert Woods knows his role and embraces it.
Yeah.
Brandon Cooks would not have done that.
Yeah, and I don't know that you're as good. So
Probably wouldn't even have Robert Woods, to be honest.
That's what I'm saying. Brandon Cooks would have been that guy, and he would have wanted the ball, wanted to be the number one, all this other. Woods says, whatever, dude. Whatever. I want to do what I can. And here's the ultimate irony.
Yeah.
He didn't want to be a part of a rebuild.
Yeah.
The rebuild is still going in the playoffs. And he's not.
What rebuild?
And he's not. The rebuild is still alive in the playoffs.
He talking about.
Yeah.
And he's not.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
That's another one of those.
Yeah. It's interesting. So shout out to Brandon Cooks. You wanted to win. How's that treating you, sir?
Yeah.
Texans win. Cowboys lose. Coming up, let's hear from D'Amico. I'm excited for this one. This is kind of awkward, though.
How so?
It's exciting, but it's a Monday press conference where you don't know who the hell you're playing.
Yeah.
You know when you're playing. You don't know who the hell you're playing.
What they gonna ask him?
They better ask him about the Browns game and all that. I don't know. We'll find out very shortly. D'Amico Ryans live next.
AFC, you. Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition. Presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Where my coach at? Deo Ryans about to meet with the media types. You know who I was happy for Deo Ryans for a number of reasons. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. First of all, the obvious. Like, he's Deo Ryans. You want the Texans to win, all that.
Yeah.
Man, I talked about how blessed the Texans were to host Cleveland instead of being at the mercy of Buffalo, who's going to kick off in the next few hours.
Yeah.
I don't think D'Amico's voice would have made it in Buffalo. Like, I think his voice would have been, even if they had won, I think he would not be able to talk the rest of the season.
And maybe, that like whose would have, basically. Like, that was brutal.
Yeah.
It's still brutal.
It played out perfect, and I think I think you brought up the the overall poetic justice of everything. Yeah, the Rosencopter.
There was an exorcism at NRG Field. You may not have noticed it, but the exorcism was otherwise kind of innocuous tackle. Desmond King on Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
Did the little loop-de-loop, very reminiscent of the Rosencopter. I think that was the exorcism. It put an end to it. And put an end to it. And the dark days are over.
There were other elements too, to where I think the dark days are over as well, and they were on display because I remember sitting in the stands, and you could just kind of feel the excitement of Brian Cushing, where people wanted those old moments.
Mm-hmm.
When Steven Nelson had the pick six, remember when Cushing laid out the Browns offensive lineman and then headbutted him?
Yeah.
Blake Cashman did the same thing to the offensive lineman. He did the exact same thing. So I thought there was some poetic justice there. And then I remember sitting in the press box because I got there early. I remember sitting in the press box, and I'm looking down on the field. I see Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm looking up at the scoreboard, and I see Jeff Driscoll's one of the inactives. So it's like it was almost like, wow, holy crap. Like, This is really behind us now.
When you talk
and then
about,
they played, and it became even more.
Well, when you talk about how fast things have changed, I'm just being completely honest. Maybe after the game I thought about this a little bit. I didn't think about Deshaun Watson at all. I gave two flips about anything.
No.
I mean, he was just a non-factor.
Yeah, he wasn't really a story.
Yeah, it was nothing. It was nothing to me
at all.
Yeah.
I do. We'll hear from Deo Ryans in a second. I just think every element of team building is on display, from in-season acquisitions to one-year contracts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Texans scored 2 touchdowns with guys that they signed on one-year deals, Singletary and Schultz.
Yep.
And they're going to continue to do that. They're going to churn this roster, and the quality of players is going to just increase.
And one with Steven Nelson.
And then you had Steven Nelson, who they made up with, a guy that they brought in last year. Christian Harris, a guy they drafted, and he's developing.
Mm-hmm.
And then Nico Collins, who's in the 3rd year of his career, and Nico Collins is developing. So there was every element. And, oh, by the way, the guy throwing it to him is a rookie, and he might be the most important of all of them. Like, every element is there. And, oh, by the way, the game plan by the coach was good, too. Oh, and by the way, the offensive coordinator, they're talking about him potentially being a head coach. Everything that you need this time of the year was on display.
Yeah, all those things were factors, but the two biggest ones for me that the dark days are over was, we just mentioned it, that Desmond King exercising the Rosencopter, and then the start of the game. I looked around, that place was full, and it was full with Texans fans. I actually overestimated the presence of Browns fans.
I did too. And they had like a video, I think Hayden Grove or whatever, I think that's his name.
That was the one tailgate where they all were.
That had to have been all of them. And I don't even know if all those people went in the stadium.
That's true. That's what Figgy was saying. But it was 10, maybe 15% at the most.
No way it was 15%.
Yeah, it was like,
there's
like
no
10%.
It was 15%.
So that's kind of like,
it was the pup pound.
That's another indicator, like, the dark days are over.
That was the
It's
pup
full.
pound.
It's Texans fans, and it's all Texans fans.
Let's hear from Deo Ryans, head coach of your Houston Texans, here on Reaction Monday. Texans awaiting their opponents. Looking ahead, they've gone as far as they have in franchise history right now. Deo Ryans, you getting greedy, sir?
I think can't say there's one thing that our team, one quality that our team has is that word, is team, right? It doesn't matter who makes the play. It doesn't matter when they make the play, but it's everybody just being brought in, everybody playing for each other. And that's the biggest thing I think that garner success, it's like nobody's worried about who gets the honors, who gets the accolades. It's truly everybody cares about just winning, and that's what matters most. It takes growth throughout the year. It takes ups and downs. It takes failure. It takes just a lot of learning lessons throughout the entire year, truly to grow, to make you tighter. You think you learn best in those tough moments, right? You see who guys are, where's your true character when things get tough, when everything isn't going well. Like, how do guys respond? And we've seen that, seen how everybody responded through those tough times that we had, throughout some tough losses, right? But everybody continued to stick together. Everybody continued to work, and that's the reason why we're in the position we're in now.
Coach, when you look at CJ and how he's CJ and his growth, continual growth, even in the home stretch of the season, what have you seen from in recent weeks as he continues to?
CJ's been the same throughout the year. I've always spoke about his growth throughout the year. I mean, from day one to where we are now, but he's been consistent, right? I think throughout the past month that he's been back from the injury, he's just really been he's got very calm, right? He's been focused, he's been laser focused, locked in, but he's been very calm, very confident, and I think everybody else feels that around him.
Coach, I know you don't know the destination just yet. You just know the day and the time of where you all are playing next. How do you prepare your team for the elements? Because it's going to be, somewhere it's going to be cold, somewhere that could potentially be windy. How do you prepare your team for that?
Right. Not sure where we'll be playing, but we do know the elements. There will be cold weather. Gracious that we have cold weather here in Houston this week. It comes at the right time for us to be able to go out, practice outside in the cold weather. I don't think you get used to it. I always say, no matter what the conditions are for a game, right, you have 3.5 hours to suck it up, and whatever that weather is, you have to deal with it and be your best in that moment. You're not the only one dealing with the conditions. The other team, they're dealing with the conditions as well. So it's no excuse, no matter what the weather is, where we have to go. Like, man, you have to be excited about the opportunity to play, and whatever it is, you suck it up for 3 hours and you play your best.
Towards the top of the snap by rookies, for them to be in the second round, win a penalty. How rare is that to have so much rookie contribution and being able to see thrive with that?
So, DJ, I'm not sure, where we stack up with the rookies and the history of how many, the snap count and where we are. But I know our guys, in this moment, second round, you talk about experience, rookies. For us and for me, and my message with our guys is ball. Like, no matter who we play against, it doesn't matter if you're a rookie, if you're an experienced vet, all of that doesn't matter. It's about guys executing, playing together, playing fast, playing relentless. That doesn't change no matter where you play, no matter whether you're home or away. It doesn't matter, man. It's about playing team football, playing complementary football. If we do that the right way, experience, inexperience, it doesn't matter. Yeah, really proud of Juice, man. You talk about a guy who's missed pretty much the entire season. And for him to come back at the time that he came back, we know it wasn't all good with him coming back. We knew there would be growing pains there. He played center all throughout training camp for us, and for him to come back and step in at the guard position, he had to get familiar with that spot, playing at the left guard. But Juice he's gotten better, and we've seen him grow as he's been in there, and he's gotten better each week, which has helped our offensive line and their success. It's been the play of all three of the interior guys, starting with Juice, also Shaq. He doesn't get a lot of attention, but Shaq has been there since day one. Hasn't missed a snap. He's been there. Has fought through. It's been a tough year. He's been one of the staples for us up front. And also Dieter stepping in at center. So those interior three guys done a really good job for us.
Nico, it felt like Bobby and CJ, the offense were in rhythm and in tune maybe as good as they've been all season long. Was there something that maybe led to that in that matchup? And I mean, that's the number one defense that they kind of had one of the better games of the season against. What do you think kind of led to that? Was it just what Cleveland was doing, what the execution that you guys always talk about? It felt like they were really in tune.
Yeah, the offense, they're definitely in sync, starting with Bobby and with the play calls, and it comes down always to the players and how they executed the calls. And that's what stood out the most. And you talk about going against that scheme for the second time around. I don't think anybody felt good about our first matchup versus them, so there probably was a little extra attention to detail, a little extra attention taken to the preparation. Our guys were dialed in. They were locked into what we asked them to do, and we knew up front, right, early in the week that it was going to be a challenge for us just to handle what we needed to handle, right, to try to make some plays against a really tough defense who've been number one throughout the entire year, and they made a lot of plays on us the first game. So our guys were up for the challenge, and they stood up and they made the plays that, we needed to make to win the game.
Can you talk about just the progress of Mechie, especially, I know it's been all season, but especially to this week and what you've seen in there?
Right, really. Yeah, Mechie has, with this season, I think Mechie has had little up and downs throughout the season. Had some opportunities to make plays, and, some moments he made them, some he didn't, but, what a moment for him this past game, for him to come up with a couple big catches there, run after catch. Really proud of him for his journey and all that he's been through. And no one's been through it tougher than him. And for him to show the resolve to continue to push, continue to fight to get better at his craft, day in and day out. Nobody works on their craft harder than Mechie, and it was good to see the success come from it in our first playoff game. So very happy. I know our entire team was happy to see him make some plays for us to put us in position to score there.
I know you said the weather. That is what it is. Both teams have been playing it. But going back to your playing days, what is it like having to hit 200, 300 pounds on in it, negative degree weather, and consistently doing that? Especially in this case when it's like winter go home kind of.
Yeah, it's fun. I was fortunate to play in one cold weather game, Eagles versus Lions, where we literally went in for warm-ups and came back out and there was snow everywhere. And it's one of the games I think everybody remember where Shady kind of took off in the second half. But it's fun playing in the cold weather games, and you kind of block out all of how bad it's going to hurt or that doesn't matter, man. How blessed are we to be in the position we're in playing, for a spot to go to the AFC Championship game. So that's all that matters. That's all that's on our mind, is just finding a way to win, no matter the elements, no matter how you feel. I know everybody's pretty sore, everybody's beat up at this moment, but how would victory feel? And that's all that matters.
To that point, I mean, you have a number of guys like Nico, CJ, they've played in cold weather environments in college. Is it advantageous to have that experience, kind of know what to experience going into the game?
As long as you know what you need to wear, make sure you prepare, make sure you wear the proper things that help you while you're standing around on the sideline. But once you hit the field, you're going to get cold. And again, I would say, who cares? Like, let's go. We got to find a way to make plays. Why did I believe?
What gave you that confidence, that belief that you all could turn things around?
Yeah. Well, for me, I always say, for me, it always starts with my faith. I truly believe that, we get all the praise and, we get all the attention. But as I told my team in the first meeting, I truly believe that God's grace is over our team. And I truly believe that, and I don't shy away from saying that because that's what I truly believe. And, we've added a ton of players through, whether it's free agency and draft, right? You don't do this alone, but the guys that we added, that says everything, right? You talk about Robert Woods, Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz, CJ, Will, like all of the men that we added, Jimmy Ward, just added a great group of guys who truly care about winning. And that's it. And when you have guys who prepare with the right mindset, guys who show up with the right mindset daily, unselfish guys, And that's one of the keys that's helped us most. I think we have a really tight room of unselfish guys, and it allows us to get out of our own way and do whatever it takes, right, to be successful.
I know you always stress winning the turnover battle, but does that become even more important when you get to this elite level of competition?
The turnover battle is important every week. It's one of the biggest indicators and predictors in wins and losses, all right, in the entire NFL. No matter when you play in, regular season or postseason, all right, most important thing is taking care of the football and trying to take the ball away. So when you do that the right way, like we were able to have some big turnovers and actually capitalize and score on them in the game, and that flips the game instantly. So that doesn't change for us. That's always who we want to be. We want to attack the football because we know if you take the football, your chances of winning the game goes out of the roof.
Coach, we got time for a few more. Coach, throughout the season, you already didn't play any primetime games. You all played at noon, pretty much so. The people who got a chance to see you was in the Houston and surrounding areas. These last 2 weeks, you have been on primetime television. What do you think that you've shown the rest of the nation as far as your football team is concerned?
Well, I think being on prime time, it's important for everybody to, see who we are. I'm happy we weren't on prime time earlier, but we had some growing pains to do there and learning how to win. But I think everybody just first off, they see CJ and how he plays, how prepared he is when he steps on the field. And I hope everyone just sees a team that loves to play football, that finishes the right way, plays with high energy, right? And because we have fun playing ball, and I hope that's what everyone sees, and everyone is dialed in and excited to watch Houston Texans football.
It seems like throughout the season that the team always had the right one game at a time mindset, nothing too big. It seemed that way throughout the week last week and during the game. Just any effort you should be put in to make sure it stays the same now that there's 8 teams left.
No, our message doesn't change. We have blinders on. Our focus is just when we find out. Our focus is whoever will play, just let's prepare our best and let's control what we can control. And that's the only thing that we can control, no matter how many teams are left or that doesn't matter. Like, if we handle us the proper way, we'll be fine.
You've talked a lot. I'll take these last two, Will and Aaron.
Building this franchise into a winner and the faith that it's taken. How much does it help to have these moments in the playoffs in order to build the future going forward?
For me, the biggest thing is right now. People can talk about the future, what happens in the future. None of us knows the future. None of us knows what tomorrow may bring, but we focus on right now and where we are right now, and we try to maximize every day that we have, every opportunity that we have that's in front of us that we know that we have right now. That's what it's about. So we're going to, seize the day, and that's what it's all about.
First game of the season at Baltimore, your first game is the regular season, and you guys, your growth from there, I feel like you guys, even though you win, you started some things, you set some standards, you're competitive, and now, look at you now, you're champions.
What's the question there? I'm sorry. Yeah, we got to switch spots here, but for sure.
From that first game, where do you see?
Right, man. You talk about drastic improvements. Our first game going against Baltimore, man, tough place to play, right? Rookie quarterback, right? New team, new start going out to Baltimore. You look up, I remember going in at halftime and we were right there, right? Going against a really tough team. We were right there, really tight game, and it kind of, they took it away in the second half. But, from there to where we are now, we've definitely grown. Completely different team, right? They're a completely different team. They're trying to figure out, who they would be offensively with the new coordinator. But they've done an outstanding job. Baltimore, with their defense, I think they've been probably the most consistent defense throughout the entire year. And we've grown. Their offense have grown. They've done a really great job. So, if it's Baltimore, be a tough matchup. We'll see what happens here later today. All right, thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right, that's D'Amico Ryans, live. Texans awaiting the result of Pittsburgh at Buffalo. We'll get into that. We'll give you the latest on that. We got some confessions as well. Something we thought would happen on Saturday, it dang sure didn't. Plus, I'm going to have Figgy and Lopez solve a domestic dispute. It's next.
The Texans got revenge on the Browns and won.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. I'm going to have Figgy and Lopez solve a domestic dispute. But first, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm getting greedy. So, Texans, we know they're going to be in the divisional round. This is as far as they've gone as an organization. Kind of sad to say that. Better days appear to be ahead, though. Step one, they're going to have to find out who wins this Buffalo-Pittsburgh game. If Buffalo wins, the Texans will be going to Baltimore. If Pittsburgh wins, the Texans will be going to Kansas City. And I'm starting to get full circle greedy here. My visions, I wouldn't bet on them. But we talked about the poetic justice of beating Deshaun Watson on the sidelines and the Des King Rosencopter and all that type of stuff in round one. What about if in round two, you go to Kansas City and you avenge the moment where Bill O'Brien peed his pants and was scared and didn't have a play? You avenge that. And then Pittsburgh on the other side of things, they go on a run. They win an ugly-ass weather game today against the Buffalo Bills. And then they shock the world. And Mike Tomlin and his scrappy team, they face Baltimore for the third time. And they pull off the upset. And then the Houston Texans host the Pittsburgh Steelers in the AFC Championship game. Love you, Blue. Deja vu.
That'd be spectacular. We talk about all these these parallels and kind of the poetry of it all.
By the way, that parlay, if you could bet in advance, I bet you $10 would win you $10,000.
Probably.
Because you would have to have Pittsburgh beat Buffalo, the Texans go to Kansas City, beat the Chiefs, the Texans, the Steelers beat Baltimore, and then you'd have to have the Texans beat the Steelers. Tim would win you $10,000.
January of 1980. Houston versus Pittsburgh for the AFC Championship. January of 2024.
Be hilarious.
Could you imagine?
Hey, I'm actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put me some pajama pants on. I'm a Steelers fan.
That's right.
I'm a Steelers fan.
I have pajama pants. I got some for Christmas.
Rock them, man. Pajama Pant Day.
I'll be doing that.
Pajama Pant Day. Shout out to Ken Carmen. He's the one who pointed that out. I know he wants credit for assing and all that. Can't come up with topics during the playoff week, but there you go. Pajama Pants. It was a good observation. I don't know what he wants credit for.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is a non-Texans confession with what happened this weekend.
Okay.
Listen to me and listen to me good.
Okay.
There is absolutely nothing appealing or entertaining about frozen snot on a mustache. The Andy Reid thing was disgusting.
Who says man's, man?
I mean,
who? There's a lot of TVs there. Can you not?
And was it NBC? Who broadcast that game?
Yeah, it was disgusting.
They kept focusing closer. At first, it was like
NBC Peacock.
Yeah, it was Peacock. That's right. They were like, "Hey, look, he has some icicles." No, that was frozen snot, and they kept getting closer and closer, and they did it the whole game.
That's disgusting.
I'm like, there is nothing appealing.
There's nothing appealing about cold weather football. Like that snow crap. That Buffalo. I'll start this next confession. I'm getting repetitive here, but
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I confess. I think Roger Goodell, if he allows Buffalo to build a stadium that doesn't have an indoor option, I think he's making a big mistake. Look, if you want to be weirdos and say this is football weather and open the roof when it's minus 20 degrees and windy and snowy and all that, that's fine. But just close the roof until the game. Okay?
Yeah.
Because there's people out there shoveling snow and stuff. First of all, I think you'll learn that it's a tradition that we can move on from. Like the sport has evolved.
It's not football weather.
I hear people say this, it's tradition. Okay, well then let's play in leather helmets. Okay?
But the people who say
so
football
dumb.
weather, it's not. Football weather is like crisp, autumn, 55 degree. It's not 55 below.
It's awful, man.
And it affects the game.
You see the video in Kansas City where they're taking the water bottle out of the freezer and it freezes immediately? That's sick.
Yeah. Nice.
That sounds enjoyable.
Fun.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I know this is blasphemous, and I'm probably going to be torched for it, but I think roundabout the Steven Nelson interception, or maybe even before the game, this became a Texan city.
Oh, shots fired.
This is no longer an Astros city.
I think
it's all due respect.
Yeah.
But this is a Texan city.
I think it became, and I think it's a different element because the H-Town versus everyone rally. And there have been some people saying it.
Yeah.
Nah, brother. Everybody likes the Texans.
Yeah.
That doesn't. Everybody likes the Texans that doesn't like
This
the
is a
Texans.
lovable team, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you're a Colts fan, you probably hate the Texans. If you're a Titans fan, you probably hate the Texans. If you're a Jags fan, you probably hate the Texans. But if you don't have like a rooting interest or a reason to hate the Texans, you're rooting for them.
Well, let me get into the weeds on that a little bit.
Get in the weeds, man. Get in the sticks.
Not only are the Texans an underdog team that everybody's rooting for, there are so many individual underdogs on this team. C.J. Stroud has 2 tests. Laramie Tunsil, a gas mask.
Did you see that gif of Laramie Tunsil with the gas mask with Myles Garrett in front of it?
But like all these guys have had personal like setbacks or underdog stories. C.J. Stroud with the S2, Laramie Tunsil with the gas mask, Devin Singletary, the perennial backup. Nico Collins, underachiever, always hurt. Dalton Schultz just across the board, the individual stories here are underdog stories.
Likable, man.
Yeah.
Very likable.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I feel like I watched Bobby Slowick, unless something crazy happens. I feel like I watched Bobby Slowick call his last game as Texans OC at NRG.
Yeah,
that was an absolute clinic, and there was substance to it. And we'll hear Bobby's best moments coming up in a sec as we go through the best sounds. But Bobby was in his bag, so I'm just gonna say, Triple B, bye Bobby. Thanks for the memories.
Mm-hmm.
Hashtag 3 left.
Well, don't finish yet. Yeah,
3 left.
don't finish just yet.
Hashtag 3 left.
I do agree with you that there is. It's never been a higher probability that he's getting hired somewhere.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the schedule makers did the Texans a little favor here. Like the Texans, you heard D'Amico. He's ready. They're blowing and going. They're scouting. They know their schedule. They're going to practice. Dude, the Chiefs and Ravens don't even know who they're playing. And I know the Texans don't, but they don't even know what day they're playing. They have to adjust their days of work and practice. And I think this is just another little thing of all the little things that are kind of going the Texans' way. Today's game and the delay and all that, I think it's done the Texans a favor here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I need y'all to solve a domestic dispute.
Okay, I kind of don't know what is coming here, but
all right, I want you to help me out. So, one of my wife's good friends, her and her husband, great people, awesome people. They're some of the best
they were throwing
Texas
down in the
OU
front
parties in the world.
Yeah,
they had a fight this weekend
in the front yard.
An argument.
Okay,
it wasn't physical.
I know.
It wasn't physical. There was no punching or anything like that. But they had a fight, and this was the text message that the description of the fight. And I want you guys to step in and tell me who's in the right.
Mm-hmm.
Is it her or is it him?
Okay.
SS is her name, and
don't tell
Kyle.
us who took what side.
Okay.
Just give us the 2 sides.
All right, yeah, because I know you're sexist, so I don't want your sexism to
called
factor
being
into
fair.
you solving this domestic
It's called being
dispute.
more scientific.
Get back in the kitchen.
It's kind of being more scientific.
So they had an argument because one of them couldn't believe that their son ate a slider. I guess he's a picky eater.
Mm-hmm.
So he ate a slider. The other one said in response to the surprise that their son, loves burgers. To which the other one said, it's a slider, not a burger. The person said, it's a small burger. And the other person said, no, it's a slider. They only had sliders. Who's in the right here?
I can solve this argument with 2 words. White Castle. It's a burger. Doesn't matter how big it is. White Castle makes those little square burgers. Those are burgers. Slider is a hamburger, has hamburger patty in it. It's a burger. The big burger, little burger, medium burger, small burger. It's a burger. A burger is a burger is a burger.
I agree. It's a burger. I don't understand.
Yeah.
So what's the difference
She
between
says a slider is not a burger.
No, he said it.
Oh,
Yeah.
whomever.
See, you're sexist.
No.
You were already going. You were already saying she was in the wrong. I protected their identity, and you automatically assumed it.
I just happened to assume that.
Oh, man.
I said to protect their identity. No, she's right then. I mean, a hamburger is a hamburger is a hamburger. Just ask him, what's a White Castle?
Yeah, it's a mini burger.
It's a burger.
It's clearly a mini burger.
It's a burger.
Like, seriously.
Yeah.
You got all the toppings, all that?
Yeah.
I
So
agree.
what's the difference between a burger and a slider?
No, I think he's
They're just smaller.
I think there's a term for this guy right now. Is it Kyle? I gotta tell you, Kyle. This is
Ooh, well, actually, guy.
well, actually, mansplaining right there.
Yeah.
It's a burger.
It's a burger.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up next, Bobby was in his bag. When did we know that this thing was going to turn into a party plus? He's called us out earlier in the year. He called his shot twice on Saturday. Next.
According to Coach D'Amico, the Texans' success in their 45-14 blowout came Roof Edition. Presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, this is the quote from Pardon My Take. It's making the rounds right now. You ready for this?
I am ready for it.
PFT commenter's nuts, by the way.
Yes, he is.
This was his quote about C.J. Stroud. And we'll hear the best plays C.J. Stroud made, as well as a couple of called shots from a legend. This was PFT commenter on Pardon My Take, talking about C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
Quote, he's got such good touch. Deshaun Watson probably wants a massage from him.
I'm good with that.
Texans trailing 7-3 early on. They talk about needing to run the ball. First play of this drive. This is the Bobby Bag drive for me. Little toss right to Devin Singletary.
First down. Hutchinson in motion to the left. They pitch the ball to Singletary. Has room. 30, 35, 40. Dragging a man across the 45. Breaks the tackle. 50. And down at the 46-yard line of Cleveland. What a run. Motor into Cleveland territory.
Just a mere mention of Pierce. He must have heard me.
I thought Devin Singletary did just enough. 5 yards of carry is big plays.
Yeah.
A big run. But this was a Bobby Slowick joint, man. I mean, from the word go.
So you had that toss right, then the touchdown. First touchdown of the game for Texans. Same guy that scored the first touchdown of the game last time. Came a little bit later. Didn't come at the on the first play. But he scored, and it was a fake toss here. You'll hear Andre Ware break this down. Bobby Slowick in his bag.
The Browns 15, Stroud under center, fakes the toss, now throws it back to the left, has Collins. 10, 5, to the corner.
Yes.
He's in! Touchdown, Houston!
Break it down, Andre.
The Texans take the lead.
Break it down.
Just like that. Excellent play call by Bobby Slowick. You got Cleveland being overly aggressive in pursuing. They go against, use it against them, go the other way, and who better to give it to than your number one big, strong, 6'4", 215-pound receiver in Nico Collins.
What he just said was the case all day long. Get the defense, this great defense, going in one direction.
Oh, we'll hear that in a second.
And then zap them the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when he wasn't doing that, players were beast mode. And Brevin Jordan, by the way, selected for a random drug test after the game. That's when you know you're making plays like this.
Stroud under center, a little drop back and a pass to Brevin Jordan, right side across the 35, cuts inside 40, 50, the 40, right sideline. He's going to go all the way. Brevin Jordan to the end zone.
No flags, touchdown.
My goodness. The Texans go 76 yards in one play to retake the lead on Cleveland.
Give me a redo, partner. I missed you the first time on that high five. Brevin Jordan just pulled away from somebody. It looked like Usain Bolt down the sideline.
So let's just look at these three plays and put in perspective the job that this organization, top to bottom, has done. Let's just look at this. So Devin Singletary, you brought him in on a one-year deal. You had the wherewithal to put him in as the starting running back. You weren't stubbornly dedicated to Dameon Pierce, despite the fact they love Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
Nico Collins, third year in the league, playing some of the best ball to where some people believe he's a number one receiver. Brevin Jordan told us himself that he thought that there was a chance he was going to get cut. He got hurt during a make-or-break training camp, and they still kept him around. And now Brevin Jordan's making, I think, the biggest play of the game.
I thought so, too.
And that's another element of how good this organization is run.
Every one of those guys you could have easily thought would be elsewhere. I mean, all three of them. Nico, too. I mean, who knows, or at least not this guy.
Yeah.
Because he would have been hurt. You know, who knows what they thought of him. A lot of guys would have been down on him, et cetera. You know?
And then you have Dalton Schultz. After an early drop, Bobby Slowick rolls to the right. C.J. Stroud plants. C.J. Stroud fires. Man, that dude can sling it.
CJ fakes the give, steps out to his right. He's got a lot of time, and he throws deep. and he wants Dalton Schultz. Has him! Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston!
What a play design. You don't roll a guy one way and then have him throw back across the field. It goes against everything you're thinking about, unless he can set his feet. Schultz makes up for the drop and some.
Dude, and then there was a play early on, and this ended up not being a big deal, but I had marked it when I was watching the ball game. CJ missed Nico on what would have been a touchdown.
Oh, yeah. The deep ball.
I don't think Nico thought he could throw it that far. He wasn't even set, and he flung that 55 yards in the air. I think Nico, rightfully so, slowed down, and CJ just flung it like it was nothing.
That exact play, I don't think you're the only one to think of that.
Dude, how did he do that?
Yeah, exactly.
He moves to his right, boom, fling.
The Schultz play to me was just a thing of absolute beauty. Not just how they executed it, but that they went to it and the scouting that they used to that and the way they set it up with a play previously, and everything's going in one direction. And as Andre said there, he could set his feet. Everybody's can't turn around. There's the touchdown.
Even when he was pressured, the one that set up the field goal where right as he's getting hit, he flings it to Nico Collins, and Nico kind of had to roll. By the way, hell of a catch by Nico, too. Oh, God.
Oh, you're talking about the reversing his field? I mean, kind of adjusting to the ball?
Yes, because CJ got hit as he threw it.
That was coming right at me.
Yeah.
That was really
insane.
Degree of difficulty.
It's almost like Nico made it look so easy.
And it was low.
No, if you're watching that live, like Nico made it look so easy that it didn't even get the credit that it deserved for the catch. And the fact that CJ was able to even get it there was insane,
The degree of difficulty, because that was one of those where it was coming right at me. Like he was barreling, going to his, I guess, over his right shoulder. Had to adjust and then get it low. That was beautiful.
So Texans go into halftime with a 10-point lead. And at that point, you feel pretty good about where they're at. Although Cleveland, you didn't know if they were going to go away quietly or not. Cleveland still trailing by 10, and they just converted a 2nd and 16. Then Steven Nelson, who, by the way, give him credit too. They made right with Steven Nelson after the weird drama. Steven Nelson made fun of Nick Casario's vests, and he's been balling out all year, and he's been playing hurt. All that guts gets a little bit of glory, and Andre Ware saw it coming.
Here's Flacco getting the snap. Here's some pressure by Barnett, and Flacco releases just in time. It's picked up by Steven Nelson. He's got the INT across the 30, the 40, the 50, right sideline, the 40, the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, pick 6.
Yes!
Steven Nelson.
Yes!
Take that, Cleveland.
He just threw it up for grabs. I said in the pregame he was going to give us 2. That's 1. We got 1 left.
Beautiful. But that's when I knew it was over. The key play, Brevin Jordan, the clinching play, and the party is on was that one.
Well, if you didn't know then, you knew a few minutes later, because Christian Harris, he saw this one. I mean, he didn't take a step until he was just jumping right in front of this one.
4th and 2, Cleveland from the Browns 33. Flacco in the gun, 1 back after motion. It's Hunt. Flacco to throw. Flacco, it's picked off. Here we go to the left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Christian Harris.
That's the second one. Welcome to Houston, Joe Flacco.
That's so good.
Here's the final call. Mark Vandermeer. Take it away, my friend.
Takes a knee, and that's it. Domination to the divisional round. The Houston Texans take apart Cleveland 45-14 as the sensational season continues. The greatest playoff performance in Texans history just took place before our eyes. And now it's on to the next round.
Just beautiful, man. I mean, everything is on the table. I'm going to say here what I said to start the show, because to me it's the story of this game and everything you just heard. You have the best coach, the best quarterback, and the best offensive coordinator this team has ever seen. That means anything is possible. Landry, anything is possible.
All right,
you're not talking Super Bowl, are you? Yes.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible. I'm telling you.
Puncher's chance, man.
Like we've been saying,
Puncher's chance.
Let me put a little curveball here. we've all been saying, well, I wouldn't necessarily bet on it. Like, go to Kansas City and beat Kansas City. Well, I wouldn't necessarily bet on it. You've been saying the same thing. Oh, Super Bowl? Well, I wouldn't necessarily bet on it, but let me turn that around. Would you bet on them not winning in Kansas City? Would you bet on them not making a magical run? Because it's almost, not quite, but it's almost the same thing where I'm like, I don't know if I could bet against that.
I'll put it this way.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. And I think this is the best way that I can personally summarize what's happened the last 48-ish hours.
Mm-hmm.
I would have said no before kickoff on Saturday. I would have said there's no way that I could see this team as great as they've been, as great as the future is, as inevitable as it seems like they're going to get to that level with C.J. Stroud and D'Amico in charge. I would not have said that. Seeing what I saw on Saturday and seeing the way everything's shaping up, the way that they're playing, the way that defense looked, the way C.J. Stroud looked, yeah, I mean, crazier things have happened than an elite quarterback taking a team to the AFC Championship. Crazier things have happened.
Well, and the other part.
I mean, are you betting against C.J. Stroud?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Win or go home games.
Let's turn
win
it
or
around.
go home games. 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in his last 3 win or go home games going back to Ohio State.
That's what I'm saying. Like, as much as we're
73%
talking about what we wouldn't do, we also wouldn't bet against C.J. Stroud. That's what makes it so key. And I know we've kind of been conditioned, beaten down, whatever. Well, we can't have nice things. All we've had is nice things this year. Like, the breaks are going the Texans' way. The players are there. The coaches there. The coordinators are there. The players are playing out of their normal expectation. Like, things are happening.
I don't know how, if you're Baltimore right now, because I thought the Texans got Baltimore at the right time early in the season because Baltimore was going to start gelling, and they eventually did.
Yeah.
But you know how I said after the first Cleveland matchup, the Texans are actually lucky that C.J. Stroud didn't play because they had no clue what was coming?
Yeah.
Baltimore saw C.J. Stroud, but they didn't see C.J. Stroud.
No, we remember the game.
Yeah, they didn't see C.J. Stroud. Like they did not see this guy.
Not only was his play different and what they were allowing him to do, but his receivers were still learning who they were.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I don't think anybody is scared of anybody in the NFL. They all want to play the next team, but there's a lot to be learned from what you don't want to happen. You may not be scared, but they didn't want the Texans to win this game, you know.
And it's a different Bobby Slow.
Exactly.
Yeah. It is a crazy feeling, but it's a really, really good one. Also a little bit awkward, though, I will say, because it is Monday, and we don't know who the hell the Texans are playing. Let's try to get to the bottom of that. Let's go around the NFL. A very wild card weekend. Texans kicked it all off. Round the league now.
free Odyssey app. It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans whoop up on the Browns, 45-point swing with C.J. Stroud in the lineup. Now they patiently wait for the winner. We got a little doubleheader NFL action today. Buffalo wins against Pittsburgh. Texans go to Baltimore. Pittsburgh wins. Texans go to Kansas City. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask Figgy. I'm going to ask you. You people. Loopholes. Shout out to Loopholes if you listen. You are one. Who do you want to see?
Chiefs. I question it myself. We know who that quarterback is over there. They look pretty close to their old selves on Saturday night. Didn't quite scare me, though. Didn't really scare me.
If they face the Chiefs, then that means they would be exercising the demons of the past the last time they were in this round.
Yeah.
And they would be a win against Kansas City and a Pittsburgh upset against Baltimore from hosting the AFC title game against Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
That is greed, and I am getting greedy as we start around the NFL. Who you want, Figgy?
I kind of wouldn't mind seeing Baltimore, man.
Mm-hmm.
They might be a little rusty.
Well, there is that. How about you?
I don't care.
I don't care.
Like,
I don't care.
I literally don't fear either one of those teams.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't feel like I'm playing with house money. I feel like they have a chance against either one of those teams. Now, I am glad that it's going to warm up a little bit in Kansas City. I think a little bit.
I think it's the other way around, isn't it? It's going to be a little colder in Kansas City than Baltimore. I'll double check.
No. I'm saying from what it was Saturday. Saturday. Yeah, where it was like minus 6.
The forecast is not outrageous. No precipitation. But
weatherman.
Teens, first thing I did this morning, check the weather in Baltimore and Kansas City. Teens to lower and mid-20s, and then lower 20s to high 20s in Baltimore. So it's about the same, but no rain, no wet.
C.J. Stroud made a huge play in the game to Dalton Schultz. It was clearly designed to go against him, to go to Dalton Schultz. And he was asked this strange-ish question.
Yeah. So on the long touchdown pass to Dalton, it seemed like when you were rolling to the right, Mechie was like wide open right in front of you. What gave you the patience or the wherewithal to sort of let that play develop and find Dalton for the pickup?
I mean, everybody knows I play quarterback now, so we got the best quarterback players on Twitter and Instagram. So, I mean, I really wasn't what the play was designed for. Wasn't supposed to go to Mech. It was really supposed to go to Dalton.
All right. That was a nice way of saying what kind of stupid question is that?
What are you looking at?
I'm not sure who that was. I'm not trying to call anyone out, but, it's very clear that Dalton Schultz was on that side. He set his feet. It was going there the whole time. He didn't miss Mechie.
And it was set up.
Is this Madden?
It was set up a few plays before. As I mentioned, I went up at halftime, was talking to Clint about that. I said, that was beautiful. Like that play alone should get the way they set it up, the way they had Mechie, was wide open, by the way, and maybe other quarterbacks would have gone ahead and thrown the ball to him, but the play design, the setup, everything was perfect.
Texans top the Browns 45-14. Baltimore, they've been sitting around for a while. 2 weeks of rest, and now they don't know who they're playing. And John Harbaugh, he's got jokes about the awkwardness of it all.
It's going to be interesting in Kansas City. It's going to be very interesting. We've got some scouts whose flights have been canceled going out there. We're trying to get out there to scout the game, which is legal in pro football, by the way.
Shortly after the Texans got the dub, the Miami Dolphins. They fell to the Chiefs 26-7. It was on Peacock. I watched it. Did you watch it?
I did, of course.
Yeah. Little known fact.
Mm-hmm.
In the elementary spelling bee back in the day.
You missed Peacock?
I missed Peacock. That was the one that got me bounced.
Really?
Yep. My mom was so embarrassed.
Everybody remembers the word.
I spelled it Peeecock.
Oh, man. Well, it's understandable.
Well, is it? That's
How
pretty
old were you?
pathetic.
3rd grade?
I think it was like 2nd grade.
I thought the spelling bee was 3rd grade.
2nd or 3rd.
Yeah.
One of those.
I think it's both, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's both 2nd and 3rd.
My mom was pissed.
Yeah.
It was in front of her friends, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Because she's a teacher.
These are my coworkers.
Yeah, well, it was the middle school and elementary. There was a field that separated them, so I walk over there, but my mom was just like,
they probably thought you had the advantage because your mom was a teacher.
She's like, you dumbass.
I just said everybody remembers the word that got him out, and I actually don't remember the one that got me out. But
well, look at you.
I don't know. Remember, I'm sure it wasn't hard.
Rams versus the Lions. We'll get to that in a sec, but you know when the Dolphins lose, we got to get a little Frank the Tank. J.J. Watt walked with Frank the Tank a week ago yesterday. Frank the Tank of Barstool, big Mets fan, crazy Dolphins fan too. This was his reaction as the Dolphins were getting beat. I think you know where this is going.
The Dolphins come back and win? There's no f***ing chance. I know. Of course there's a chance.
There is no f***ing chance.
There's always a chance.
There's a better chance of f***ing Taylor Swift walking through that
door right now gets me on the. I've never seen anything like this. You know, the pain and suffering never end. And you know what the problem is? Look at the logo the Dolphins have. It's a limp. Ever since they had this logo and these pastel colors, they gotta go to the throwback. If they don't go back to the throwback, they will never win. And you know what? I know they had a lot of injuries, so the injuries hurt this team. But you know what? They played today with no balls, no heart, no God. Mike McDaniel, you are a fraud. I don't want to hear your bullshit anymore. You better get this team fixed next year. You better win another playoff game. And you know what, Tua? You got one more year to prove yourself. Hey, you gotta go. We need to win there's a 2 versus to win a playoff game.
Man, that's a little excessive. Well, it's him. No, I know.
JJ likes him. It's him.
No, I know that. But the Dolphins' defense was like, they're missing 7 dudes.
Yeah, they're beat up.
They're missing.
They're beat up.
Guys.
They are so beat up. God, I feel bad for them.
Yeah,
and then they lost Chubb on the like when it didn't even matter.
Mm-hmm.
You never want to lose Chubb, but you dang sure don't want to lose Chubb when it doesn't matter.
I never want to lose it.
Yeah, you can't lose Chubb. You lose Chubb, it's a lost cause. It's a lost cause.
You're done.
Rams versus Lions. Matthew Stafford returned to Detroit. He had a pretty good game, but he fell short 24-23. Here's Matthew Stafford after the game being asked if he's happy for the city of Detroit.
When Sean McVay was up here, he said that he was happy for Jared Goff and whatnot through their time together. You've been here in Detroit for your first 12 seasons. Just how do you feel about the city of Detroit?
I'm happy for the players. Happy for those guys.
I'm happy for the players. I don't know what he was supposed to say.
I don't think that's as awful as people are making it out to be. That's where he really was. I mean,
his wife put out an Instagram and said, what an awesome season, and for it to end at Ford Stadium, heart.
Yes. And 12 years there. It's not like he doesn't have affection or appreciation for the fans.
Did you see Eminem's message to Matthew Stafford before the game?
I did. I'm trying to correlate. Well, let's hear it, and then I'll tell you.
Stafford, what'd I say? You owe me this favor, bro. I was there for you when you won it. I was there for you. I was right there. I rapped for you, Stafford. Bro, I rapped for you. Can you just let us have this one? Just this one.
I was trying to correlate what that would be. Like, I rapped for you. Like
that, what does that mean? Does he mean does he say he was at the Super Bowl halftime, or did he just walk up to him and rap? Like Eminem walks up to you and just freestyles about your kids?
I didn't think it was that. But that's huge. Like Eminem rapped for him.
What if he just came up and started dissing his whole family?
Well, he may well.
You got 3 ugly girls.
Not even, oh, gross.
So ugly they make me hurl.
I was happy for Detroit, man. I really was.
I wouldn't. I hate that team. I don't know why. It's weird.
It's hard not to like
I don't know why. I just kind of hate that team. You hear what Aiden Hutchinson said afterwards? By the way, thank God he's not a Jacksonville Jaguar. Good Lord. That is, ooh. You hear what he said?
You talking about Dallas?
He said, we wanted to play the Cowboys, but I guess we don't get to.
I guess that's not going to happen.
How about that?
I was
he
happy.
Said, we
I was really
Dallas.
happy
We
for
wanted
Detroit.
the smoke.
Dude, they got a, 97, 98, however old owner up there. They've got freaking 50-something years since they played in a championship.
They got a season ticket holder 66 years, I want to say.
Yeah. It was
crazy.
Nice. It was nice.
Dallas Cowboys fall to the Packers 48-32. Brandon Cook said he wanted to leave because he wanted to win.
Update?
Well, didn't happen. Green Bay, I thought this was the FU moment of the weekend. So Green Bay, once upon a time ago, they fired Mike McCarthy to bring in Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur won the coin toss. They elected to receive, and they scored a touchdown in a drive that took 7:52.
Yeah.
7:52 they scored. They were up 27-0 at half. Should have been 27-7.
Yeah.
Should have been 27-0. Dak, who threw 2 interceptions in the first half, should have thrown a third in the end zone. This was some of the most blatant mop-up duty statistical production that I've seen. Dak Prescott finishes with 400 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. Come on, dude.
It was a. I actually
shouldn't even count.
I actually, as much as I shouldn't have been, was surprised. Like the Cowboys have done this consistently, but I'm like, come on.
I mean,
like,
getting beat down like that.
Yeah, not this time.
Yeah, getting beat down like that.
It was a humiliation, absolute humiliation.
Yeah, it was a thumping.
Yeah.
Absolute thumping. Doubleheader today starts in about a couple hours. Steelers versus Bills. Again, if the Steelers win, the Texans take on the Chiefs. If the Bills win, the Texans take on the Ravens. That's going to be at 3:30. Then tonight, little Philadelphia Eagles at Tampa Bay against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Baker Mayfield versus Jalen Hurts. Two quarterbacks who played their high school football in the state of Texas. Two quarterbacks who transferred to the University of Oklahoma. I'm starting to like Baker in this one.
I don't know.
Are we sleeping too much on the Eagles? Can they flip the switch?
I respect what the Eagles are, but
can they flip it?
They've completely.
They look like a mess over there.
Yeah, they've completely fallen apart, and their quarterback hasn't thrown a pass yet, has he?
Oh no! Hopefully, he hadn't thrown a pass as of Friday, so he's got a hurt middle finger. The New Heights podcast with Travis and Jason Kelsey.
Mm-hmm.
This was the alleged end to their podcast. Listen to this, because you're going to hear Jason Kelsey. Eventually, he's going to walk off the set. Tell me if you think this is real or not, because then they came back the next day and said, all right, we're re-recording this.
Miscommunication at the line, but, yeah, we do need to figure that out.
Choo-choo. Choo-choo. You guys hear that? Is that the excuse train? Is that the excuse train coming in the Eagles locker room right now? Guy, man. So moving on. Note first 10-point. Well, actually, clock management on the final drive. Are you guys thinking about that on the final drive or what?
No.
What? What kind of? Where do we just go? What is it? What just happened here?
I might need a little second.
He walked off. I got to tell you, man, I don't think it's real. I don't think anything about the Kelsey brothers is real anymore. I think
this is fake. That's fake. It's a fake? Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now, that's fake.
Their mom's doing commercials now. You have the Taylor Swift stuff, all that. I think they're fake. I don't buy that at all. I don't think he walked off the set of a podcast. They talk crap to each other all the time. I think they just did it. My mom brought it up to me.
Yeah.
My mom's a Kelsey fan now. She's like telling me.
I wonder why.
She's telling me about the damn podcast.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, they got you.
I wonder why.
But she hates Mahomes now. She likes Mahomes. She thinks he's made a fool of himself by whining too much this year.
Well, of course. I think it's possible it's real. I don't know. We'd know.
I don't believe anything with these guys.
Brothers know exactly what buttons to push.
But they do it all the time.
I know, but sometimes there's a line, there's a place where if I do that, it's going to get real.
I don't know, man.
I think
now they're talking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce getting married.
I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah.
They don't even know each other, man.
Well, they know each other.
Dude, they started dating while she was on tour and he's in football. They don't know each other. They've
been together a lot.
He doesn't know her habits. He stays there for a night.
They live together, right?
No,
weren't they getting a house?
He got a house.
Yeah, and for
she
her,
has a house.
So, but the house he got was for her to be able to spend more time there.
That's what they said.
Yeah, they're shacking up.
I just don't buy this. This is like the most Hollywood
there's a big element.
They never do stuff like this in Hollywood.
Yeah, there's a big element.
They never just up and get married.
No question.
I just don't know about this, man. Just don't know about this. Jim Harbaugh, he's meeting later today with the Los Angeles Chargers. Max Crosby, per Pelissaro, will explore a trade request if Antonio Pierce isn't retained by the Raiders. Okay. Okay, Max.
What is that going to do?
Whatever you say, Max.
Yeah, what is that going to prove? How do you feel about the Jim Harbaugh stuff?
I think he's obviously going to the NFL. I think he made that very clear after the Michigan won, addressing the sign stealing stuff.
I think he's been making it clear. Yeah. He's absolutely been making it clear. The only reason I'm just a little confused.
You think he's just trying to get more leverage?
No, I don't think it's that. I think he really is going to end up in the NFL. I'm not so sure it's the best move. He could survive anything at this point in Michigan.
Well, I think he could go back to Michigan. Like, if the NFL doesn't work out, I think he could go back to Michigan in 10 years.
Maybe he's thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's a god there. It's absolutely insane. Jim Harbaugh's like, I don't think people even like really understand how effing good this guy was. Like, he went to back NFC championship games in San Francisco, and he really had one bad season whenever he butted heads with ownership, and that was an 8-8 year. Like his fallout was 8-8. The 3 years before that, Jim Harbaugh went 13-3, He went to the NFC Championship game with Alex Smith. That if it hadn't been for a botched punt, he probably would have gone to a Super Bowl. Giants pulled that upset off. The next year they went 11-4. They lost to the Ravens in the Super Bowl on an incompletion by Kaepernick to Crabtree. Then he went 12-4 the next year, and he lost in the NFC title game. And that was the game where, once again, in the end zone, Richard Sherman, don't you ever talk crap about me, blah, blah, blah. And then he went 8-8 the next year. He is 44-19. 3 out of 4 years he went to an NFC Championship game, and he did so with 2 different quarterbacks.
Yeah, and it's clearly in his blood. Obviously he's been there, he's done that, and he has some unfinished business, so to speak, in the NFL. All I'm saying is you're set for life, and you can endure anything at Michigan.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
No doubt. Brandon Cooks said he wanted to leave. He said he wanted to leave. This was his first hissy fit. We know what happened. Jack Easterby left, and then he wanted to follow Jim Jones Easterby out of town. Here was Brandon Cook's initial hissy fit. Keep in mind that he tweeted about it before, but then he wanted to keep it in-house.
What have been your thoughts on keep that internal. With all due respect, I'm not going to talk about that right now in the media.
If they trade you, how would that be?
I'm not, like I said, I'm worried about it's internal, so that's I'm not worried about that on if, what's, ands. It is what it is.
In the past, you said you didn't want to be traded, so has that changed?
Like I said, I'm not really talking about that right now. So.
And then he said that he just wanted to win, all that, blah, blah, blah. I don't even need to hear his voice anymore. If I never hear that voice again, I'll be a happier guy. I don't need to hear that chump.
Yeah, he didn't want to be in a rebuild.
Yeah. Well,
the rebuild is still going.
Yeah, have fun. Yeah. And I think it's a blessing in disguise, too. I'm glad. I mean, him being gone.
100%.
You talk about the blessings in disguise. That's one of many. Nico came into his own. You drafted Tank Dell.
Yeah.
You have authentic faith in the locker room, not POS/POS disciple faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm happy about it. And I have no problem saying it was fake because the whole thing was fake. Brother, Easterby left, and then all of a sudden you want to act weird about it? Come on, man.
He's complaining more than some players do when their coach gets fired. About
and then he said he went away from the team that you were crying to yourself.
No, well, then what were you doing? Then how did it happen?
They let you leave because you were crying.
Yeah, how did it happen?
You were literally crying because Easterby left.
Yeah.
You imagine being so attached to Jack Easterby that's your livelihood, like your that
affects your job.
That was what made you want to leave town, was that Jack Easterby got fired. The best thing that's happened around here.
Yeah.
And then you go to the Cowboys and Texans have won a playoff game. You haven't. Job, buddy.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Archer.
Keep that internal.
Yeah. the Archer. Come on, brother.
He's the Archer.
Weak, man. Absolute weak
Keep
stuff.
that internal.
Okay, well, what about your Twitter feed?
Yeah.
Keep that internal.
Coming up, everything's been great around here for the Texans, but there is one thing that has gone wrong, and it's officially as bad as possible for the Houston Texans. We'll tell you what that is. Plus, Derek Stingley has a new supporter, and this guy wants all the damn smoke.
The Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
Kind of knew this was going to go down. It was obvious. Noah Brown, he was hurt. His back was hurt. First drive of the game, CJ Stroud, incompletion on third down. He hurt his hip. He's beat to crap, and he is on injured reserve. So Noah Brown's season over. This perhaps means that they elevate Steven Sims. Not sure how they'll handle that or who they'll elevate, but the season of Noah Brown has concluded. 3 really, really good games, 7 very average games, 7 games missed, and just 3 plays, I think it was, in the playoffs. Good one-year signing. Good one-year signing. Good contribution.
Yeah.
I don't think the Texans need to fall in love with these guys on one-year deals, though. I think you can find the next ones. Even Singletary. Like, if Singletary's here and you want to keep him around, cool. But they're going to – I think this is just the beginning of the Texans with getting guys on one-year deals.
I have a question. Serious question.
This usually means it's not serious.
No, dead serious question. How long was Tank Dell's rehab?
Come on, John.
What? I'm serious.
Did you see that injury?
Yes.
What do you think this is? You think it's mankind or
How
something?
How bad was that fracture? Let's go, man. All hands on deck.
He's about to come back as Cactus Jack.
What's he going to do, the Terrell Owens?
Yeah.
Is that what we're getting?
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
We mentioned this a little bit already, but Jerry Jones, Mike McCarthy, the internet is going bonkers. Everybody is jumping on. But I think the key thing here in Jerry Jones' decision, which probably already is made up, but is made, Dan Quinn could be easily gone. And Dan Quinn, no matter how bad they looked, yesterday, he's had a really, really good year. I mean, they got to take that into the equation too. Like, what's Mike McCarthy without Dan Quinn? I get that he's flopping in the postseason anyway.
I know that Dan Quinn had a bad game yesterday, so there'll be some people. But, I mean, that happens.
Yeah.
D'Amico didn't have an awesome game against Philly.
But he was one of the biggest reasons for their success.
Yeah. Dude, Dan Quinn was a meltdown away from winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like right there.
Yeah.
That building right there.
Mm-hmm.
He was that close. So, yeah, I think Dan Quinn, I think you do a lot worse than Dan Quinn.
I got the internet going nuts.
This was Maurice Jones-Drew and Chris Rose. Texans could play the Chiefs if the Steelers pull off the upset. The Texans could face the Chiefs. They have a good defense. Chris Rose knew that, and he told Maurice Jones-Drew that in a weird way.
This is far and away the best defense that Patrick Mahomes has had, right? I mean, is it possible that they could ride the D? The defense?
Okay. Listen.
Just keep talking. He only made it worse. He only made it worse.
Got to do that. You got to pause. You got to pause there.
By doing that.
Got to pause there, man.
I don't know. Do you?
Have to.
Do you?
For sure, have to.
I got the internet going nuts.
We got 2 ball games tonight. We've been talking about them today, starting in about 2 hours. We've been talking about them. We've also been talking about this. I am just going to be sitting, watching this game, and not really worried about either, how the Texans play. It's the dominant story in Houston. It's the dominant story in the NFL. One of them is the Houston Texans and C.J. Stroud. Dude, I've spent so much time like, well, if this happens, then this happens, and this might be the best. I think it's the other teams that are trying to not avoid, but maybe are more worried about facing the Texans than anything.
I mean, C.J. Stroud, we laid out the stats in winner-go-home games. He knows what he's doing, man.
Yeah.
He knows what – and by the way, he was an underdog in all 3 of them.
And C.J. Stroud having the internet going nuts is not just kind of – it is good for him and cool and all that. But I think it just keeps going back to – in fact, I wrote it down. We talked about the poetic nature of this season and the parallels and kind of some of the justifications and the full circle moments, like those days are gone. And the NFL right now is C.J. Stroud, when you talk about banner headlines, is one of the banner headlines. And I think that's what's got the internet going nuts today as much as anything.
And the funniest thing for me is this notion that it's like Houston against the world. Now, everybody's rooting for you, brother. Like, everybody who doesn't have a rooting interest is rooting for you. This is not a Houston versus the world situation. This ain't the Astros. There are a lot. C.J. Stroud, his jersey is going to be a top 5 seller probably next year. Mm-hmm. There's going to be random-ass kids from New York to Arizona to L.A. to Washington. Just that's going to be their guy. So, nah, it ain't. You have company and enjoy the hell out of it because it's a fun time, especially compared to what we saw last year and the year before. And the year before.
The internet going nuts.
Asante Samuel, man. This dude wants all of the smoke. So, Asante Samuel, after it was announced that Sauce Gardner was going to be an All-Pro, Asante Samuel just said this. He knew where this was going, and you know how Jets fans are. They're weird, though. They like to slide in DMs. It's weird. The one
DMs?
time, brother, I had probably 25 DMs from Jets fans just talking crap because I said that Zach Wilson sucked. I said that Joe Flacco was better than Zach Wilson. That was the whole point. And a lot of those tweets got deleted, but it's all good. But Asante Samuel said this, quote, "We need to create standards. DBs should have to have at least one interception to be considered for All-Pro and Pro Bowl."
I saw this.
Sauce Gardner replied, and he's been going at Jets fans ever since. Sauce said, "I'm mad I got to give you the attention you've been wanting for 2 years now, but this is why you can't call anybody an OG. OGs make sure to support the younger generation, but you acting like an old head filled with hatred, bro. I get you're 43 and all, but you got to grow up." Asante said, "Homeboy, you don't have to give me anything. I'm not looking for your attention or anything from you. You sound confused. I don't care nothing about what you got going on." Sauce replied, "I ain't your homeboy, and attention got to be what you looking for because every time I get an accolade, you subtweeting. I'm not confused at all. I'm always in my right mind before I do or say anything." Asante said, "Yes, you are, because you think I've been wanting attention from you for 2 years, homeboy."
Oh, we went back to it.
"If you want to talk DB-ish, let's do it. Other than that, keep it moving." Sauce said, "Nah, I'm good. I'll rev up if I want to talk anything DB-related. Have a good night, though." And then Asante went at Jets fans. He was quote tweeting him. He said, "Y'all hit me up if you want 50-plus INTs. And passes defended. I just can't stop." Then he was accused of Sauce slander, and Asante said, "I don't think anyone dislikes Sauce. We're trying to set standards in the NFL so players aren't being overlooked because of others' popularity." Then he started tweeting out Derek Stingley stats.
Yeah.
And was saying, interesting type of thing. He wanted all the smoke. He woke up at 6:45 and was still tweeting about it.
Yeah. The problem I have with it is
then someone tagged his son and said, "Hey, get your pops." And Asante Samuel Sr. said, "You don't think my son knows I like to talk crap?"
I think his whole argument fell flat from the very first. You don't have to have interceptions to be All-Pro.
I mean, maybe one.
But you don't have to.
Maybe one.
Like, if they don't throw your way at all, that's how good you are. You're All-Pro.
Well, but they throw at Stingley just as much. Or the advanced stats showed it's like 0.3 difference. They throw at Stingley just as much.
I think that's his argument.
That's the point, is that they throw at Stingley just as much.
No, I got his argument, but I just think that whole premise of you got to have interceptions. Well, the whole idea of being a shutdown corner is they don't even throw your way. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But you got another corner that's doing something similar.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I understand what you're saying. I'm on
Derek. He was the only guy.
I'm on Derek Stingley's side here, man. I'm just saying I don't think that's a solid argument, but he just has it in for him. You can tell. You know?
I think he just wants the smoke.
That's basically it.
I just think Asante likes to talk crap.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that doesn't give a damn. Jets fans are weird, though, sometimes.
Yes, they are.
They get really crazy.
You know about them Jets fans.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Rick Pitino hates losing.
Really?
He's the coach at St. John's now. You might remember him from such productions as Kentucky wins the national championship, Boston, not good in the NBA because they didn't get Tim Duncan, Louisville, Contender, and the restaurant with that random lady.
Yeah.
He is now
Table 4.
He is now the coach at St. John's,
And I'll have the usual.
They had a hard-fought loss, one of those moral victories that people like to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick Pitino doesn't want to hear that moral victory stuff.
I don't feel good when we lose. We beat the world. Just so you understand that. So I don't believe in those Italian efforts. I don't want to kill myself.
Well, that's pretty graphic. He's in a position where he shouldn't have to. By the way, a little quick internet going nuts here. It's a huge surprise.
I got the internet going nuts.
Caleb Williams is declared for the draft. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah. You get that, Figgy?
Oh, man, I thought he was going to stay another year, man.
Stay another year, too.
I got by that fake Giants reporter that said that he didn't want to go to the Bears.
I didn't see this.
No, there's like a fake Giants
that.
reporter. Well, Emmanuel Acho did a whole damn video about it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Like it's one thing to get got. It has like the check and all that, and you don't know the reporter, so it kind of made the surface.
But he did a whole bit,
brother. He did a whole video.
Oh man,
he did a whole damn video reacting to the Caleb Williams, and then this is where he's a real weasel.
Mm-hmm.
After he got, he said, "Well, it's still like
still stands.
It's
just
done.
Take the L, man. It got you.
Yeah, it's done. Yeah, let's move on there, sir." Whole video on his Instagram with the graphic of the video. So he not only like, it's not like he just fired up the Instagram and reacted.
Yeah,
he
actually linked it or whatever.
Dude, he put the picture of it on there reacting to this fake report. Dude, you're like one of the top guys for have some respect for yourself, man.
Man,
it's the internet going nuts. Some more than others. Coming up, what do we want to see next? Who do you want to see? Do you want to see the Ravens, or do you want to see the Chiefs, or do you just not give a damn at this point? Reaction Monday playoff edition continues next.
All right, guys, let's talk about the Houston.
Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I saw this headline on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN. It said, C.J. Stroud still a rookie. I guess they just want to remind people that this guy is still a rookie, and it's easy to kind of get. He's wise beyond his years. Like it's obvious. He's only.
I forgot he was a rookie.
He's 22 years old.
Youngest player ever to win a playoff.
Youngest player ever to win a playoff game, surpassing Michael Vick. Yeah. And he was asked about being wise beyond his years. This is what the quarterback of your Houston Texans, as they await. We're about 2 hours away from. Getting some closure as to whether they'll be going to Kansas City or Baltimore. But here's C.J. Stroud speaking on being wise beyond his years.
I don't know. I feel like it's just how I am as a person. Like, I've been this way since I think I've been a child, you know. Like, my family's back there, they know. I've always been the youngest in my family. Like, always been the one, kind of like the one kind of getting picked on or whatever. But that made me tough, you know. And I thank God for my family. And honestly, like what I've been through in my life has prepared me for being in the locker room full of men, you know, and being a man amongst men, you know. So I've been blessed enough to even have that reaction from my teammates because I'm honestly just being myself. Like, there's nothing, I haven't come in and try to do anything new or, like, be extra, try to hold people to a certain standard. I'm not holding myself to it. Like, I think I've been doing this since I've been young. So it's cool just to be, like, working in what God has called into your life. Like, I honestly feel like this is my purpose, not my passion, you know. So also it's connected to my passion, which is football. But I think my purpose is really to spread His word and be just a light in this world, you know. So I'm blessed enough to do that every day.
All right, there you go.
There are certain people, and you know this, everybody knows this, you come across them every day. There are certain people that since childhood are just mature. They just have a grasp of things. And you know, a lot of times, you know, they're that friend of ours that is always kind of, not necessarily the nerd or the straight-laced, but like just mature, sees things differently.
Jordan Spence.
Yeah, right? I mean, there's yours. Like,
yeah, I got him ISS, though. Not ISS, I got him detention.
How come? But you know what I'm talking about.
They had free homework passes, and I stole his and forged it after I'd already used the free homework skip.
And then there's guys in the group like Landry.
Yeah.
But like he is that guy. This is not fake. It's completely authentic. It's completely him, as opposed to, you know, people that we've seen, even Deshaun. You know, most importantly, Deshaun.
Yeah, he changed, man.
Yeah,
he changed. I thought it was really like you talk about like poetic justice. The fact that you were looking at Deshaun on the sidelines, and then you were looking at Jeff Driscoll. Remember when they loved Jeff Driscoll?
Yeah,
remember when that tight end coach compared him to Lamar Jackson?
Yeah.
God, that was awful. But yeah, you kind of saw those guys, and you knew that you didn't have anything to do with them. And then, you know, you walked out of that stadium just feeling the vibe, man.
Mm-hmm.
It was a hell of a vibe, dude. It was a hell of a vibe.
It was pretty damn electric, man. It was pretty damn cool and extremely rare. I can't. You can count on one hand the atmospheres that matched what we saw on Saturday.
So now we go to
Kansas City or Baltimore.
It's Kansas City or Baltimore. By the way, those flights $500 and $400. It ain't cheap.
Nah, it could be worse, but
okay.
It'll be delayed by
this guy.
It'll be delayed by
this guy.
That's the other thing. You want to?
Ain't nothing.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, $500. You know, what's first class?
Those flights stand a good chance of getting delayed too.
Yeah.
Or canceled.
Could be. I'm sure the Texans, the traveling Texans, will represent as best they can. But you got Pittsburgh versus Baltimore, or Pittsburgh versus Buffalo, and that's going to kick off here in an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes. Buffalo a 10-point favorite, but you just never know in that snow. And the uglier the game, the more of a chance you give Pittsburgh. At least I would think. I think when we start talking about, you know, demons and all that, and luck and teams of destiny and controlling what you can control, but stuff that you don't control going your way, the fact that Tennessee was able to beat Jacksonville and put the Texans in position to where they're not at the mercy of Buffalo, I think it was just like a perfect vibe situation, perfect vibe layout. Because as excited as people are, Like, let's even say that the Texans pull the upset against the Bills. Let's say that it's basically you're in the same situation. Like they were there. Yeah, let's say the Texans find themselves in the same situation this weekend, and let's say that the Texans at 3:30 today they were going to upset the Bills, and they were going to be going to Baltimore. Okay, which is what's going to happen if Buffalo wins. So that's the most likely scenario. So they could be in the same exact situation. You're going to have 2 fewer days of rest.
Yeah.
It's going to be cold as a mofo. You're going to go from perhaps people being excited for Sunday at noon on their TVs to getting it pushed back to 3:30 today.
Yeah.
Or pushed, whatever, however you want to look at it. I just don't think the vibe would be as insane, especially knowing that happened in the city and all that.
See, everything about this team has been fast-tracked. It's been accelerated. Is C.J. Stroud going to be a franchise quarterback? Well, we found that out pretty quick. That was fast-tracked.
It seems to be
What about D'Amico Ryans? Is he going to have any flaw? Nope. That was fast-tracked. That happened a lot sooner than we thought it was. I think the significant thing about what you're talking about, the Titans winning that game, and getting that game at home, getting this game Saturday at home, it accelerated how much this entire city is just completely bought in. Like that's a wrap on when are the fans going to come back. Maybe next year, maybe they'll get some. No, it's done. And if you don't believe me, you must not have been watching on Saturday, or you must not have been at the stadium on Saturday, because it was very tangible and real. Not only did Texans fans scoop up every ticket, but they scooped up every ticket for themselves. Like they didn't resell them on the market to Cleveland fans.
Dude, there was no Cleveland
It was
presence.
maybe 10%. And then there's the last thing, like the biggest indicator of all of like how everything's been kind of happened a lot faster than we expected. It was a full stadium at kickoff. And frankly, I can't remember when. I don't even know if the last Buffalo playoff game was full at home.
Yeah.
I doubt it. I really do.
I saw there's like a Cleveland sports show, the webcast or whatever. They're saying that there were a lot of empty seats in the stadium.
Oh, we'll get to this.
And then they said that there was fake crowd noise being pumped in.
We'll get to that too
tomorrow. We'll talk about that tomorrow. That's pathetic, by the way.
Pathetic. Like I'm embarrassed.
I'm embarrassed for Cleveland.
Yes, I'm embarrassed for Cleveland.
I was actually kind of embarrassed by the lack of presence there, but one of the mistakes I made is I trusted their local like rah reporters, and I talked to someone who worked out there, and I was like, hey, there really weren't very many Browns fans, and they said, yeah, for some reason our local media just likes to obsess over these Cleveland takeover stories, and
there wasn't
didn't
one.
really happen. No, there wasn't one. But I still have a lot of respect for that city, and I have a lot of respect for that fan base. I have a lot of respect for the people who broadcast there. But this Cleveland, that's embarrassing. That's kind of a new low for them. And I heard today that Carmen and Lima, Ken wants to act like he invented bread because he used the term assing, and I like it, and I use it now.
Yeah.
Hopefully he had a topic though, because he didn't have one a week ago today. For the playoffs. But they're saying it was a successful season. It was good. This wasn't a disappointment. Man, y'all thought they were going to win. If you get thumped like that, like I think all bets are off. You got to kind of change things, right?
No, you absolutely do. The thing with the Texans too is like it felt like it was supposed to go that way after a while. Like we were all worried about what about this, what about Flacco, what about the defense and all that. The Texans were the better defense. They destroyed them offensively. They had the best offensive coordinator on the field. They had the best defensive coordinator on the field. They had the best quarterback on the field. It just felt like it's like hop on board, man, because this feels like a team that has everything going its way.
Yeah, I think they have a puncher's chance against anyone, and I'll be honest, I didn't necessarily think that before 3:30 on Saturday. That's the biggest thing I can take from it is you can say C.J. Stroud, all that, but what I saw, what they're doing, and what that looked like, that team has a puncher's chance against anyone. Does that mean that I would, bet on it? Perhaps not, but I do know this. The C.J. Stroud stats in win or go home games, the last 3 that he's played, he's 2-1 in those games. The only one he lost was when Ohio State missed a game-winning field goal.
He's 59 of 81, 72.8%, 886 yards, 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. I mean, and he was the underdog in all those. This isn't like, I mean, that's impressive no matter what. That's impressive if you're a 3-touchdown favorite. He's an underdog in all these games. He's 2-1. The only reason he lost is because they missed a field goal. 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 73% of his passes. Okay. I mean, you have a puncher's chance if that's going to happen. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in the building. Happy Reaction Monday to both of you guys.
How about it, fellas?
How about it?
Boy, I'm telling you, that game, not surprised. I picked the Texans to win. Not surprised they won, but, I mean, that thing, I had the old Billy Packard. This game is over.
Yeah.
In the early in the third.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
Steven Nelson picked.
Yeah, it was over, and it was clear who the better team was. And like you never know. Some teams just have bad days, but it would appear that they could have played that game several times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be surprised if the Texans, won 7 out of 10 or whatever. That was domination.
Clint, the big thing for me, that was the best defense in the NFL, and Bobby Slowick was just running circles.
He could have thrown for 500.
He was just running circles around him, man.
If he needed to, he was going to throw for half 1,000.
Yeah, look,
that was the best defense on paper.
To that point, as well as the point Lock Dog was making when we came in, man, when you've got that quarterback and you've got 2 play callers that are weapons, that are game changers, that are difference makers throughout the game, boy, you got something. And to me, that's the kind of the step the Texans took on Sunday was they got to the point where you're talking about you I'm not going to go out there and bet they're going to beat anybody in the league.
But would you bet against them?
No, I'm not betting at all. I'm going to enjoy it, right? But at the end of the day, going into every single game, you feel like you got a shot. And it's not just because C.J. Stroud. I know it was over the last month, over the last 6 weeks, it's been, we've talked about it multiple times. Yeah, C.J. this, C.J. that, man. Them damn play callers.
Yeah.
And the coaching that they're doing, have done all year long in terms of having got – Michael Dieter is the center, guys.
Yeah, he is.
For one of the better teams in the NFL.
Didn't play an offensive snap last year.
Got cut.
Yeah.
Right.
They allowed 8 pressures, 0 sacks.
Yeah.
They cut him.
They had to be forced to put him on the field.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just one of the, it's crazy, like the depth that's played really, really well.
Even the Christian Harris pick 6, that was
he
scouting.
Didn't move, man.
That was film.
He didn't move. He stayed still, and then
that was
right
scouting.
There.
That was I know what's coming.
And then
slow it.
And then slow. I know this made you horny, Clint. the pitch to Stingley on the first drive. This was the Bobby in the bag drive. You pitch it to you pitch it to Singletary. He gets about 20 a pop, and then you cap off that drive with a nice little fake over there, and then a throw across to Nico
on the screen, the throwback screen. Yeah. I mean, he was to me the number one story in this whole thing is Bobby Slowick.
I looked over at show and he was getting more TV time than Taylor Swift, and we both just said he gone.
I've been trying to warn people for a month and a half about Bobby Slowick, and these last 2 games ain't helped. If you're hopeful that he stays at this point, it is if Bobby wants to leave. If Bobby wants to leave, Bobby's gone.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
Yeah, it is, baby. Drive is live on this Reaction Monday. Good times out here. I see Tyler in his Victory Monday shirt. There he is. He's feeling himself right there, baby. All right, that's right.
Hey, rate that. Turn that mic on over there, Lopez.
That's a white boy doing a Mexican call if ever I heard one, but absolutely A+ effort.
I thought it was a beaut.
You know what that's called? It's a grito.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're Houston, Texas. I can't say that.
Hey, that's a gringo grito.
Hey, there we go. Gringo grito. That's right, baby. It's everybody should be feeling good. Your Houston Texans are, as D'Amico said earlier, a game away from playing in a game that the Texans have never played in, the AFC Championship game.
Hey, them Texans won. Guess what today is, boy?
What is that?
6 weeks.
Oh.
Huh? Yeah, guess what today is?
Double wins.
Laney turned 6 weeks. Oh, Laney James, she turned 6 weeks on Saturday, Ryan. guess what? Saturday was 6 weeks. The first day of business. Past Saturday's what, Monday? And doctor's office are open. Guess what's going on right now as we speak? 2 o'clock. Not only do we have a kick-ass Reaction Monday lined up after a playoff dub, our first playoff dub Victory Monday, Reaction Monday, Ron, our first together.
It's our first one.
Not only is that,
Tyler,
but wifey, she's probably sitting in that waiting room right now. Got them pictures of women on the wall and stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All the different women on the wall. So you know you're in a certain kind of doctor's office. She's going in there. She's going in there to get clearance, boys.
Clint, I'm gonna know that you know this deep down in your heart, that she has not been counting down the days to this like you have.
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I've been doing a little flirting this last week. I don't know, man.
Okay.
I
don't know if Lo is in her mind thinking 6 weeks. Here we go. Let's get here and bang this thing out.
I don't know, man.
Come on, waiting for the half of this Eagles-Bucks game. I'm ready for you.
She's had a little distraction. I ain't gonna lie to you. She's had a little distraction. She's had some hard times.
I know it.
But it's easy to forget about this.
I'm hopeful for you.
It's easy to forget about this when the doctor sets a date. You know that date's a ways away, and so you can't do anything until you get to that date. It's easy to forget about this.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, we appreciate you jumping in on this Victory Monday and this Reaction Monday. Do you believe that Clint Stoerner will also win tonight? 713-572-4610. Clint's geared up. This is 6 weeks. He believes his wife is as geared up as he is. Do you believe Clint will win tonight? I do not think so. I hope so. I'm hopeful for you. I'm hopeful for you. But that kid, that baby Laney, going to start crying tonight, and she could kill a mood right there, baby.
Keep it down, Laney.
That's what I'm just saying.
Keep it down.
Hey,
trust me, Daddy's going to be quick. Hey, trust me.
Just need a few minutes, huh?
It's 6 weeks, boys. Woo! And we got a Texas dub. Get the hell out. And we got playoff football tonight live on TV. God.
We do. Listen, we got
wow. Let's go and knock these three hours out so your boy can get to the crib, man.
Is that what you're rating? No, he's mailing in trying to get there. All right. It is also a Mad Dog Monday.
That it is. What'd you get over there, bub?
I got you a little electric melon right here.
Electric melon?
I got you a little electric melon.
What flavor did you get?
I got a little golden pineapple. I'm a fan of it. I'm a fan of the golden
You've
pineapple.
already had this.
I've had this one before. Hell, listen, I've bought them all. I've bought every single flavor there is available out there.
I think this is a new flavor.
Now listen.
I mean, new, relatively speaking.
I think this week was close. And in fact, I don't think I should have been buying the Mad Dog, but I think this week was close. But
I mean, you put it out there to the people.
Man, listen, Tyler had Will Anderson Jr. He had 2 tackles, a sack, 5 pressures. Big game for him. Clint had Dalton Schultz, 2 targets, 1 catch. He did have a touchdown pass. And I had
drop.
Huh? Had a huge drop. 2 targets, so 1 catch, 37-yard touchdown. I had 66 rush yards and a touchdown from Devin Singletary. He also had 3 receptions. I don't care about the yardage, but he had 3 catches, touched the ball 19 times. But this is you all, Tyler, Clint, Texans fans. You deserve it.
You damn right.
I'll step out and pick this one up, even though everyone understands and knows that I should not be. But I am the one. I will pick it up. Little Mad Dog Monday. The Texans get a playoff W and are in the divisional round, baby.
Here's to a playoff W, and here's to not counting trash time touchdowns in our Mad Dog 2020.
They all count. It's they all count.
Hit you a pool.
Whoa. Boy, there it is.
Whoa.
Did he just say, pshaw?
Clint, you didn't think we was going to be drinking these today, did you?
No, I did not.
That's all right, baby. That's all right, though.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you, electric melon ain't it.
That ain't it? That ain't the one? That ain't the one?
Electric melon ain't it. But it is a Mad Dog Monday, so I'll do it.
You do got to hit that. Everybody.
I mean, that's I don't know. I did just eat a cough drop, so that may have screwed up the taste.
I saw some people who refused to wait till Monday drinking Mad Dog. Saw some people on Twitter sending it saying Mad Dog, and they're drinking it on Saturday night, Sunday. So shout out to you all.
Tastes good on Saturday too, baby.
Hell, anytime Sundays. After that. Yeah, it was good. Look, I want to say this. It was a great day out there, and being out there, Clint, the fans deserved this one. That like everything about Saturday's game, although Tyler almost missed the game. Tyler cut it close. Woo! He did not come to the game, which he has now been allowed to come, and he has a free ticket. He did not come to the game, but he thought he'd watch it at home. And baby, 3 o'clock, that TV wasn't working. Woo! That TV wasn't.
That's what you get for not coming. What in the hell would make you think not to come to this
I
game?
did. The last time I went to a Texans playoff game, the opening kickoff was returned for a touchdown, and they lost 30-0.
So you don't.
So I wanted to kind of just sit this one out, watch at the home, so I could focus and not even risk that sort of outcome happening again for the Houston Texans.
Yeah. Well, luckily, what time that TV? What time did you get your? You get NBC back.
NBC popped up on my TV about probably 90 seconds before kickoff.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
He pushed it.
I was sweating.
You almost missed the kickoff.
It's cold outside, but I was sweating.
Hey, you'd have got third degree. If you'd have missed that down. In fact, I mean, I'm
had to listen to it like he did when he went to with that tea.
I'm half-ass tempted to give you the third degree just for not being there. I'm gonna tell you. Shout out to Doug Vosick, Greg Grissom, and the entire staff over there that has spent so much time and effort and money on game day environment, game day atmosphere, the branding, everything that's gone on. And of course, huge shout out to all the Texans fans. I was in the suite, Ron.
I walked around. I wanted to get a little bit of it too.
Hey man, during introductions, I stepped outside in the suite because we got the outside seats as well. I step outside. I get about 3-4 rows down. Just kind of take me a little gander, look around, and they start introducing the offense. And I don't know who came up with this idea, but well done. It's going to be huge next year. But the whole introducing, when you introduce a player, you put all the energy and effort into their first name, pause, and the crowd says their last name, and then the announcer would say, he said, George Fant. And in that break, the crowd, Fant, of course, and they build up. And by the time they get to CJ,
and it lost all
the top pops off the joint. So
ain't laying down for nobody.
The entire thing, Ron, just huge shout out to the fans and all the powers that be over there that have put that together. Because it was a tremendous atmosphere
by far. And I've been saying this since the fans have been allowed to come back in the stands. Yeah. When am I gonna see the NRG that people have talked about? It was by far, minus Tyler, the best atmosphere I've ever been to here in Houston. Yeah. Clearly it was. I walked around. I got out to listen to what it was outside of the press box, and it was crazy. Y'all asses was on time for the most part. Like I knew it was something when I got out there. I thought I'd leave a little bit early, and I probably had to park 3 rows back from the row that I normally have to park at. And when you got in there, the place was damn near full. This was not a late arriving crowd like we've generally seen. They were on top of it, ready to go. Because what you just talked about, the starting lineups, that blowing the roof off wasn't possible because people just hadn't been arriving at the time yet.
Sure.
And it wasn't that many Browns fans. I expected there to be a lot more Browns fans. It was not many Browns fans there. The Texans fans came out and made that a real home field atmosphere. And I just want to say this. I don't know where the damn camera is. I just want to say this. See, y'all done messed up now.
What happened?
Y'all done messed up now. See, now, damn it, that's the expectation I have now.
Should be.
That's the expectation I have now. I don't. If that was the last home game, which potentially it could be this year, next year, I don't want to go back to this deal of, hey man, people don't get there till about the second quarter all the way through. You look at it, and certain teams you think are going to dominate the crowd, and it's not a real home field advantage. And CJ, in his nice way, comes to the podium 3 or 4 times a year and says, I'd like for you guys to come out. This is a crew. They're in the second round of playoffs. D'Amico, CJ, everybody there, and you showed us what the hell you can do. I expect to see that. It's only 8 of them. It ain't 100. It ain't 81 of them like at Minute Maid. It's 8 of them.
The arrow's pointed up.
I guess sometimes 9 now. That's why expectations. Y'all done messed up and shown what you're capable of doing, and that's what I expect.
It's got to be prime time, though, Ron.
Oh man,
I mean, you can count on it from here on out.
I'm just telling you,
can count on it.
No, you can't.
You can count on it here on out. You can count on it.
If you're constantly playing noon games, there's going to be a handful of noon games where we're going to have one more beer at that damn tailgate. Just telling you. You play at 3, you play prime time at night, yeah, you're going to get it. You play in the playoffs, yeah, you're going to get it.
The sellouts are back, though. The sellouts aren't going to go anywhere anymore.
I'm just talking about the coming out. You think folks going to leave their tailgate at 11? You think folks going to leave their tailgate at 11 to come in the stadium? I think it's going to happen.
It's a big step for it to just be selling out again.
You can't get off by kickoffs. Oh, stop.
I'm just telling you. I would personally, but I'm just telling you. Now we may be asking a little bit much. Another thing real quick. Ron, another thing. I don't know, and this may be putting – look, I may be adding a little too much here. But you talk about hitting a nail on the head with the Texans mariachi band, where the crowd is singing the lyrics of the song. I mean, loud enough where everybody can hear it. That was absolutely, absolutely beautiful. And then at halftime, you roll Bun,
big guns,
Paul Wall, Mike Jones. That Mexican OT. I mean, you roll all them cats out there.
They were short of Beyonce singing the national anthem. Really.
But just the whole deal, man, of what they've been trying to accomplish over there, it came to a head and on Saturday at the right time. And, man, damn, tip my cap to everybody over there, because that was beautiful through and through. And for the Texans to get a dub at the very end of it, was beautiful, man. What an atmosphere.
Yeah, text line. Yeah, good luck with that, Ron. That's disappointing. That was like, oh, bad boys. That's how you drive. That's how you drive. That's what it needs. That's what it needs to look like. I'm telling you, Mike Lowry. I'm telling you right now, a lot of NFL cities, it ain't just like, hey, man, we'll get in there when we get there. Y'all show what y'all can do. That's what it should be right off the top. The atmosphere, you can't tell me right off the top, didn't have something to do with it. That first defensive snap, that crowd was out of control on that 3 and out. It helps. All right, speaking of that, Clint, I think one of the big things is if we revisit what we talked about Friday, Clint, so many of the things that we said the Texans need to do came to fruition. So many of the things that we said, boy, the way the Texans got to win this game came, and they did a lot of those things. You could almost run through the checklist and see what they did in it.
Absolutely. Look, I'll be transparent completely. For those that listen, for those that are just now tuning in, I don't know what the hell's wrong with you, but I'm gonna be transparent. Look, I picked the Cleveland Browns to win this game 24-20. I've never been more happy to be wrong. However, we circle back, and I said, here's my reasoning. Because in order for the Texans to have a chance to win this ball game, they have got to play the cleanest, most efficient game that we've seen this team play to date. Bobby Slowick has to be absolutely lights out. They've got to run the football effectively. And you look back, I just didn't believe they could check all those boxes. I did not believe against this defense that they would be able to do those things. And you look at what the Texans did, damn it. They played the cleanest, most efficient game they played all year.
That's what you were really on. You were really on. They got to play a clean game.
Them negative plays that were occurring the last several games, it wasn't going to work versus the Cleveland Browns. They went out there, no sacks, 3 penalties, one of which was a delay of game that they took to give the punter more room. So really there was only 2 penalties. And obviously no turnovers. I mean, Bobby Slowick, hell, if you didn't see what Bobby Slowick did in that first half, your ass is blind. I mean, he was absolutely cooking in that first half. Everything he dialed up was plain as day, easy pickings, throws in the ocean for C.J. Stroud. That took place. I mean, the other pass catchers we talked about, somebody other than Nico Collins, had to show up and show out. John Mechie made an appearance. Brevin Jordan had a 76-yard catch, which, by the way, before I go any further on that, I had a cousin that had a Brevin Jordan touchdown, 80-plus yards, and a Texans win parlay. He had a 1 catch, 76 yards, touchdown. He needed 4 more yards. Brevin never touched a football again. He didn't win the parlay.
Damn.
What the hell got into Brevin Jordan?
Oh man. But yeah, you just look around, man, and everything that we talked about had to happen, Ron, and then defensively, obviously, they just put them to sleep.
That's what we said. We talked about. We all went through it. You talked about them having to play a clean game.
Yeah.
And Tyler said the Texans will win if Nico Collins looks like a one receiver. And in that first half, really again in the game, but in that first half, like that dude is like I remember tweeting out, smells like a number one, looks like a number one. I'll be damned. Like
Nico
the catch,
has got him on
we
fire,
talked about it
baby.
in the press box. The adjustment he made on that catch
of the year
was ridiculous, right? I mean, CJ
that's the best
got it
catch
out
he's
there.
made he's made his career, not all year.
And you'll always say it. The reason why you know it's so good is he made that difficult ass catch look easy.
Yep.
He made it look like it was
walk in
easy.
the park.
But I mean that was he was ridiculous. And then I said the defense is gonna lead the way, and then they scored twice, and shut him out in the second half. Right, so I mean, it was ridiculous on what we saw.
Ron, when you look at that Nico Collins catch, the one we're talking about, it is underthrown, it's too flat, and it's over the opposite shoulder.
Yes,
he flipped his eyes.
So it would have been a touchdown if he gets it to the.
Oh yeah, it's a walk-in.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like last week's touchdown. I mean,
how he keeps getting singled up.
Yeah, how he keeps and getting over the top of DBs is I'd be damned. I don't get it. But over the other shoulder, too flat and underthrown, and my man comes back and makes that catch and feels comfortable enough to get up and shake it off. I mean, that was a phenomenal catch. But to your point, Ron, the fact that he makes it look effortless. That is what we've been talking about for years and years and years. Yeah, there's one thing to go out there and be a good receiver, but there's another thing to go and you can, if you're on the field enough, you're targeted enough, you can pad some stats. But it's another thing to go out there and actually make play, like catch balls that you're not supposed to catch.
Yeah.
And Nico's doing that. Nico's taking catches that he does have that should be 8-yard gains and turning them into 20 and 30. I mean, Nico, yeah. It was an impressive day for him as well.
All right, we'll continue on this Reaction Monday. Some news is out, though, about the Texans and one of their players who have been a productive player this year. We'll tell you the latest on that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Lewis Floor and Ability Tree Experts. Look, if you've got big, beautiful trees on your property, you need to listen up, man. The Texas weather, it's
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on Reaction Monday. As I said, man, we were so impressed by the fans and the atmosphere out there, the best atmosphere I've seen by far at NRG, and you could feel it. You could feel that the team was responding to it. It was beautiful, amazing. Clint stepped out there and saw it. Clint was out there. Y'all were barking. Y'all were doing the Cleveland Browns dog pound barking.
Well, I wasn't doing any barking.
I know you would, but you could hear it. It was loud. I heard them in Cleveland.
We'll be doing a little barking on the way home tonight, but I wasn't doing no barking.
I know you are. You're ready to go in when you get home, ain't you? But I listened to them. I listened to them in Cleveland. They were talking about the Texans fans were out there. They were a little bit more boisterous than I thought they would be. They're out there, making fun of us with the barking chant. It was fantastic, the atmosphere. And I just said that to me should be the expectation moving forward. You get 8 damn home games. That should be the expectation moving forward. Y'all asses was there on time. It was fantastic out there. Some people texting in on the text line. All right? If the fan base wants to affect winning, they'll show up and show out. They used to when Andre was here. Clint is spot on with the noon starts. Will not leave enough time. Someone else texted in. Ron is not from Houston. Oh, my favorite. He is trying to tell Texan fans what they need to do on game days. What a joke. No, what a joke is, to be honest with you, what a joke is that you're just accepting of, yeah, hell, man. Cool, man. We get there about second quarter. The hell?
Hold on, show.
You think Houston's the only place that plays 12 o'clock games? What are you talking about? You affected the game. You affected the game. With your energy, you could see it from the players on the field. You affected the game. It's 8 of them. Take your ass in the stadium. Get there on time. Get out of here with me with this. No, you affected the game. It's 12 o'clock games in Baltimore. Their asses are in the seats. In Philly, their asses are in the seats. Come on, man. Y'all can't go and affect the game like that and put that much energy in the game and just, all right, man, we'll get there. We'll get there about 12:30. All right. Yeah, I wasn't born in Houston. I'm sorry, okay? But if that's something you cool with, cool. I know it ain't that way at Kyle Field. Am I right, Tyler? Do y'all show up?
You are correct.
Y'all show up in the middle of the game?
Nope. We are there standing with our voices halfway gone by the time it's kickoff.
I know it ain't that way in Austin. Y'all asses is there at kickoff.
Might be like that in Austin. They're more like T-shirt fans.
He can't let you have your moment.
No, I'm with you. I'm following what you're saying. I think I wouldn't say Austin.
Just good with it. Just like you get 8 home games.
I hear what you're saying.
Take your ass in the stadium. Because I guarantee you, if it wasn't a playoff game, Clint, it was a 3 o'clock start, they asses wouldn't be in the stadium.
Well, here's the beautiful thing. Is
just accept it, just cool with it.
I'm just telling you, of late, my experience is them noon games are tough to get everybody off that cold beer and that cookout and that tailgate going. Now, here's to your point.
You affected the game.
There's a reason now. There hadn't been a reason in several years.
I get the fairness of that.
They have given you a reason to. Now, Greg Grissom, the president of the Texans. He can take Ron Hughley's spiel that he just did, which was well done, pitch and everything. He can take that and do it in his own ginger Caucasian way, and he can pipe it over the loudspeakers for all the people. I'm just telling you. He is. He's a ginger Caucasian ginger, and he can rightfully so, justifiably so, blare that over the speakers to all the season ticket holders and have a legitimate reason, justification for it. It hadn't been the case the last 3-4 years. Now you get after it.
It was amazing. It was
phenomenal.
I've been to playoff games. It was one of the best atmospheres I've ever seen. it should be that way all the time for this group. I get you. That point, if y'all didn't want to come out these last couple, I got you. I'm not talking about that. Come on, man. Yeah, Ron, in Baltimore and Philly, it starts at 1. Okay, all right. Y'all just cool with it. Your asses is right on time.
That man brought
Astros games.
That man brought the time zones into the discussion.
713.
They got the extra hour they're looking for here. That is a great comeback, though.
Well, over there it's at 1 p.m., Ron.
Hey, to be fair,
I almost slammed my head into the stage.
To be fair,
Just
Ron,
slam my
the
head.
extra hour that the Texans fans are getting tailgating in Philly and Baltimore, they get that. They get
That's
that
what they
extra
get,
hour.
yeah. Okay.
Shout out to Roosevelt for this time zone.
That's it.
Well done.
From the
That's
Texans.
all we're asking for.
I
man.
love Ron, but he's delusional in this subject. Okay.
Yeah, get the Eastern time zone right, man.
I'm
Don't-
delusional.
don't
get
let
in
the-
get
don't-
in the damn stadium.
Don't let the text line drive you to doing what I think you're fixing to do.
It's like Houston is not the only city in this league that plays 12 o'clock games and finds their way into the stadium to start the thing.
But they're one of the only teams in the league that's got the tailgating reputation that they have.
That's a good point.
It's one of the top tailgating program or organizations in the league.
And
Ron.
before you freak out, Ron, KC is up there with the tailgating too. They're considered great.
I'm not even gonna go into that because I'm not.
They're just having such a good time.
I'm not gonna go into that. Houston's also not the only city that tailgates.
Yeah, but they do it better than most.
Yeah, we tailgate pretty damn hard.
Again, I'll leave that alone. But it is not the only city that tailgates. Okay. I'm leaving it alone. I know what you're trying to drive me into do, and I'm not going to get in that
What
car.
do you say? Hey, what do you say we tailgate in Kansas City next week?
I'm not going to. Let's do it. And y'all asses will stay out there and say, "Oh, let's hang out," while these fools are marching into the stadium.
If it's
and they're
done
in their
right,
own time.
if it's done right, I mean, I'm not going to say. Everybody knows the kind of man I am. If it's done right, I will definitely consider staying for the first few minutes of the game. If we're having enough fun at the tailgate, I am one guy that will entertain maybe being a tad bit late. I just am. I like a good time. I like to have a party.
Let me hear you say hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Party your ass on the way in there.
Yeah.
It's got to have an internal clock. 11:30. Let's start moving. All right.
We're moving. All right.
You're right. All right, coming up. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm not. I'll be lying. I'm not sorry. I needed to get that off my chest. I just cannot believe people are just accepting. Act like this damn thing starts at 9. It's at 12.
We'll just get more primetime games.
It's at 12.
We'll be all right.
Churches are ending at 12:30 now. Just in the stadium. Or 10:30 now. Excuse me. Coming up, I will give you the news on a player for the Texans. We got to get into that, and what Sunday or Saturday's game was about, Clint, and it has to give you even more confidence in your Houston Texans. We'll discuss that next. But before
at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Some news here, and we'll see how this affects the Texans. Now, they have been used to this, but Noah Brown, he did not play the last game of the regular season, has missed some games this year. He had a back issue. We were really concerned if he was going to go. And then on a third down, he went up to make a catch. I thought he landed on his back again. It ended up being a shoulder situation. And today, the Texans, they have announced they're placing wide receiver Noah Brown on season-ending IR. And he finished the year, and like I said, he's missed games, 33 catches, 567 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Had 2 huge games against the Bengals and the Bucs in the middle of the year there. And the thought of, if he was healthy, this could have been a really big season for him, which still was. 567 yards, really, really good for the amount of time he played. But he will not be available for the rest of the season for the Texans.
Yeah, tough news right there because, I mean, clearly he, as a depth receiver with this whole spread the football around, take the football where the defense dictates you take the football, and C.J. Stroud being so good at that, clearly, Nico's been eaten of late, but clearly multiple guys in this offense have the ability to eat at any given time against good defenses. So you hate to lose one of your better depth guys at this point in time. I don't know. You look at him and Robert Woods are your 2 depth guys at this time that are 2 very different wide receivers, but really good quality veteran depth. You'd like to have Noah Brown the rest of the way. But again, you look at, John Mechie and Xavier Hutchins are coming. Hutchinson, yeah. He's coming.
John Mechie, his best game.
John Mechie's best game. He. I mean, look, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. It was a very, very small sample size of him just, getting in a void along the sideline, what looked like some kind of zone, some kind of cover 2 with a safety over the top corner, down hard, and he got over the top. And so I don't want to make too much out of the deal, but it was a good play. It was good to see that, and now can he build off of that? Good thing is for him, for John Mechie, for Xavier Hutchinson, for whoever it is they decide to plug and play here, that guy is going to be given a big-time opportunity because, again, Nico Collins is obviously going to be the focal point, but you look in that wide receiver room, Robert Woods is a very niche receiver, if you will. Like he's a slot guy that can work over the middle, that does – there's a little something that he does special. Boy, there's an opportunity for a guy that can play inside and out, a guy that can be a move guy, a guy that can help in the screen game. And we'll see if John Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, or somebody else can pick up that slack.
Yeah, so that's one they'll have to look at. But, at least Clint down the stretch, and they really didn't play a lot in this game with him. They've played without Noah Brown, and they've been kind of used to the receivers they have available to them. So that is the news, though. His season is over here in year 1 with the Texans. Fellas, I watched this game, and I want to see if you are in this space with me. You, Clint, Tyler, the Drive family, 713-572-4610. Anybody on YouTube and Twitch, love the interaction that we're having as we do daily. Listen, I know nationally, and I know in a lot of spaces, like C.J. Stroud is getting a ton of the pub here, and listen, he deserves it. He has been sensational this year, and it was good again Saturday, and has played big this year. And I do agree with what D'Amico said after the game that C.J. is the number 1 reason that they are here in this spot, winning a playoff game at home, winning the division, and then playing for a chance to go to the AFC Championship game. But I watched the game, Clint, Saturday, and to me, Saturday was about everything else around CJ. Like everything around CJ where it was like, yo, this is your first playoff game. Big boy, you got us here. Everything. I thought CJ was good. I thought there were some pieces around him that were great. You talked about it before. Bobby Slowick was absolutely ridiculous Saturday.
Ridiculous.
And it was just like, I know many times we talk about Tyler with Clint that there is nobody who can get Clint that sports horniness like Bobby can.
Man. Bobby really turns me on.
I think we've surpassed horniness. I saw Clint, there looked like a tear in his eye.
Moved him.
Like he looked moved by what he was doing in that game.
Like a necklace.
He was great.
Guys, the reality of it is, Ron, is I've come on these airways for 4 or 5 years, and it's not always easy when you're talking about a coach that's winning divisions and an offensive-minded coach has been a part of an organization that's won a Super Bowl. It's hard to sit up here and go, damn it, man, he's got to use motion to his advantage. Damn it, man, he's got to get the quarterback some throws in the ocean. Damn it, man, scheme is a major problem. What the hell are we doing? They should be able to scheme up more throws in the ocean. What's going on here? And you do it for 3 or 4 years, and at some point people are like, man, this guy's full of it. They don't know what – you're watching exactly – and now, look, I don't expect everybody to be as good as Bobby. I talked about this – I did a hit this morning, and I talked about Bobby Slowick this morning. What Bobby Slowick really has done all year long, but what he did in the first half – of a playoff game against arguably the best defense in the NFL is absolutely some of the best work that you're going to see an offensive coordinator do at any level on any given Saturday or Sunday.
It was Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan,
absolutely.
Sean McVay level.
And it was, even for those guys, it would have been a great half for those guys given what he dialed up.
Especially what he had to work with and who he was, as you said, working against.
Yes. And my overall point is, I don't expect everybody to do what Bobby did on Saturday in the first half. I don't even expect him to do it every weekend. But a coordinator that's worth his pay should be able to go out there, and we as fans should sit there and go, man, that was he created 3 or 4 good throws in the ocean. Hey, 4 or 5 times in the year, there should be touchdown passes that I can throw right now at 46. There ought to be, like, hey, it's blatantly obvious. That's where you're going with the football. Boom, take it. Like it should happen more often. And so, Ron, when I see it now, when I see, like, finally what everybody in Houston is watching with Bobby Slowick. Now, again, it's great. It's at an elite level, but that's what the hell I've been talking. We should have seen that every offensive coordinator that's getting an NFL job, if they can't do what Bobby Slowick did in that first half, if they can't just randomly, sporadically throughout a season get that done, then they ain't worth their pay, right? And that's why it turns me on so much, because there's dudes getting paid boatloads of money all over the league, all over college football, that can't do what Bobby Slowick did in one half of football in 6 football games.
Clint, it's crazy. Your rookie quarterback against the number 1 rated defense that absolutely just crushed you 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you came out, and you got some injuries too. You came out and made the game as comfortable for your rookie quarterback making his first start in the playoffs as it possibly could be. You could argue what we saw yesterday was the easiest game that CJ's had to play all year. all year. And the running game wasn't spectacular all year. It's just easy. Like every decision or throw. I mean, CJ threw 2 touchdown passes. That one went for 76, the other one went for 16. He just threw 1 yard and 5 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Bam! Just gone. And a lot of it had to do with scheme and what they had set up. And it was just, he was good as he always is, but everybody around him made just life easier. Yep. Slowick, we talked about Nico. Nico, the same thing. It was just insane.
But before we move on the list, I know you got a little bit like to think. Bobby Slowick was so good on Saturday. I was listening in the loop that you got people complaining, or not complaining, but questioning why C.J. Stroud didn't throw it to John Mechie when he threw a touchdown over the top to Dalton Schultz. Now the reason is because it's called a shot. You're working high to low before the ball's ever snapped. So you're not even looking at John Mechie. You're coming out, and if you get the look you want, you're coming off that play action. You're kicking your eyes around. and you're taking a snapshot to make sure that the backside safety and corner are both chasing like you think they are, and you're taking the shot over the top. And that's what happens. You're not the explanation is it was a high to low shot all day, every day. But that's how good Bobby was he had the shot over the top, and the damn bait that he was dragging across the middle of the field was wide ass open too. And CJ having to explain that we got quarterbacks on Twitter and Instagram that think they know every damn thing. That's how wide open guys are.
Yeah, it was just over and over again.
Yeah.
It was just Bobby Slowick was ridiculous, and as I said earlier, to me, what he has done all season, but more importantly, the last couple of weeks when he's been on prime time and what people have seen, it is, if he doesn't want a job, to me it feels like we're that way. We talked about Nico yesterday. Nico is now just making plays, like, on his own, just making plays. And the offensive line, Clint, no sacks in this game. They put in a situation, hey, man, I know we're going up against a really good pass rush with Garrett and Smith and what happened in the last game, but we got you. Like, just chill. We got you. It was ridiculous what we saw out there from everybody around CJ, just making the game easier for him.
Laramie Tunsil putting them clamps on Myles Garrett is absolutely money. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, you want to talk about – you want to talk – I mean, three tackles, bro. 3 total tackles. Almost kept him out of the entire box score. I mean, you want to talk about in the biggest moment of the season, putting your best performance out there and proving why you're a Pro Bowler and proving why you can go on in the loop and talk about being an All-Pro and you should be an All-Pro. Well, that was an All-Pro performance on Saturday afternoon.
Yep. He showed why he has been twice now the highest paid defensive or offensive lineman in football. Just ridiculous out there. And by the way, what in the hell got into Brevin Jordan? I thought at one point multiple times on that run, it was very much like the Beck kickoff return.
Yeah.
Like, all right, somebody's about to get him. All right, somebody's about to get him. Like, damn, no, this dude's at the 30. Who's at the 10? And just pulled away. And I mean, didn't get tackled. He's dancing in the end zone. That's what they envisioned him to be, is a guy that can, I mean, he just turned out, obviously there was some blown coverage there that allowed him to just keep going like that, and he was that wide open on a very easy play that everybody in the league runs. But you talk about big playability.
Well, that's the X factor that Brevin Jordan brings to the table. Hell, Rhett Lashley is old offensive coordinator at Miami, head coach at SMU right now. Big shout out to them, by the way, having huge success. He came on this show right here when the Texans drafted him and told him, hey, man, look, it ain't about the kid's athletic gifts. I mean, the kid his athletic ability is through the roof. It's a matter of can he mature and develop at the NFL level in time for them to give him a chance. And it looks like they've been patient with him. They gave him a shot. And what you saw on Saturday is exactly why they've been patient with him, because he has the ability. I said this about Dameon Pierce a couple of years back, even though I think I felt like I didn't expect Dameon Pierce to be able to pull away at 70-plus yards on the run.
Chargers, yeah.
When I saw that game Saturday, Brevin Jordan have a step, I thought, okay, if he is athletic and as explosive as we've been led to believe he is, he's going to leave these dudes. And he stepped away. It was that's ultimately what you hope that he would show you if you gave him a chance when he got an opportunity, and he's done it. We'll see if he can keep making hay, because that was woo.
It was something else. Big day still with the playoffs. The playoffs conclude, at least the wild card round concludes today with a doubleheader. We'll get into that. And who do you want the Texans to play in the next round? We know what day they're going to play and what time, but who do you want the Texans to play in the next round? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about my man, Dr. Matoran. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, man. Pretty common sense, right?
TexasStarGrillShop.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Mills gets behind the center, takes a knee, and that's it! Domination to the divisional round. The Houston Texans take apart Cleveland 45-14 as the sensational season continues. The greatest playoff performance in Texans history just took place before our eyes. And now it's on to the next round.
45-14.
That's a nice little ass kicking,
You
don't you
agree
think?
with everything that Vandy said? The greatest performance in postseason history for the Texans?
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you. I mean, I guess there's a couple of games. There's only been a couple of wins. So what is there? 5 total wins in the playoffs.
Yeah,
so
better than the time they took out Connor Cook and the Raiders. That Bills game,
the Bengals win.
That Bills game was just a tough watch, and they just came back and won.
Yeah, to do that to the Cleveland Browns.
Dismantling.
I mean, look, the fact that Mills took the knee it speaks volumes.
That's what I said. Davis Mills is in this game. Getting after it. Yeah, man, it was an incredible performance. I'd say the most impressive team this weekend, and there were some. Well, maybe the Packers, or some people would argue there have been some impressive teams, but the Texans just dominated this game, Clinton Tyler, and we were there to see it. And I'll say this. Now with that, we know they're moving on to the divisional round. Because of the weather in Buffalo, we don't know yet who they play. We do know they will play Saturday at 3:30 on the road, either at Baltimore or in Kansas City. We'll find out more. This game is about a little over 30 minutes away from starting, as I'm seeing here on the TV. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, if the Bills win, the Texans will then travel to Baltimore to play the number 1 seed Baltimore Ravens, who haven't played in 3 weeks. And then they will play, their starters at least, and then they will play the Kansas City Chiefs if the Steelers are able to pull off the upset in Kansas City on Saturday at 3:30. Which one would you rather have to go to? Would you rather have to go to Baltimore if you're a Texans fan, or would you rather have to go to Kansas City? 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can participate that way too. Where are you at?
It's a no-brainer for me. It's Kansas City all day, every day, and twice on Sunday.
Twice on Sunday.
Yep. Yeah. I don't want no piece of what Baltimore can roll out there right now. I do understand the because I do think it is. There's going to be a little bit of rust, given that they hadn't played live action in 3 weeks. They hadn't practiced, arguably, at a good clip for 2+ weeks.
How long do you think that's something that take? Like you believe in they'll like Lamar, and then there'll be a little rust early.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's gonna, to me, like the play caller is going to have to put a really like a more of an emphasis on, which hopefully he's doing it anyway, but more of an emphasis on, getting him completions earlier, because good drive starters on that first drive. Let him get into let Lamar get into the swing of things, and then you just empty the clip at that point in time. But yeah, I think there's something to having not seen action in 3 weeks. I think there's something to having not been in that pocket where there's big-time collisions going on around you that can be chaotic. You get deeper into the playoffs, that pocket isn't as clean as it is in the regular season, and you're having to make decisions in those moments. Yeah, I definitely think there's something there. But you're talking about Lamar Jackson. You're talking about a coordinator in Todd Monken that has done a tremendous job this year with Lamar Jackson, the Baltimore Ravens, and so I would imagine that it'll be pretty quick. They'll get back to norm pretty quick, but I do think it'll be something that they've got to at least acknowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, but you'd rather the Chiefs then.
Without a doubt.
I can say honestly, it doesn't matter to me, dude. I've been thinking about this since the Texans game ended, obviously, and then we started to get the clear picture of it was going to be either Kansas City or Baltimore. I've looked at both their forecasts because that's really the only thing I'd even be a little bit worried about.
Supposed to be 11 as of now in Kansas City, 26 in Baltimore on Saturday.
You nailed it. So both cold. And that being said, man, I would be down with either. The way this Texans team is playing right now, I'm not scared of anybody. And the Ravens, you can go up there to Baltimore if you want. Exercise that demon you had from week 1 when you lost in Baltimore if you go there, or you can go to Kansas City where we don't think the talent is quite what Baltimore has. Go up against the MVP Lamar Jackson and get a dub there. I don't really care where they are. I just feel good about it.
Go ahead, Tyler.
I was going to say, I'd like for the record to show that I still have concern about. Like, I would still prefer them to whatever your thought is. Like, I would still prefer them to play the lesser of the team, lesser of the two. Whoever you think it is may differ. I prefer the path of least resistance, and I personally believe right now what we've seen that's through Kansas City.
We're seeing here. I'd rather play Kansas City and hope the Steelers can get back-to-back upsets so we can host a game, the AFC Championship game. Somebody like you, Bill, our guy, not concerned who I'd rather play. I like Tomlin and want him to win today. I'd rather go to Baltimore. Lamar has been playing great, but he will be rusty, and we can get on him early. Ron wants Kansas City because he still bleeds Kansas City. Listen, I'm going to tell you, personally, I think if the Steelers win and the Texans go to Kansas City, I think it's a fun week here. I think it's a real fun week for our show. I think it's a real fun week here for
Absolutely.
us. But personally, if I'm thinking for what's best for the Texans, listen, man, I know Lamar's the MVP. To me, it's like, remember that time David Robinson was the MVP, but we all looked at it and said, we know Akeem's the best center. Like, I just saying, man, Lamar's 1-3, and listen, I don't think that's all on him. But asking to go to play, and I'll use this one for many of you, wanting to go, rather playing Jordan is not something that I would be about. And Mahomes is 10-2 in that place. I don't know in the playoffs. I don't know that's where I want to go. And I get where many people are saying. I think both of them are very similar. I think you got both of them are 1-2 in points allowed on defense. Both of them are 1-2 in sacks. Both of them have Hall of Fame quarterback and coaches. I think John Harbaugh's a Hall of Fame guy. Lamar's going to win 2 MVPs, so I think you could put him there. It's just the history there. That dude that there in that stadium. You've seen Baltimore a little bit. I'd rather face Baltimore, but not going to lie. I think it would be very fun for us if the Steelers were able to pull this one off today.
Oh, it would be so beautiful.
It would be. A lot of fun. Many of you are chomping at the bit.
I want Hannah McNair back in here to talk some mess to you if that ends up being the case.
Bring it in. I'll tell you, I'm not going to talk mess. Don't have to. I'm not going to talk mess.
Fair enough.
I never do.
That's true.
I do. I never do.
No.
Many of you react to me as if I do. I can. You two work with me every day. You know me. You know that a-hole is deep inside me.
Oh, there's no question.
And I can. But no. But I think that would be a great turn of events. We'll see what happens. All right, so we'll find out who they'll play. But we do know Saturday, 3:30, either in Baltimore or in Kansas City, the Texans will play their second playoff game and C.J. Stroud's first road game coming up on Saturday.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
Doubleheader today. We talked about it. Bills, Steelers, the Eagles, Bucks a little bit later on. That Bills game got moved. And we've been watching the video footage. They've got the field cleared pretty well, but the fans up there are screwed. They are having to find their own way to getting through to their seats. They were able to clear the field, but Clint Tyler, they were unable to clear any of the seats in the stands. So all that snow has just been sitting in them stands, and we're seeing people just having to walk through the entire row to clear the row, knock down snow off their seats to try to get in their seats. Somehow, some lady at the top, I just watched Clint, she had a shovel. I don't know how she got that big ass shovel in the stadium. But it should have been one at least. They could at least lay shovels. Just at least 5 or 6 of them in each section to allow people there.
Yeah, I mean, look, to me, they got to melt the snow somehow. These people going to shovel this snow into other seats, and then people going to show up. And at some point, you're going to run out of room for the snow and the body. So I don't know what the hell's going on up in Buffalo. I don't know how you don't address that along with the field. The field looks flawless. Yeah, the field looks great.
They got that down.
But damn, I mean, them folks that are paying that money, they're going to show up to that ball game. And maybe they're not expecting anybody to show up. I don't know, but
they're there. I'm seeing people moving roads.
Yeah, right. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I can't believe they didn't clear that better.
Do you? Because you have said this from the jump. I don't know if you've been in this space, Tyler, but you said this from the jump. You don't really give the Steelers a chance at all. Are you feeling any different with the weather? All of this, you still feel like the Bills are going to beat the brakes?
I feel like the Bills are fixing.
You said 20, I believe.
I think they're going. Hell, they're getting 10. Vegas thinks they're getting 10. I think they win by 20. I think it's not even. I don't even think it's a game.
Yeah.
I think I'm right there too. It's not going to be pretty for Pittsburgh.
That's what I see. I think this will be close. I think the Bills are going to win. But I think this is going to be close. I think Tomlin and them will find a way to make this I think the Bills were helped big time for them moving the game, and there's no snow right now. I think that would have helped the Steelers kind of stay into it if they were dealing with, like Sunday, that thing was coming down.
Yeah.
Sunday. I think they're helped with this, but I don't know, man. The Bills play funky, and
I mean, look, the Bills are the Cowboys, man. I mean, the Bills are the Cowboys. If Josh Allen comes out and if he is the good Josh Allen, they'll win by 3 touchdowns. If he's throwing interceptions and ends up and messing around, throws a pick 6, Pittsburgh's going. They ain't Green Bay. They ain't gonna skull drag you, but they can stay in this thing and win it in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
but it's all on Josh Allen.
And then do you? You think the Eagles continue this collapse? They got the Bucs on the road later on tonight on Monday Night Football for the playoff edition. That's the second game tonight after the Bills and the Steelers. Eagles Bucs. The Eagles. I'm telling you, I'm listening in Philadelphia. They've all picked them to lose. The Eagles.
Yeah, I got Tampa in this game.
You like Tampa?
I like Tampa in this game. Yeah.
Yeah. No A.J. Brown as well in this game. He can't go. That's a big one. I think we're going to see the Jalen Hurts. I believe in Jalen Hurts. I think he's going to help carry this team. I think we'll see the Jalen Hurts. I'm really not excited about the Philly secondary.
Yeah.
But I think we'll see the Jalen Hurts.
Well, a lot of what and look, I think again, you want to talk about the running quarterback. I think Josh Allen has to do this tonight or today as well. But a big part of that being able to run downhill, get a safety in the box, close the middle of the field, boom, I got one-on-one with a bigger-bodied receiver that's a mismatch and a man-beater. You don't have that, as you mentioned, with A.J. Brown being out. And I think that's a major – now you're going to either have to ask Jalen Hurts to stand in the pocket, process, and distribute a little differently, or you're going to have to ask him to do the same thing, and somebody else is going to have to win the way A.J. Brown was doing throughout the season, and I'm not betting on either one of them things to happen.
Yeah, we'll see here tonight, but that'll be a big one. I think Nick Sirianni might get fired if they lose this game.
You think?
Which could be crazy, but I think he could be fired if they lose this game.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
All right, the story of the weekend, and I'll be honest with you, I thought if the Texans win, that C.J. Stroud would be the clear story of the weekend, and especially if C.J. throws 3 touchdown passes like he did with a passer rating of 157.2, he would be the talk. Nope. The Dallas Cowboys get absolutely slaughtered at home, 48-32, and that is becoming the talk, and Jerry Jones has not committed about Mike McCarthy and his future.
There it was. Glory hole.
What the hell happened yesterday in Dallas? It was 27-0, nearing the 2-minute warning after Dak throws a pick 6 in this game. You caught that was your upset special.
Hate to see it, don't you?
What in the hell happened in Dallas yesterday?
Green Bay came out, put a couple touchdowns on the board, and then Dak happened. I mean, turn the football over, throws a pick six, and next thing you know, you're chasing, and they didn't have a plan to chase.
There it was.
I mean, it was clear the Green Bay Packers had a great plan offensively and defensively.
Well, they outcoached coached the draws off them. Without a
doubt, Ron. And so I think the truth of the matter is Jerry's got to move on from McCarthy, and I don't know if you don't move on from Dak Prescott at this point in time.
Really?
Yep.
Second team All-Pro this year.
Yep.
I don't have time to have a bad time.
Second in the MVP race.
Yep. Once again, man, you just can't. At regular season awards,
You put a lot of that yesterday on him.
Hell yeah!
The defense,
absolutely.
The defense to me was so just. Even when Dak and them finally started getting going, they couldn't. They could not stop, and not just couldn't stop them. They just it looked like we just don't appear to know what at all we're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, there were just receivers running just wide open, just passing guys off to nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was ugly all the way around. You don't get beat like that, and it's not ugly all the way around. But I just the two questions about this ball game is simple. It's not what do you think about this. It's do the Cowboys stick with Mike McCarthy, and do they stick with Dak Prescott? I think you can win with Dak. I think you can win with Dak.
That's a hard one, man.
It's going to be a tough one that Jerry's going to have to decide. I mean, there's clearly, there's clearly some issues on the offensive side of the football. I mean, now is it, only the people behind the doors and behind the scenes will know how much of it's Dak and how much of it's a play call or play design. But yeah, man, it's just. Same old Cowboys. Inconsistent. Great for a good chunk of the season. Inconsistent, and bit them in the playoffs again.
That was couldn't stop the run, couldn't stop the pass.
The icing on the cake, man, of a beautiful football weekend.
I know it. I know so many people here in Houston lost their mind seeing that. All right, coming up, let's do it. We do this every single Monday. Let's get our players of the game. There are a lot of candidates here. Let's go and find our players of the game coming out of that playoff W as they dismantled the Cleveland Browns. We'll do that coming up next.
We'll do players of the game next. I'm gonna tell you who the big-time player is in the custom home builder.
wherever you get your podcasts. It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in on a Reaction Monday, closing in on kickoff here as the Bills and the Steelers will get started here, and we'll keep you updated here. And remember, we are here until 5 o'clock as the Coaches Show will take over for us, Deo Ryans. But I'm going to get this right, Tyler. The Coaches Show is only going until 5:30, and at 5:30 you will pick up the rest of the coverage of this game between the Steelers and the Bills, which is very important to the Texans to know who they will play and where they will go next week. And then you can also hear the final game of the wild card weekend, the Bucs hosting the Philadelphia Eagles later on right here on Sports Radio 610. So if you're riding around, you can do that. By the way, a shout out to you all who are listening. We know a lot are off work. Happy Martin Luther King Day to you. MLK Day is a great day, a special day for everyone in this country. And shout out to him and his life and everything he stood for as well. Let's hit this thing, Clint, Tyler. We do this every week. You couldn't have told me at the start of the year that we'd be doing this January 15th. But the Man Eye Institute players of the game. I see people texting in some of their players of the game. Clint, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
Well, boys, we had plenty to pick from, didn't we?
We did. A lot.
The old Man Eye Institute player of the game field was.
There's going to be a lot of honorable mentions on here, baby.
Yes. Well, I settled on one man.
Did you?
I settled on one man, and I'll be honest with you, because I thought it was the most unlikely thing that we would see, which we saw several unlikely things. I settled with Derek Stingley, because not only was it Derek Stingley, but it was Deo Ryans saying, you know what? I know I've come to the podium and told you guys, like, my defense, we don't shadow receivers, we don't flip corners, we do what we do. But Amari Cooper came down here in your own backyard and put up 250 plus on that ass about a month ago. And something had to be done. And it was clear that Deo Ryans said, Derek Stingley's my guy. We drafted him number 3 overall for a reason.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
That's right. And he has the ability to be a shutdown, lockdown corner. He has the ability to shadow and trail, however you want to call it, the best receivers in this league. And damn it, we're going to put the hog on the table, and that's what we're going to do this week. Not only did they do it.
71% of the time.
Derek Stingley, check this out. Derek Stingley went out there. 80% of the snaps, now not man or zone, 80% of the snaps he shadowed Amari Cooper. And Coop didn't have a catch on him. Absolutely beautiful. Unbelievable job. The guts to do it. Once again, this coaching staff and their willingness and ability to adjust, to call the audible, to do something maybe they haven't done in the past, and to do it with confidence and get it done. Tip my cap, man. Derek Stingley Jr. is my Man Eye Institute player of the game.
There you go. Derek Stingley Jr. having a hell of a second half of this season into the playoffs as well. Big game for him in that defense. There were so many guys, man. Christian Harris, who was fantastic. I almost thought about going with him.
Post-game guest.
I heard that. Saw that as well on social. But I got to go to Laramie Thompson. A guy who has, I think, been at times very fairly criticized.
Hello.
And then at times, I think, overly criticized. A guy who has given you a lot, played injured throughout the year in this game. I was looking at him, looked like he was trying to put his kneecap back into place at one point in the game when he got injured in this game. But listen, he had a matchup, and we've seen this year Laramie Tunsil have one of the worst games of his career against Josh Allen, where Josh Allen, after he played Laramie Tunsil, was the defensive player of the week in the AFC. He was going up against Myles Garrett. And Clint, I don't know, I don't have the percentages in front of me, but it appeared that Myles Garrett repeatedly lined up on that same side going up against Laramie Tunsil. That was, more than the majority of the time. It looked like 80-85% of the time Myles Garrett was lined up across from Laramie Tunsil. And it was almost like he didn't play. They're in Cleveland talking about, do we have a Myles Garrett problem? Does he not show up in big games? And Laramie Tunsil showed why 2 times he has been the highest paid offensive lineman in football. And they threw the ball a lot, and Laramie Tunsil just absolutely shut down arguably the best defensive player in football. He's going to finish top 3 in the league in Defensive Player of the Year voting, and Laramie Tunsil, it was ridiculous what he did.
Money sign again.
Shout out to George Fenn on the other side with Zadarius Smith, who gave the Texans hell last week. But the number he did on Myles Garrett, Clint, that was, he wasn't even really close to getting pressure at times. It was an amazing performance from Laramie Tunsil.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Ron, I got a little thought off here. Did you just see this game fixing to kick? They just panting the whole stadium. Clearly, there's a bunch of people that had shovels and clean themselves out. It's crazy to think it's the same stadium we've been watching.
Oh, they've gotten them done. These people have shown up.
I mean,
these people
they've dug their seats out.
I'm telling you, I want to take a shot so bad.
But Laramie Tunsil, great. You're 100%. That was him putting the clamps on Myles Garrett was huge.
It was something else. All right, Tyler, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game?
We talked about him a little bit earlier, but I'm going to go with Nico Collins. You mentioned, I said on Friday before we signed off, I thought Nico Collins would have to show once again that he's a number 1 receiver in this league to get a dub. He definitely did that with the 96 yards and the touchdown. I'm going Nico.
That dude is special, man. I can't keep saying, is he? That dude is a 1. Maybe not at the top, but that dude is a 1, and the confidence is just like, this is 2 weeks in a row where teams have to stop, or they're looking to stop. The first pass play of the game, they tried to match up Denzel Ward against him, and he just ran away from him across the field to give the big play. And I said, well, hell, it's on now. I mean, he's doing it against some of the league's best.
The craziest thing with Nico Collins is the only thing that he hasn't shown that he is what we were led to believe he was supposed to be. Or not led to believe. I thought that's what he was, 6'4", 220. Like, that's the one thing you thought. He's got to at least be able to do that. Now, all of a sudden, he has been elite. I mean, what he does, like, I absolutely have fallen in love with the guy from a standpoint of how physical he is in the run after catch. I mean, he is looking for people to punish.
He may be the best in the NFL, right? And you have to look some more. He may be the best in the NFL from receivers in terms of run after catch.
Are you talking about from a production or just what you see him do?
Just what we see him do.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of, all right, because the party starts when he catches it.
Yes.
And then to see who's, like, right now, I don't know who's up there right now. I mean, I guess like Tyreek is a difficult guy to tackle, but
yeah. I would say in that big bodied frame, AJ Brown's one of them that's hard to tackle. Golly, I mean, there's not.
I mean, what he's doing after. I mean, he's like it. The first person rarely gets him down. I mean, rarely. It's 2-3 guys that he gets. I mean, he's not just running everybody over. I mean, it is. He may be the best in the league at it. He's ridiculous. He's become ridiculous. All right, that is our Man Eye Institute players of the game. Remember, Man Eye Institute, see life better. All right, D'Amico talked about one position group that we'll let you hear from him about, and we kind of talked about it a bit today, but D'Amico showed why he has the making of being one of the best coaches in all of the NFL. We'll discuss that next.
H-Town, I'm back.
AFC, you've been put on notice. The Texans obliterated the Browns 45-14 in their wild.
How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. A little Mad Dog Monday on The Drive. As Clint tried that, what is it, electric melon?
Yeah, electric melon.
Wasn't the best, huh?
Yeah, I'm fond of the old school flavors, man.
You want the old school?
The OGs, man, the OGs. But it's okay. I mean,
the
look,
electric melon wasn't it?
You're buying, so I'm good with whatever, man. I'm not complaining about the flavor. And I was chewing on a
cough drop
a
little bit.
Keep me from losing my voice here, so that may have put a little
there you go, man.
Little funk in it.
It's huge, man. We got to sit there and witness the best playoff performance from the Houston Texans, and they win a playoff game, and now they're waiting to see who they play next. They're waiting to see if they play the Buffalo Bills. If they're waiting to see if they go to Baltimore and play the Ravens, or if the Steelers are able to pull off an upset and they'll go to Kansas City to play the Chiefs on the road. They'll be playing Saturday at 3:30. We'll see who it is they play. But an excellent performance all the way around. We gave our player of the game. You couldn't go wrong. There were guys we didn't name that deserved to be on there. Steven Nelson was big time. Had him a big game.
Will Anderson, Christian Harris.
Jonathan Grenard got pressures getting on his way back. Hurt, being injured from that ankle. A lot happening in there in that game. But Clint, D'Amico Ryans talked about his offensive line and his rookies and the young guys up there. We talked about Laramie Tunzel a bit. This was D'Amico Ryans talking about the performance from his young offensive line.
Yeah, really proud of Juice, man. You talk about a guy who's missed pretty much the entire season. And for him to come back at the time that he came back, we know it wasn't all good with him coming back. We knew there would be growing pains there. He played center all throughout training camp for us, and for him to come back and step in at the guard position, he had to get familiar with that spot, playing at the left guard. But Juice he's gotten better, and we've seen him grow as he's been in there, and he's gotten better each week, which has helped our offensive line and their success. It's been the play of all three of the interior guys, starting with Juice, also Shaq. He doesn't get a lot of attention, but Shaq has been there since day one. Hasn't missed a snap. He's been there. Has fought through. It's been a tough year. He's been one of the staples for us up front, and also Dieter stepping in at center. So those interior three guys done a really good job for us.
That performance from the offensive line all the way across Sunday, there was pressure. It was complete 180 from what we saw when they previously played the Browns, and it was all five guys. And it was my biggest concern coming into it is there are going to be a lot of different changes. CJ changes things. I think they'll feel better with some of the guys. Will's coming back. Jonathan Grenard will play. You feel better, but the one thing that wasn't changing was that front five going up against the guys that dominated them in that first game. And Clint, you talked about it earlier. Michael Dieter is starting at center. Everybody he just talked about and named. I mean, that front four, they dominated that group up front, Clint, and that is a major, major part of what happened in this game.
Well, any way you slice it, coming into this ball game, you look at what look at the track record. Just this year, we're going to go back beyond this year, just the D'Amico Ryans season with the Texans. The better defenses that they've faced, they had struggled. And that's whether it was Laramie Tunsil struggling at the end, whether it was the interior getting their ass whipped like by Quinnen Williams versus the Jets, or it was whatever it may be. They had struggled against the better fronts in particular. This was a hell of a performance by the offensive line, because things, if they're not protecting, Bobby Slowick's not cooking. Especially the way he was cooking when he was dialing up some of the stuff that took longer to get down the field, the longer play action stuff. It was absolutely tremendous what the O-line was able to do, and it made everybody's job easier around them. So I'm with him. I cannot believe we're sitting here talking about a team that's good enough to go to the second round of the playoffs at the very least, and Michael Dieter is the starting center. And I'm not knocking Mike. I'm not knocking him one bit. I'm just saying that's
the guy they drafted in the second round is playing next to him.
Yes. They cut Mike Dieter. They said Mike Dieter, we got interior offensive line problems at the final cut date after training camp. We got offensive line problems, and O'Deets ain't one of our guys. He ain't good enough. He ends up being your center and your head coach in week 19 ultimately, first round of the playoffs. Your head coach is going to the podium giving love to the interior offensive line on this football team. It's a hell of a story, and they did a hell of a job on Saturday.
Yeah, they were a big major difference. By the way, update here, the Bills, their first drive, the first drive of the Steelers, they moved it a bit, got across the 50, got stopped. The Bills got the ball back, and they just drove down and scored a touchdown. Dawson Knox, Josh Allen, they're throwing snow in the stands.
They're letting it rip, huh?
A touchdown.
What do we need in this game, boys? What do we need in this game? Tyler, what all did you take? I know you're on a heater in there. What does everybody need to? Either those that love you, they'll be pulling for you. The ones, the listeners out there that hate you, they'll be rooting against you. What do you got here?
Yeah, isn't that beautiful? I'm on the under for this game. I believe it was
38.5.
Yes, 38.5.
You've been on this.
38 and a hook. It's a low number.
Yep, I'm on that under, and I followed you on one as well, Dirty. I'm on that over rushing yards.
Josh Allen over rushing yards?
Yes, I am. I told you on that one.
That's what I'm on. Here's the deal. They're already up 7-0, though. If they get up, if they get a little bit of a lead, the odds are they're not going to use Josh Allen. That scares me a bit. So then it turns into a scramble-only bet that we've got going on. We'll see how that works out. But I need Josh Allen. What was it, over what, 34.5, I think you said maybe? Or was it more than that?
I don't think he had to run one time on that first drive.
He's quarterback snuck. He's got
1 yard on that. I got you.
We got to get his average up a bit. We got to get his average
every yard.
Up a bit.
He said he quarterback.
Yeah, we're 1 yard.
Sneak in there.
We're 1 yard closer than we were at kickoff. He had a sneak. He's got 1 for 1.
It was 38.5.
38.5 is what we need, boys.
Maybe
that's the total. Is that his rush yards as well? So 38.5 is the number on the rush yards and the total in the game?
Well,
the total points in the game is 38.5.
Oh, yeah, I guess they are the same, yeah.
I'll be damned.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure.
Hey, we need 37. All we need is 38, Bob. We already got that half.
Make sure he's well past that, and hopefully doesn't have to kneel.
Hopefully that. Come on, man.
I want to think that. I hope that to happen. Hey, I do want to say this because I was thinking about this. You brought this up a bit.
Why would you see that's such a?
In my mind, that's what I was thinking. In my mind, I was like, boy, I hope
we're
he's
out
really
here talking
clear.
about, yeah.
I hope it's like 56 yards. And then
you talk about the worst case. I mean, that's worse than taking a sack like just in the fourth quarter trying to win a game. You're talking about guy that won, just take some knees.
I would hope they would bring in Nate Peterman, whoever the backup is there.
Well, didn't they change that rule though?
Did they?
I think as long as he doesn't lose.
I thought Davis Mills had some negative yardage rushing and took the Texans down from 80 because he took knees.
Well, no, if he does, like, there's a way, because if you'll watch, sometimes the quarterback will take a knee like right underneath the center's butt instead of like literally taking a step back and doing it. I think there's a yards amount that you can't lose.
I think Josh is the guy that takes a step back.
Josh gonna take it. He's gonna hop, skip, and jump. He's gonna do a little line dance or something
to be safe.
Son of a.
Hey, I do want to say this, like D'Amico, you talked about it a bit earlier. One of the things about the best coaches in the world are adaptability and not just being married to one thing. And Lord knows here in Houston, we've seen that where I'll be damned, I don't give a rip. We're just going to do this. We're going to do this, and I don't care what players I have. I don't care who it is. This is what we're going to do. You talked about this a bit earlier, Clint, but D'Amico's ability to say, to hell with what I normally do. To hell with my regular defense. To hell with it. I am, like from the start, I thought for sure, Clint, we would see him start normally and then kind of respond off of what happens in the game. And if Amari Cooper starts to force him to have to do something else, he might do it. Nah, man. We were all up there and said, look, Stingley is traveling with him immediately. Right from the jump of the game. And listen, some of the better coaches we think don't do it, won't change up what they have. And that is, to me, a really great sign of down the line. Like, D'Amico immediately went through and said, I'll be damned, I'm going to change something. And he had Stingley, and then he had Petrie many times, but a safety right over the top. Every time, one-on-one. That big play stuff was dead. Couldn't do anything about it. He was not going to allow Amari Cooper to be able to impact this game like he did the last time. And, boy, he changed his whole defense.
Ron, we can get into, like, individuals, the storylines, the feel-goods of where people have improved and kind of blown our minds. C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, and Christian Harris. I mean, the list goes on. Derek Stingley Jr., Juice Scruggs. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? But I think if you look at this team overall from a team perspective, there's a handful of things that are just very telling in a positive light for this team. One of them is this staff's ability and willingness to make adjustments.
Yep.
And sometimes to their core beliefs. Like you said, like I don't know how committed D'Amico Ryans really is to not shadowing corners, but he sure was pretty committed to it and adamant about it beforehand.
He didn't do it in the game that Amari Cooper's going insane in.
Right. And for him to do that, you look at Bobby Slowick. Like, they came in here talking about this being this run-first football team, being physical line of scrimmage, all yada, yada, yada. Man, it was week 2 at halftime, and they said, man, CJ's something special. We got to adjust. We got to put the games in CJ. We got to start putting games in CJ's hands. Now, it wasn't a complete all-out switch. It took them a little while to figure out that Devin Singletary was the better back for right now. And
now that they've figured it out, we don't see
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, golly, man, you just in the coaching world, it is just so. I mean, so often you just see guys that just are going to die on a hill. And D'Amico is just like, nah, man.
Bill O'Brien was going to die on a hill.
Yep. Yeah, and D'Amico's just like, nah, we have no problem adjusting. Whether it's his defense or the offense, it appears that it is just the belief of this entire staff, man. We don't have a hill we're going to die on. We're legitimately going to do what our guys do best, and they've shown it.
And Clint, like, I just don't like it is for him not even to wait for it, Clint. He came this had to be put in. All right, Monday. This is what we're going to do.
Oh, he talked about it in the postgame.
Like, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
Like, this, we're going to do this right now. All right, what you got coming in the 4?
Well, I got the text, boys. I told y'all we at that 6-week mark.
Oh, my God.
I got that text. The guy you're talking about, D'Amico Ryans, he spoke. One thing I absolutely love about D'Amico Ryans.
I thought he was going to say he got the text, too.
No, he may have. Hell, he's got it several times. I think he's got several kids. But the other thing is, Ron, for me, there were a couple of things that had to happen in this ball game to give the Texans a chance to win. And I thought they were so unlikely that I picked the Browns to win this ball game. Well, they happened. I'm going to tell you what those things were, and we'll discuss next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about these Daisy dips, y'all. Y'all know Daisy, the ones that make the sour cream, Daisy sour cream. We've all heard of that, right? Well, guess what? Y'all got to get down to the grocery, man. Y'all got to check out what's on the shelf. Daisy sour cream, they've now got Daisy French onion and Daisy ranch dip, creamy ranch dip, y'all. If they're addicting, they're unbelievably good. No more mixing dips, no more taking all day to heat this up or heat that up or mix this or mix that. No. Just stop at your nearest grocery on the way to the party, grab you a pack.
insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
I got the text, boys. For those out there that don't know, my wife brought another child into this world, beautiful baby girl, Lainey James Stoerner.
Hot damn.
6 weeks ago this last Saturday. And for those of y'all that have kids, real kids, Tyler, not dogs.
Oh, man.
You know that 6 week mark. That 6 week mark is something that started on the calendar, right? You know, I left the show Friday thinking Saturday was that day. Like I didn't realize we had to get over.
Oh, you thought you were going to get a Texans win and get back.
Oh, I thought I was going to ease in after that Texans win and you know challenge some boundaries that hadn't been challenged in good. Hell, it's been longer than 6 weeks to be honest. Wife told me though. She did tell me before I got too excited about it. She told me. She said, "Look, we got the doctor's appointment until Monday. You got to chill out."
Did you get the feeling she was down though?
Oh, no question. Oh, no question.
I mean, I don't want to get in your business.
No question. No question. All right, shoot down. And anyway, the doctor's appointment was today, boys, at 2:00, right when the show started. When we were in here doing our thing, she was at the doc's office. It didn't take long. About 2:30, I got that old text, boys. All clear, baby. Hey, I think I should take
That's
that
how
text.
she said it? She said all clear,
well, it was
baby.
a text, all clear,
The
baby.
text,
I mean, you
it?
can put it in whatever voice you'd like to. How do you think she meant it, Ron?
Does she generally?
How do you think she meant it? You know my wife. How do you think she meant it?
Does she generally finish baby?
Well, maybe when she's feeling a little friendly.
Sounds like to me it's time to grab that saddle and ride, my friend.
There you go.
When the end of baby feels like, to me, some nastiness could be in the air.
I'm just telling you, I think it does. I've done a little flirting lately.
I've done
a little flirting lately, and even when she's in a bad mood, because you know when you got a toddler and a 6-week-old, there's a lot going on, man. There's a lot of miscommunications, and then you add my tone into the mix. There could be some issues. You know, even when there's been a little bit of a struggle, we're on struggle bus, man. A little brush on the walk by, you know, gets a little giggle. Yeah. Well, how would you handle the situation, Tyler?
Oh, I think it's business time.
He's coming.
Well, no, it's clearly business time. Like I need some details.
I think you gotta take it slow.
Like I mean, what? Oh, you gonna take it slow?
I think you got to. Take it slow.
It would do so many wonders for you if you somehow were able to get some candles lit, maybe run her a little bath, set the mood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you want to come out just rip the pants off and just.
Well, once it's business time, you get down to business.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, boys. I mean, when you got Ron, you know this. When you've got a 6-week-old at the house, candles. I mean, we ain't with
they ain't got time for that.
I mean, I ain't got time.
Okay.
And that baby ain't real friendly with bottles. That baby's getting fed at nighttime one way, Chief.
Okay. Okay.
And it's gonna interrupt me. You know what I mean? So I ain't got time to win her over. I ain't got time to fool her into marrying me, Tyler.
You could do. I think you can start this now with some freaky text.
Oh, freaky text.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
They got a Brett Favre?
I mean, whatever it is that y'all do that is freaky text.
Huh.
Oh, you might.
It could kick off with, all right, well, my response, you thinking what I'm thinking?
What if Liv doesn't have her phone? Good. That's good. That's one reason we don't give our babies our phone.
Yeah, you thinking what I'm thinking?
Oh, I know she's doing that. We've discussed it.
And now let's get that mood set. Then when you walk in the door, she's ready. She's ready to go.
Well, I've already, Ron, I've been singing "Come Monday." I've been singing that to her for a couple 3 days now, so I know it's on her mind.
Tell her what you're gonna do.
Don't be smooth.
In detail.
No.
If you get home and babies are still up, and she's still dealing with that, you continue texting her some freaky stuff.
Yes.
Like in the presence of her.
She's getting hot.
She's
getting hot.
Hey guys, I'm 46. I ain't sexting my wife.
Yeah, you are.
When she's in the same room.
In this
I don't know. It could be the play.
All right, that's enough. My father-in-law might be listening. You dirty sunbucks.
Yeah, he does.
Omaha.
knows. He always knows.
Going into this weekend with these Cleveland Browns, everybody knows I picked the Browns, man.
Yeah, you did.
Hard to go from that conversation. Hard to go from that conversation to this one for me, boys. 4 o'clock, another hour in show. Yeah, I'll be all right. I picked the Cleveland Browns, 24-20. And in the process of that, Ron likes to dig. Ron said, well, what if, how do the Texans, if the Texans win, how do you see that working out? I said, well, it's got to be the cleanest, most efficient game the Texans have played all year, and it's got to be a Bobby Slowick day. Bobby Slowick has to be absolutely phenomenal. And Ron, I'll be honest with you, when I said it, when you asked the question, I said, let me give Ron an answer. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's going to happen. But let me go ahead and give Ron an answer. The Texans went out there and played the cleanest, most efficient game that they've played all year long. And the negative plays were a topic of conversation the last month of the season. They were a problem, whether we're talking about false starts or for whatever, we're talking about defensive holding, illegal, whatever it may be. The negative plays were a major problem. They went out and played the cleanest, most efficient game to the tune of they gave up 0 sacks.
Huge.
Ron, they had 3 penalties. One of those penalties was a delay a game that they took to back up and give Johnston, punter, give him a little extra room to punt. 2 penalties, 0 sacks. Davis Mills ended up on the field taking a knee at the end of this joker. It doesn't get much cleaner, doesn't get much efficient, and the Texans proved me dead ass wrong because they went out there and did, against arguably the best defense in football, played unbelievably clean and efficient. I can't believe that they were able to do that. There's several things that happened in this game that I didn't think the Texans were there yet, if I'm being completely honest, and that was one of them.
Yeah, it didn't seem like the opponent was going to allow that to happen, right? For me, you almost mentioned, all right, there's going to be a holding call somewhere in here with him trying to rush the passer. There's going to be potentially somebody getting too physical with Amari Cooper, and there's going to be something with
Njoku's going to get grabbed downfield.
I thought there would be one turnover, where you could see like a pick or something being thrown. You could see. No, man, it was none of that. It was none of that, and it was a, as you said, perfect, clean game for them, and it was amazing how they came up. They were clearly ready. They did not seem to be fazed by the moment at all, and amazing.
Well, I've said this multiple times. Like usually, and I give guys passes, right? Because when the opponent gets better, you find yourself maybe on your heels. You find yourself, if you're Laramie Tunsil or George Fant, trying to get a little bit of a jump. If you're a quarterback and you're playing a better defense, maybe you hold the football. Therefore, your offensive line has to end up holding. There's when you up the ante in terms of the opponent being significantly better, the likelihood of you, committing some penalties goes up. I mean, it's a reality of the game. It's part of the challenge when you're playing uphill and you're playing a better football team. And we've seen that bite the Texans in the ass this year. But the reality of it was they were up to the challenge and were absolutely flawless on Saturday. And I'm going to tell you, Ron, and we're going to talk about a couple other things here, but who the Texans are, we've talked about this multiple times throughout the year, like who they are is a very fluid situation. Like how good do you believe they are? It's very fluid. They took a massive step, not just winning a playoff game. This isn't like the Texans that beat the Buffalo Bills back, what was that, 2019, Tyler?
Yeah.
2019, 2020, whatever that was. Like that game was one where you watch and you go, well, we got a quarterback that can put the team on his back and go win a game if he needs to. That wasn't an impressive win from a team perspective, right? You look at this particular game and the fact that they put that efficient, that clean game on film it's one of many reasons why this particular win was so convincing. The other thing, number 2 for me, Ron, was Bobby Slowick had to be. It had to be a Bobby Slowick day.
He was the MVP of the game to me.
He was better than I thought he was going to be. Obviously, he got done in one half what I thought if he did it in a game, I thought they'd have a chance to win. He did it in a half of football, and then D'Amico Ryan's defense came out and stole the show, and he didn't have. They didn't. Would they run 11 plays in the second half?
Yeah, he did. I mean, he didn't do much. Just hand it off. It was. I mean, there was back-to-back pick sixes. There were 14 points thrown up on the board.
Yeah. D'Amico's defense ended up going pick six, turnover on downs, game over in the second half. And it was just absolutely ridiculous. But Bobby Slowick's ability, and here's what I thought was so beautiful, right, was, the move in the pocket stuff when you've got Myles Garrett and Zadarius Smith on the other side of the line. We've watched a lot of offensive coordinators struggle doing that, right? He did that tremendously. Dialing up shots versus a really, really, really good defense. He did it multiple times in the first half. The screen throw, right? That Nico, did he end up scoring on that? I think Nico scored on that one, right?
16-yard touchdown.
I mean, the timing,
misdirection,
the timing, and what the defense was doing, it couldn't have been any better. As you mentioned before, the first completion of Nico Collins running all the way across the field and leaving Denzel Ward, and then the exact, very similar, where Dalton Schultz leaves his defender and drops a football. Right, I mean, there's just constantly dialing up,
and there were plays that they missed, like you said, the Dalton Schultz drop, Nico and CJ couldn't connect. That's the part for me with him is how he continues to get Nico Collins open.
Yeah,
now not just by himself. Nico is obviously running really good routes and doing things too, but he is setting up matchups where. I've said 2 weeks in a row, how in the hell is he constantly out here by himself?
Yeah.
And he's setting things up and scheming it up there.
And then you look at when the game was, it was the Texans had won the game, but the first unit's still out there. I mean, Bobby Slowick's banging slants to Nico Collins. I mean, and Robert Woods caught one and keeping drives alive and allowing them to chew the clock. I mean, it's just. What Bobby Slowick was able to do. And now, unfortunately, I thought he was gone regardless of what happened in that football game.
Oh,
but another primetime game, I know it wasn't primetime as a night game, it's a playoff game, damn it. I mean, with Bobby Slowick lighting that thing up and showing what he can do with a young quarterback and how much better all these guys that have been pedestrian over the last couple of years, how much better those guys are. Nico Collins being really who I'm talking about there. Under Bobby Slowick is absolutely tremendous. I say all that to say I feel like he just the more he shows out, the more likely he is to be gone.
I mean, there was a drive we could see the TV up while we were watching. There was a drive where it just went Bobby play, where you could tell they're just talking. Some of you at home probably saw it. That they're just talking about Bobby, just a possession where it's just like, whew, they are on this dude.
Man, I saw where some of the Dallas media, obviously, what went on with the Cowboys, they're assuming that Jerry Jones is gonna tell old McCarthy to kick rocks. Hell, and I know Belichick is a big conversation up there, but I saw some of the Dallas media earlier today talking about Ben Johnson or Bobby Slowick. Take your pick, whichever one you want, bring them in.
Yeah,
I'll be completely honest with you. If Jerry don't bring in a guy that first and foremost can get his quarterback to take the next step, get his quarterback to play better, whoever that may be. Is it Trey Lance? Is it Dak Prescott? I don't know who it's going to be. Do you draft a guy? I don't know how you get there, but whoever it may be, if Jerry doesn't address that first and foremost, it's going to be another poor decision by him. But
it isn't on my schedule.
Nonetheless, unfortunately, the better Bobby Slowick does, the more confident, which I'm already pretty damn confident, the more confident I am that he's going to be gone after this year. And then we got to see what kind of plan D'Amico has in place.
But right now he's here.
That's it. Right now he's here, and we're on a run, baby. Set. White 80. Hey, Ron, D'Amico spoke after the game. Obviously, we carried that on the post-game show with Sean Pendergast and myself. But he spoke today, too. I listened to it on In the Loop. And repetitive on a lot of what we've already heard him say in the post-game presser. But there's one thing that D'Amico Ryans and really this entire staff, they keep on doing, Ron, that I just greatly appreciate. I don't know how much value is there, but I just greatly appreciate it. Here's D'Amico Ryans. He was simply asked about, playing on primetime in primetime slots, both the last game of the season as well as the playoff game. He was just asked about, like, what do you get from playing during primetime windows? What are you showing the world about your team?
Well, I think being on prime time, it's important for everybody to, see who we are. I'm happy we weren't on prime time earlier, but we had some growing pains to do there and learning how to win. But I think everybody is just first off, they see CJ and how he plays, how prepared he is when he steps on the field. And I hope everyone just sees a team that loves to play football, that finishes the right way, plays with high energy. Because we have fun playing ball, and I hope that's what everyone sees. And everyone is dialed in and excited to watch Houston Texans football.
Ron, and there's really like I said, I'm not. What he said is I personally don't care about primetime, but D'Amico Ryans' willingness to push a lot of the attention, a lot of the credit to C.J. Stroud is a beautiful thing. I am so sick of the old school way. And look, Bill O'Brien made a lot of it. He just jaded, right, because of Bill O'Brien. But, the whole, like, the thought that you can't compliment and state the blatantly obvious what's going on here because you want to always put team first. You want to overemphasize this team first deal. To me, in the coach speak world, is just blown out of proportion. I absolutely love the way that this crew has no problem saying, "Hey, man," and D'Amico's done it 3-4 times in the last 2-3 weeks. "Hey, man, we ain't here if it ain't for CJ." Like, CJ's the reason
he's
we're
opening
here.
it up.
I mean, he's wide open, and I for one, I greatly appreciate it, man. The days of just like, oh, it's team first, our team has done great, and just, I mean, literally breaking your back to not give anybody individual credit. Those days are so far gone. I just love the way that D'Amico handles CJ and handles those kind of questions.
All right, the Texans' next opponent is starting to potentially become clear. But who do you want them to face? Who do you want them to face? Do you want them to go on the road to Baltimore, or would you rather them go on the road to Kansas City? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I don't know if the Texans are going to Baltimore or Kansas City, but they got to go on the road either way it goes. Here's the deal. If you're getting out
Topia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live on this Reaction Monday, and starting to potentially maybe come clear on who the Texans will play coming into this game, as we know that Buffalo-Pittsburgh game was pushed back to Monday. If Buffalo wins the Texans, they will travel to Baltimore. If Pittsburgh wins, they travel the Texans, that is, travel to Kansas City. Pittsburgh is now trailing 14-0 early in the second quarter, but they are first and goal from the 3 and just got driven back. So they're going to try to get back in this game and cut this lead in half here in Buffalo.
I'm a little torn in this game, boys, because I got two predictions here. I got a prediction and a bet. And unfortunately, the one that doesn't pay me looks like it's coming true with Buffalo up 14-0. I think Buffalo wins this game convincingly. But I've also got, along with Tyler, the over bet on Josh Allen's 38.5 yards rushing. And
well, you want this game to be closer.
Right. That's what I'm saying. If this game gets out of whack and Buffalo Bills get a good lead,
well, the dumbest thing
they
in the end zone.
Gosh dang it. The dumbest thing they could do is risk injuring Josh Allen. Like, if this thing's close, Josh is going to be a big part of the run game. I needed Pittsburgh to at least get a field goal right there to keep this thing interesting. And these come on, man. This dude threw an out route. What yard line were they on?
Never there. 3.
I mean, they legit just threw an out route. And it wasn't even like the speed cut out route on the goal line, like where you race to the pylon. It was more like a comeback, like a true out route comeback, 7 yards deep in the end zone. Like the corner's not going to sit on that route. I mean, what? I mean, good.
That
man.
hurts.
What are we
they were
doing?
First and goal from the 3 and had their best drive going there. And like you said, they don't even come away with a field goal. They throw a pick, and that is Mason Rudolph heading up. You said it would be big. I thought they would keep it close in this game.
Throwing comebacks from the 3-yard line ain't going to get it right. That wasn't, for the record, that wasn't even like the comeback to the pylon, like the race to the pylon. That was a legit, like, push the guy 7 yards deep in the end zone and just come back downhill to the sideline.
They were really running the ball well on that drive. And I may have from the 3 run it 3 or 4 times.
Good God.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times. All right. Well, if this holds, the Texans would go to Baltimore. Which would you rather see? Which would you be more comfortable seeing? All right, the weather set up the thing right now, and we'll see what happens. But it's going to be cold in both places. 26 degrees in Baltimore, 11 degrees as of today in Kansas City. And, you know, these are two teams that have been there. They've got, Super Bowl winning pedigree in their organizations here recently and have had success in the regular season. Chiefs more success in the postseason, obviously. But two great quarterbacks, great defenses, great coaches. Where would you rather the Texans have to play on Saturday, in Baltimore or in Kansas City? 713-572-4610. Send in your thoughts also on YouTube and Twitch.
I would rather Kansas City, and it's 10 out of 10 for me. Without a doubt.
10 out of 10, huh?
10 out of 10, man. I would rather play Pat Mahomes and the very limited weapons that he has rather than Baltimore with a guy that is using his weapons better than he's ever had. He's got more weapons than he's ever had, and he still has that game-breaking ability with that off-script, off-schedule legs. Yeah, I would rather go to Kansas City based on the football that I've watched this year.
Yeah, from the text line, I want the Ravens. To get where we want to go, we have to go through them sooner or later.
Fair.
KC, we own them. Oh, we owe them an ass beating. I was going to say we own them. We owe them. We owe them an ass beating. There you go. Someone also said Kansas City with the hope that Pittsburgh keeps winning, and NRG could be the host of the AFC Championship game. For me, listen, I think Tyler said it earlier, like it doesn't matter either way. Now, I think me and Tyler's it doesn't matter either way or in different spaces.
Slightly different.
A little different. I think. What'd you say? It doesn't matter either way. What'd you say, Tyler? Because
the way I feel about this team right now, this Texans team, and the ass whooping they just put on the number one defense in the league, doesn't matter to me.
I like that confidence. Go ahead with it. Damn it. Go ahead. You be confident. Yeah, the way they played Sunday, the way that this group has played and here of late, yeah, why not? Feel confident. My either way doesn't matter is in a different way because I think they're very similar, right? You got Lamar or you got Mahomes. You got Andy or you got John Harbaugh. Two coaches who have won championships, two of the top coaches in the league. You got two of the best defenses in the league, 1 and 2 when it comes to scoring defense, and 1 and 2 when it comes to sacks in the league. I mean, you have a lot of similarities in this thing. I would say if I'm the Texans, I'd rather hold off playing Mahomes, especially in that building. And Arrowhead, and Mahomes has played now 12 games there, and he's 10-2. And Andy Reid has had big-time success with that coach and quarterback trio. I would rather hold off playing there rather than Baltimore. And the Texans have seen Baltimore a little bit, and you start to look at it when it's close like that. I trust Andy Reid and Mahomes more than I trust John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson. Me personally. Someone texts in, I'd rather play the Chiefs, even though I feel we can beat both. You should feel confident that your Texans can win. You should.
The arrow's pointed up.
There you go, Cal. You should feel that. Does 26 and 11 matter? Temperature? Is that matter?
Yeah, there's a little different.
Is there a difference?
That's a 15 degrees I wouldn't want to give up if it were me, to be honest with you. I mean, yeah, it's slightly different.
I do your thoughts on this. I think it is supposed to potentially be some rain with that 26 in Baltimore.
Yeah, now I would rather play in dry 11 than wet 26.
Wet 26?
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely, man. That's what I was going to ask you is how much of that is obviously it can't get real wet at 11 because that would be dry snow.
Yeah. 50% chance of precipitation.
Yeah, 50%.
Yeah,
chance.
that's
so you'd then that 15 you'd rather
I'd rather the stone cold than for you to add any kind of like right now what's going on in Buffalo, like it's obviously cold as hell, but it's dry. You can manage, man. When you add either now you get into negative 29 or whatever it was in Kansas City, it's a different deal.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
You add some dampness in the air, boy. All of a sudden that cold is. I don't care what the wind chill is and what it is a different animal at that point in time.
Yes.
So yeah, I would rather dry 11 than wet 20 whatever.
All right, coming up, the reason, and listen, there's a lot. The reason why I think anybody should look at the Texans completely different and believe that they are more than just some sort of Cinderella. They're real, and they showed that on Saturday, and we'll discuss exactly what we mean by that.
All right, y'all.
if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
It's Reaction Monday, Playoff Edition, presented by Texas Star Grill Shop on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations. You and Clinton Tyler have made that money. Listen, I mean,
hard but fair, Tyler. Hard but fair.
I don't think that the Pittsburgh Steelers can score 21 points in the next 2+ quarters. I don't think they could have scored 21 points in the 4 quarters. They are down 21-0. Right, if they were going to win this game, I thought this was going to be like a 13-10 affair, something like that. They are now down 21-0. And Josh Allen just scored the latest touchdown for the Bills, a 52-yard touchdown run. You all needed him to get, 38.5 rushing yards in this game, and he has picked that up rather quickly. He has, 61 rushing yards in this game right now.
And now
got that money.
Ed Oliver's over here putting the Pittsburgh Steelers center in a blender and knocking Mason Rudolph down. Yeah, man. I think we got it on the last drive that we are likely to even get Josh Allen outside the pocket, unless Pittsburgh can somehow turn this thing. But it looks like the Pittsburgh Steelers caught the good Josh Allen, because he has thrown 2 dimes for touchdowns and made one hell of a run for a touchdown. So Pittsburgh caught him on the wrong day.
Yeah, I mean, Pittsburgh is probably, I think most people would say, the weakest playoff team there, and they came in here without their best player, no T.J. Watt. So, they are well on their way of losing this game. So it looks like right now, if this thing holds, and it's 21-0, about 6 minutes left, and Pittsburgh just punted the ball to Buffalo again. It looks like, Clint, that the Texans will be heading to Baltimore, and we will be potentially talking about a rematch from Week 1 between the Ravens and the Texans coming up. And listen, a lot of people feel good and feel better about this potential rematch with the Ravens because, hey, it was Week 1. It's a different C.J. Stroud. This team is different. Both teams are different, to be honest. That's what D'Amico even had to say when he was talking about it today, if it is the Ravens. But both teams are different. C.J. is different. But, Clint, I think Saturday showed why you got to look at the Texans completely differently, because this is not, and really hasn't ever been, but it was really on display in that playoff game. This has not just been a CJ team. CJ is, I agree with D'Amico, the number one reason. But what we saw Saturday was that CJ did not have to put on a cape, have to be great. Hell, there were so many pieces around him that CJ could just be good.
Yep.
There were so many. There were Bobby Slowick around him, great. Great. Nico, great. The defense, great. Laramie Tunzel, great. Those guys were great. Just said, well, CJ, man, you can fold up your cape, put it wherever you want.
We don't need it in the fourth quarter for damn. We don't need it in the second half.
Didn't really need it. Even he had such easy throws, easy plays, and there's no other way that you would hope for if you are a rookie quarterback and everything around you. So to me, was not as much about CJ, Clint. It was about the team and everybody and how well they were around him on Saturday.
It's why it's so convincing. To me, that is why, as a Texans fan, boy, it is easy to get behind this group. Not just because they're winning, they're in the playoffs. And it is easy to buy in. I'm sure my man Greg Grissom over there, I'm sure his phone's lighting up with folks trying to get season tickets and suites and yada, yada, yada. And that's obviously because right now the hype is real, and you're existing in the middle of it. But to me, the most impressive part about it is that's why this thing's so convincing. It's not just about, well, let's go to NRG Sunday and see if CJ can put his cape on and win a game. Right? There is offensive play caller that's dealing, a defensive play caller that's dealing, a culture that's real. There's a defense that, at times they've turned it over. They've rushed the passer. They've played the run great. Offensively, they consistently get better. They're all peaking at the right time. They've got a ton of salary cap to spend in the offseason. They've got draft picks. CJ is definitely the tip of the spear, if you will. He is without a doubt. I don't care how good all the other stuff is around him if you don't have that dude. But, boy, to your point, man, there is a lot of good that was shown in the biggest moment for the Texans this season, which was Saturday afternoon.
Clint, he threw a 5-yard pass to Brevin Jordan that turned into a 76-yard touchdown.
Yep.
And listen, for them to get where – Like, listen, you shouldn't be afraid if you're a Texans fan to talk it. Super Bowl. I mean, you're 2 games away from getting there, right? But for the Texans to have an absolute, this has already been a dream season. For this to go to the next level, I mean, CJ, and it's probably going to be in the next round. CJ is going to have to be great. But to know that you can roll through around him and Bobby Slowick can come through and do this. Nico Collins can come through and do this. The offensive line can come through and do this. Like, they're going to need him. They didn't have him to be that. In his first game, I thought that was really important.
Right. Yeah. It was. Really important. No question about it, Ron. But you said something there that caught me. You said at some point in the playoffs, CJ's going to have to be great
for them to get to. If they're going to get to a Super Bowl or win this next, he's going to have to. He's going to have to have a game like he had against Joe Burrow
and against Tampa.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, but that can hold true for all. That holds true for all these guys, right, Ron? I mean, ultimately at this point, if you're going to win 3 or 4 playoff games versus the best opponents the game has to offer, at some point you're going to have to be great. Like right now, I mean, Joe Burrow's had a hell of a first half. I mean, not Josh Burrow, but Josh Allen's had a hell of a first half. He's probably not going to do a whole lot in the second half. We're going to look at Josh Allen's performance tonight a lot like we looked at C.J. Stroud's yesterday and be like, had a hell of a first half. And then they coasted to victory, right? But at some point, like next week it looks like, Josh is going to have to be great in a matchup with Pat Mahomes. We've seen that matchup before, right? He's probably going to have to be great at some point in time. Like at some point in time, all of these guys are going to have to be great. The beautiful thing about the conversation is that we can legitimately look at all the ancillary pieces, all the supporting cast, and say they're good enough to get this organization to a point where when the timing's right, in the fourth quarter, in a tight ball game against one of the best teams in the league, can CJ be great? Can CJ go make a drive against them like he made to take a 6-point lead against Indianapolis? Right? That's what Josh Allen does. That's what Pat Mahomes does. That's what Joe Burrow does, is they just ease on, cruise on along, and then when that moment pops, they've gone and been great multiple times. Can C.J. Stroud do that? It's beautiful to be sitting here in a position where we can have a serious conversation that this season, next season, and beyond really hinges on those kind of opportunities.
It is, but he got his feet wet, and he didn't have to do it.
Yep.
Because everybody around him just said, chill, man. I'm going to make life easier, right? He didn't have to deal with a whole bunch of pressure and have to did he have to make an off-schedule throw? I mean, he did. I mean, it seemed like everything was on time. Everything was on time.
There was a couple of them where I couldn't. There's a couple of them where I couldn't tell if they moved the pocket or if he just kind of naturally slid that direction.
I think maybe one of those
the drop to Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But I don't know if that wasn't designed. Like I don't know that the plan wasn't to move the pocket to the tackle box instead of the center box. You know what I mean? Like direct the tackle line. I'm sorry, not the tackle box. The tackle line versus the center line. I'm not sure that wasn't by design, just to keep these defensive ends from teeing off. But nonetheless, he was not strained or stressed at all at any point in time in that ball game.
No, he wasn't. No, and that's big. We'll see what happens. But it looks like right now as we'll head to it here. The Buffalo is trending towards where they're going to kick a long field goal here, 49-yard field goal in this weather. As they're going to try to go up 24-0 on the Steelers, but it does look like they're going to have to travel to Baltimore coming up. Well, that's going to be missed. Maybe the Steelers get back in it here. Who knows? All right.
You see the punter?
Yeah. Real quick, coming up behind us.
That wasn't the punter. Who was that? It was the holder.
Oh, somebody that got hurt, though. One of them kickers did. Coming up behind us, Texans Coaches Show, 5 to 5:30. D'Amico Ryans, he'll have things coming up behind us. And right after that, you'll get the conclusion of this Steelers Bills game where it looks like the Bills are taking control of this. And we'll see if the Texans win. Then later on, the Texans play next week, probably Baltimore. And then later on, you'll get a chance to see or hear the Bucks and the Bucks and the Eagles right here on Sports Radio 610. The kick was blocked, and the punter I believe that's the punter. He is not going to be punting anymore in this game.
Hey,
the way it looks.
your ass that wasn't whoever the holder was, but he's a punter. All you got to do is open up one time in this game and try to make sure everything's all right.
He did, and he pulled a hammy. He looked like that man the other day at that damn.
He grabbed that thing and started tucking his old butt. His old butt was tucked, and he's hopping, boy.
He was hurting. All right, D'Amico coming up behind us. Your Texans looks like they're headed to Baltimore. Clint, great job. Tyler, great job as well. I am Ron Hughley, and as always, Houston, we love you, baby. Good times out here. I see Tyler in his Victory Monday shirt.
Hey.
I said that's a white boy doing a Mexican call if ever I heard one, but absolutely A-plus effort.
Thank you, sir.
It's a grito.
It's a gringo grito.
Hey, there we go. Gringo grito.
That's right, baby. It's everybody should be feeling good.
All right with me. It's a Reaction Monday, brought to you by Texas.
The Eagles lose against the Buccaneers today. Philly needs to fire Sirianni and find a way to land either Belichick, Harbaugh, Carroll, or Vrabel, because this team is too talented to be playing this poorly, and all four of those coaches are better than Nick. I'm Zach Gelb.
Jefferson, touchdown!
I'm Justin Jefferson with the Minnesota Vikings.
Hi, I'm Jamar Chase with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Nobody can stop it.
Why do I choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Because I only go all out.
Because I can't be stopped. Because my Sleep Number smart bed helps me sleep at the right temperature all night.
So we can take our game to the next level. That's why 80% of NFL players choose the Sleep Number smart bed. Sleep next level, perform next level.
The Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is now only $9.90. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
Due to overwhelming response to our over 30% savings on LASIK in December, Berkeley Eye Center is extending these savings till the end of January. But that's it. So here's your last chance to get our biggest savings ever on LASIK vision that will take you anywhere and everywhere in 2024. But heads up, our Save Over 30% LASIK sale ends in January. Get the details at beclasik.com. That's beclasik.com. Or call 713-526-EYES.
Jackson Hewitt has a plan to get your tax refund fast with a buck here, buck there. Here a buck, there a buck, everywhere a buck.
You don't have to wait weeks for your tax refund. Get money sooner with a no-fee refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt.
On this loan, there's a money today guarantee. E-I-E-I-DO.
Don't settle for chicken feed. Get fast bucks at Jackson Hewitt today. No-fee refund advance loans by Republic Bank offered to eligible clients. Money today guarantee if approved for a loan on a prepaid card. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
If you're looking for a new couch, you could cut down on expenses by bundling your car and renter's insurance with Progressive. Because you know you've had this couch for too long. Sure, you've had good times together, but a ripped-up cushion is not a fond memory. It's a sign. Notice how other people have couches with 2 armrests? Now that's living, right? No, it's just normal. So bundle your renters and car insurance with Progressive and put the savings toward a new couch. Please, it's time. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company coverage provided and serviced by affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again named #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
It seems like everyone's New Year's resolution is to get in shape and feel great. Seth Payne here, and Johnson Fitness and Wellness has the perfect home fitness equipment to help you reach your fitness goals. Top-rated treadmills are now up to 50% off. Ellipticals start at just $5.99. Strength equipment, rowers, exercise bikes, and right now, save up to $1,000 on a wide selection of massage chairs. Get in shape and feel great. 6 Houston area stores. Find the nearest at johnsonfitness.com. That's Johnson JacksonFitness.com.
Bell Furniture's $100 million sale and clearance going on now. Find prices at cost, below cost, and way below cost. You could save up to 80% off. Hurry, this sale is for a limited time only. Bell Furniture, unbeatable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and turn everyday purchases into extraordinary trips. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges where you just check in and chill out. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
Paid actor portrayal.
Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. In 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected.
Ethos fast and easy online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Bell Furniture's $100 million sale and clearance going on now. Find prices at cost, below cost, and way below cost. You could save up to 80% off. Hurry, this sale is for a limited time only. Bell Furniture, unbeatable.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
He's the one they call Cap, head coach, and Miko. Deo Ryans breaks down the game and sits down for a conversation, taking you both inside and outside the white lines. Welcome to the Deo Ryans Show, presented by Amagi Bank.
Hello, Texans, and welcome to the program. And it is going to be a little bit of a different one tonight as we have so much excitement in the air and cold weather. But let's get to the excitement. Texans in the divisional round Saturday at 3:30, and we are monitoring the Buffalo Steelers game because if the Steelers win, the Texans will go to Kansas City. If Buffalo wins and they lead 21-7 with 1:39 to go in the second, if they hang on and win, the Texans are going to Baltimore. So that's how it goes. We don't know the opponent yet. We'll all find out together because we're going to do the conversation with D'Amico, a couple of segments on that, and then get you right back out to Orchard Park, New York, for the second half of the game between the Bills and the Steelers, which looked like it was going to be a runaway for Buffalo. Might still be, but Pittsburgh got a blocked field goal late. Capitalized touchdown, and it's 21-7. So there you have it right now. You never know what's going to happen in an NFL game. We saw a lot of wild action this weekend, but nothing wilder than the massive victory over the Cleveland Browns. Texans put up 45 points on the Brownies, who beat them 3 weeks earlier. You know it. So let's get right now to our conversation with the head coach and talk about that win and what is next for your Texans. Well, here he is in the Hyundai Texans radio studio with his voice in full regen on his way to the divisional round, Coach Deo Ryans. Coach, congratulations on the enormous win over Cleveland and getting into the next round. Your thoughts on where you sit right now?
Thank you, Mark. It's an exciting moment for Houston Texans football, right, to have such a huge win versus a tough opponent in Cleveland Browns. Very, very proud of our guys. For them, I talked about it last week, but hopefully our guys come with that same focus. I felt it last Tuesday, how locked in our guys were, how on it they would be throughout the entire week. And when you feel your team, you feel like that laser focus, you feel them being locked in, it gives you that sense of confidence as a coach. It's like, all right, no matter what we call, right, they're ready for it, they're up for the moment, they're up for the challenge, and we need the same thing again this week.
Coach, I don't mean this in a way of, oh, you guys wanted revenge or anything like that, but how much of the focus do you think was there because of how Christmas Eve Day went against them the first time?
Yeah, I know that played a huge part in being locked in, right? Anytime you feel like, not that they embarrassed us. I told the guys it's almost like we embarrassed ourselves in a sense because, and I feel like we didn't show up. I told the guys, felt like we were more so too focused on Christmas as opposed to being ready for the game and prepared for the opportunity that we had to kind of seal our fate and get that playoff spot locked up a lot sooner, right, than the last game of the season. So that does play a part in, like, being a little focused. Sometimes it takes that failure. Sometimes it takes, right, getting punched in the mouth to kind of wake up for a second and see, like, oh, I have to make sure I'm on my P's and Q's so the embarrassment doesn't happen again.
Coach, it seemed like for a time this season you weren't stringing together the games the way you really wanted to. Maybe you had a win and then maybe a game you didn't like and then another win. So it was a little bit inconsistent, but now you've won 3 in a row, head into the divisional round. What's the difference here? What are you seeing out of your team overall, week-to-week prep and then execution throughout the game?
For sure, it starts with the prep, and what I'm seeing is consistent prep, right? It's consistent prep. It's not we're not a team that's surprised that we're kind of here. It's or happy that it's consistent. Everybody's working the same way with the same intent, the same detail each week, and that's what I've seen these past couple weeks. And that way nobody's getting too high. Like, oh, we're here. Like, no, we've been talking about this for a while. It's like we're not just here just along for the ride and just happy that the Texans are in the playoffs and now we're just supposed to be happy that we won our first game. Like, no, the ultimate goal as everybody who suits up in the NFL is to accomplish it all, win it all, right? And our guys understand that focus. You don't get there just by talking about it. You get there by working at it diligently throughout the week, being on it in the games, like when you line up in the games, just executing, not making the moment bigger than what it is, but just playing good football. And just, I think I always try to pull our guys' focus back to that. Like, no matter how many TV crews are around, no matter how many interviews you're doing, like, what happens when the ball is snapped? It comes back to just playing fundamentals, technique, playing really clean football. And if you do that consistently for 4 quarters, we'll be where we want to be.
Coach, there was a point in that game, about mid-first quarter through the 12-minute mark of the second quarter, and I made a note of that because after that, they don't score, but kicked field goal, they go down and score. You come back, Nico scores. They go down, they score with Kareem Hunt. Then Brevin gets his touchdown and puts you up 17-14. What stopped the shootout, i.e., what was the key at that point for you guys defensively to not give up another point the rest of the game?
Yeah, what I've told our guys at halftime is, and we cannot give up the explosive pass. We knew that again going in. It was almost like, oh, man, is this a repeat of the Christmas Eve battle? It's like we cannot allow them to throw the explosive passes. Whatever you do, just make sure we stay back. Right? Make sure we stay back. Make sure we're on top of the receivers and make sure we force the ball to the checkdowns as much as possible. I don't care if they throw. I want them to throw it to the checkdown every single time. And I think when we were able to stay back and they forced that and guys were able to see, like, okay, right, can they methodically just drive down the field on us? No. The only way they can get down the field is if they create some type of chunk play. And when we stopped the chunk plays and guys were dialed in on eliminating the chunk play, right now we were able to really get after them. And the biggest thing were the third down stops, right? Getting off on third down, getting the pressure on Flacco, making him fluster, making him throw some bad passes at times. I think that was the key.
How much do you practice blocking during an interception return? Because, Coach, that was a parade going down the sideline when Steve and Nelson got that first one. Everybody seemed really enthusiastic about being able to execute what they had learned.
Yes, for sure. It's something we've been teaching since training camp. We teach sideline return, and we do it in our turnover drills, and we'll do sideline return drills, and we kind of teach the guys, like, first thing first, everybody wants to go. When the ball is returned, everybody wants to just take off and run. Well, the first key is you have to block the guy who they were throwing the ball to. So we say you block the intended receiver first. I think Desmond was able to get the intended receiver, all right, and then if you got the ball, make sure you get to the nearest sideline and get down the numbers. And we call it near sideline return. Everybody blocks. Make sure you block high and in front. So we had the guys running down the sideline, and Cashman starts with the big block on the offensive lineman. He takes him out, and then Stingley finishes with a great block. I think it was on a running back who showed up, and Stingley was able to get a block on him. And that was the cleanest. I was telling the coaches, that's the teach tape right there. That's the teach tape for how you get a sideline return. That was perfect.
And, Coach, along those lines, I know from our angle, you're not able to see this, but on the TV copy they showed from, I don't know, kind of from this angle over here where they were shooting kind of down our sideline. Mm-hmm. There's a madman in a red shirt running with Nelson. I mean, he's flying. But besides him, which is you, I saw the offensive guys jumping off the bench. Like Nico's running just outside of you to go like meet Nelson, and it felt like it was that perfect moment of this team, of what it's been about. Offense happy for defense, defense happy for special teams, everybody kind of happy for each other's success. I don't know if you had a chance to see that, but did you kind of sense that when that play happened, everybody just running on the field and getting excited about what just happened?
Yeah, I didn't see it until after, because as you said, the madman was running as well.
You were focused.
So, I was almost in the end zone myself. But, after seeing them, now I realize it, like I'm trying to get guys off because the clock has started. So now I'm trying to get guys off the field so we can kick the field goal. And I look up, and it's Nico, it's Brevin, it's all of the offensive guys, all right, reserve guys out on the field. Everybody's just celebrating that moment with Nelson, and that's cool. That's the team. That's the enthusiasm that I love to see from our team, and that's that defining moment of, man, everybody is truly happy for the success of their teammate. Unselfish play by everyone, but we're truly thrilled, excited for our guys when they make plays.
You're not a madman, but
in that moment.
But you were running like you were chasing a running back in the day, that's for sure.
Coach, Christian gets the next pick six, and I know you've answered some questions about him. I get the feeling the winning is the best thing, but you really enjoy the individuals having their game improve, the individuals involved, and seeing them improve the level of their performance. As a teacher, that must mean a lot to you.
Yeah, it's everything. It's what I truly believe in, my philosophy of coaching. It's all about developing young men, and to see, it's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be all pretty from the start, but to see a guy like Christian grow throughout the entire year, to see him have that same play a couple of weeks ago versus the Titans, right? And we're able to kind of correct it. And, hey, this time just make sure you step in front. And to see that moment just happen as a teacher, as a coach, there's no prouder moment when you see a young man step in and make that play, take the coaching point to heart, and actually execute it the proper way, and for him to make the biggest play of his career. And I'm so excited for Christian, so proud of him, right, for just making a big play. And I tell guys, it's not when you try to chase big plays, like, they don't happen. But when you're just focused on your individual job and you're just focused on your technique and you do that the right way, like, the big plays will come, and none speaks better than that one that Christian made.
Coach, just kind of along those lines, I've always felt like at some point a coach stays in it because the coaching bug strikes them at some point. Did you have a moment as a younger coach when something like that happened where you taught a guy a technique and you see him have success and you're like, yo, I love seeing that happen? Is that kind of the way it maybe happened for you? Did the coaching bug strike when you had kind of a teaching lesson you gave to a player and he was successful because of it?
I mean, it started really, for me in high school, I was helping out with the high school kids during the lockout year. It was just seeing these kids just get better and better each week, and to see it all come to life. We had one spring game, and to see the kids go out and play fast and execute and make plays, and to see their faces when they won was like, oh, wow, that really sparked the bug for me. It's just seeing from where we started and seeing the growth and development of those young kids just within a 3-week span, and to see them finish with a win and how excited they were to win. I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. Yep. And that was the moment that coaching got me.
Yep. As far as where we are right now, and you talked about it, you have to do what you do and not let the moment get too big. How much do you rely on your experience, maybe with the 49ers advancing, or other members of the staff who have been on teams that have advanced, and you yourself as a player, how much do you rely on that stuff and draw from it as you address the players getting into this next round?
Right, yeah. I mean, being with the Niners past couple years and having that experience of going, couple NFC championships games, Super Bowl, and I just think back to the preparation, right, and how we prepared throughout the weeks for those games. And the one thing that always stuck with me is nothing changed.
Yeah, okay.
It's like at that moment, like nobody hyped it up as this big game, and it's the next game. Mm-hmm. Right, and we kept that focus, and I think that's what allowed me to having that experience now. It helps me to speak to our team and to keep them steady.
Yeah.
Even though we have a lot of young guys, I don't want our guys getting too amped up for a game just because the weight of this game means this. No, just stay focused on your execution, because I know that's what wins, and I know when it didn't happen, when I lost games in the playoffs, I know what happened in those games. It wasn't guys thinking about that moment or trying to make plays in that moment, but they just didn't execute when we should have. Or, man, we worked on this particular play and we're not where we're supposed to be. Or the receiver didn't run the particular route that he should have ran. It was just that's what happened in those games, and that's what causes you to lose those games. This is when guys lose focus, guys lose sight of executing the job the proper way. That's what loses those games.
We have a lot more coming up with Deo Ryans, because he's got to weigh in on next week's opponent, which is, we don't know yet, and we'll know soon enough. Buffalo leading Pittsburgh 21-7 at the half at Orchard Park. Yeah, they cleared all the snow off the field. I guess they got most of the snow out of the stands, and there's a raucous crowd in Buffalo watching the Bills with a 2-touchdown lead at the break. If Buffalo wins, Texans off to Baltimore. If the Steelers somehow come back and beat the Bills, then the Texans are going to Kansas City. We'll see. It is so exciting. Texans in the divisional round for the 5th time in franchise history. Is this the time they break through? More from head coach Deo Ryans on the way. And after we hear from him, we will get you out to Orchard Park, New York for the second half of Buffalo-Pittsburgh. This is Texans Radio.
More of the Deo Ryans Show, presented by Amegy Bank, continues in a moment.
I'm Steve Naylor, and we're a manufacturer in the HVAC business. The reason why we've been with Amegy Bank all this time is because they meet our needs. They're very responsive and they react quickly. We can call them up anytime, and they work really hard to get us what we need. They are absolutely invested. Amegy Bank is very involved with what we're doing, and they want to hear our story, and they want to know how they can help us. They make you feel like you're part of the family.
Amegy Bank. Here, you grow. A division of Zions Band Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
In real estate, it's all about the amenities. I should know. I'm an agent.
At Hyundai, all of our models offer first-class features, like Android Auto, an available Bose premium audio system, heated front and rear seats, and wireless device charging.
It's like an upscale home on wheels in here.
It's your journey. Own every mile.
Get 3.29% APR for 48 months, or get up to $1,750 bonus cash on the Hyundai Sonata. Visit your local Hyundai dealer, the official car of the Houston Texans. Offers end January 31st. Call 469-613-0227 for details.
The big game is here. It's the new Houston Texans scratch ticket from the Texas Lottery.
Play today for your chance to win up to $100,000 instantly. Or enter for a chance to win Houston Texans prizes like an away game trip on a private plane, season tickets, a VIP suite experience, and more. Make everyday game day with the new Houston Texans scratch ticket. Houston NFL Holdings LP, all rights reserved. Visit TexasLottery.com for odds. Must be 18 or older to participate. Play responsibly.
The only way to make Houston Texans game day even better? Seeing the live action next to your family, friends, coworkers, or clients. When you purchase tickets in groups of 10 or more, you get to experience exclusive benefits like discounted ticket prices, invites to unforgettable events, tailgating, or in-game opportunities, recognition for your group on the video board, and so much more. Visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more today.
Lots more to break down.
He's in! Touchdown, Houston!
Next on Texans Radio.
Constructing the vital connections of our world, from communications and critical infrastructure to renewable and heavy industrial facilities, is what we do at Burns & McDonnell. We deliver innovative projects with an integrated construction and design mindset, a direct hire construction force, and a steadfast commitment to safety and quality. Come see how our growing Houston team is designed to build. BurnsMCD.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's profit back to the organizations who dedicated their time to a successful game day. Since the 2002 season, over $6.3 million has been donated and reinvested in the Houston community. Be sure to stop by the concessions this season at NRG Stadium to help support Houston.
It's always football season in Texas, and Reliant is bringing the energy, powering game day for the Houston Texans and Texans fans across the Lone Star State. Reliant is the only energy provider trusted by the Houston Texans to power every electric moment for the fans in the stands or on the couch this season and beyond. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of your Houston Texans.
Reliant, PUCT number 10007.
The Texans got revenge on the Browns and won their wild card matchup.
CJ fakes the give, steps out to his right. He's got a lot of time, and he throws deep, and he wants Dalton Schultz. Has him! Rock and roll! Touchdown, Houston!
Whatever you put your mind to, you can accomplish, man. Offense, defense, special teams, like, we're all men well together and playing our best ball as of right now these last 3 weeks, really. So and that's really what you want.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to more with the head coach, the D'Amico Ryan Show. Presented by Amity Bank.
Amity Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, brings you the show every week, and we are in the playoff run right now, and nobody wants it to end. The Texans, the most important ones in this equation, will play Saturday 3:30 against either the Baltimore Ravens on the road or at Arrowhead Stadium against the Kansas City Chiefs. And again, after we are done with the head coach, one more segment with the head coach, we will get you out for the second half of the game between the Steelers and the Bills. Steelers trailing 21-7 at the break. All right, let's get back to it as we caught up with the head coach of the Texans, D'Amico Ryans, a tad earlier.
We've kind of gone through this a little bit, Coach. The fact that after we beat Indy on Saturday, we had to sit on Sunday and wait. But we got an answer pretty clearly, like, okay, game is over at 3:30. We know we're playing the Browns, know what's going to happen. As of the time of this recording, we don't know. It could be one team, it could be the other. How is that kind of changing preparation or impacting preparation for this week?
Yeah, it's impacting preparation pretty big time. This is a new space for me because right now in this moment we would be already on our opponent. We know we're playing, we're preparing, and now we kind of sit in limbo because we have Ravens and Kansas City. So you're kind of trying to prepare for both, right? Try to spend most of our time yesterday focusing on the Ravens, and now we're trying to pivot today to get a look at the Kansas City Chiefs. And so we still won't know until later this afternoon. But I told guys we'll still have time, right? I think offensively, defense, special teams, the staffs are all dialed in to both teams as best as we can to have a first look
I would say, and then we'll get deeper into preparations later this evening. So this will be a late night for coaches, but they don't mind it.
Yeah. Well, the quarterbacks are different, but they're both awesome.
Yeah.
And Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. Mahomes does run more than a lot of people think because he will make plays with his legs. He was doing it last year at a bad ankle.
Right.
Lamar Jackson, we all know that he can do it, but they both throw the ball extremely well as well. But that mobility aspect, Joe Flacco, you didn't really face it with him, but you face it with these guys, either one you face.
For sure, no matter which opponent we face, both two dynamic quarterbacks who are very similar in that regard, Mark, that they find a way to keep plays alive. And all of the off-schedule plays is where both quarterbacks have kind of, made the name for themselves in their career, right? They're scrambling around and they chunk a deep one over your head. It's like, man, I already see it in both guys. It's like, I know what my message is to both, like, guys, make sure we're on it in coverage. You're going to have to cover them twice, plaster, stick to your coverage. And then the rush factor, like D-line, we need you. Some extra guys may need you as well, but we're going to have to get as much pressure on both guys as possible to kind of speed up their process.
Now, one of the things I love, Coach, as a sideline reporter is the fact that the last 4 games, my math is correct, maybe the last 5 have been inside. That's very nice for a sideline reporter with all the equipment, everything. I don't have to get wet. But now you got to go outside no matter what. Baltimore, Kansas City, you got to go outside, as does the team. And it looks like it's going to be a little bit chillier than it is in Houston. But we've got some chilly weather here. How does that help in kind of preparation for the weather aspect of things?
Yeah, I think with our weather here in Houston this week being cold, I think it helps a lot. Now I guess you can get used to it a little bit, having to prepare throughout the week. So, man, we're fortunate that we do have, unseasonably cold weather here in Houston, and we can go out and prepare, and our guys can see, a glimpse of what it will feel like. It'll be much colder, whether we're in Baltimore or Kansas City, it'll be much colder. But for those 3.5 hours, tell a guy, lock in. It doesn't matter. Right? You got to lock in. Right? What's ahead of us? What's on the other side? Right, of winning this game. Like, that's all that matters. If your focus is on that, then you can minimize, how cold you'll be in that moment.
Well, last week was no picnic either for Houston anyway. You were practicing outside, getting ready for an indoor game. And the wind, Coach, I think the wind has got to be a big factor. When the Texans with you played at Green Bay at 08, really cold, single digits. But Schaub and the guys talked about, hey, it wasn't windy. They threw for over 400 yards in that game.
That's it. The wind is a huge factor. It's one thing of being cold, but the wind, and when you can't really throw the football, like that's where it will struggle, and that's where it can cause some issues. So hopefully the wind isn't up too high, so we can allow CJ to spin it a little bit.
Coach, I know it's hard when you're in the moment and you're coaching, you're calling ball plays, and you're scoring touchdowns, and you're trying to get guys. But you're in the coaching moment no matter what. Was there any point on Saturday where you were able to kind of say, dang, man, that's pretty cool? I mean, the crowd showed up, was loud. Was there any kind of moment when you looked around and went, dang, that's cool?
Yeah, the moment for me was when the lights were off in the stadium and everybody was holding the cell phone with their lights. I was just, on the headset at that moment, I was like, oh, wow, this is such a cool moment. I haven't seen this before here in Houston all year. Like, what a cool moment. I was just telling guy, hey, make sure you take this moment in, because this is a really cool atmosphere. Our fans showed up big time for us. They were loud. And to see that moment in a stadium where I think it was a timeout or we were in between quarters. So that was a moment that I always remember in that Browns game there, of just, how the lights off, the cell phone lights out. All right, how many fans showed up? That was a really cool moment for us.
Absolutely great moment. And a moment later, you were like, all right, back to the intensity. Let's go. Let's go. But I noticed that in the locker room afterwards, there was such joy after you beat the Colts, and there was joy after beating the Browns. But nobody is ready to say, this is it. Nobody's ready to say what an accomplishment this season is. They really want more. You feel that. You can sense it in all the players.
You definitely sense it. I think there was the moment versus the Colts, that was a great moment. We knew we were in, and that's someone that we had been talking about. Just give us an opportunity to get in. We earned that right to get in. I think how we won that game too, like that was an exciting moment for us. That was a special moment. Oh, you come into this Browns game and everybody kind of They felt like they knew it going into the week, and they know we want more. So that moment in locker room probably wasn't as crazy because guys expected it. It's confidence, and that's what you want in your team, playing better at the end of the year, confident going into games, expecting to win games, expecting to play well. That's what you need in the playoffs.
You answered my question about confidence. That was exactly it.
All right, one thing I wanted to ask you about, though, since Devin Singletary has really taken off week 9, your running game, I know you want to run for even more yards, but we've talked about this from time to time, but this is something you can really rely on now. This is something you can take with you. You know who you are, as opposed to week 1 where it's sort of feeling things out. We were thinking back to that. CJ had only played a handful of snaps in preseason games. That's his first real NFL game. So you guys have a lot of experience compared to that outing if it is Baltimore.
Yeah, for sure. A lot more experience. And, I always say you want to run the ball, right? You run the ball to win games, but, to score, you got to throw the ball.
Yeah, right.
And so it's we know who we are, right? Yep. We don't have to force it. If it's there and we can pop some runs, we'll pop some. But, we have a quarterback who can throw it and we can get yards in the air, even on the check down plays like the play to Brevin. Mm-hmm. Like CJ can throw the ball 5 yards and get credited with a 76-yard pass. So it's, however we have to get it done at this point, it really doesn't matter. Just get it done.
Coach, from week 1 to week whatever we are now, what's probably the thing you're most proud of about your team?
I would say, man, I'm proud of the growth, but I'm proud of just at this moment right now, it's like I'm proud of just the confidence that we've earned. Yeah. And I always talk about confidence is earned, it's not given.
Right.
And I'm proud of that confidence that we've earned as a team and sitting here at this moment right now when we need it most, when nobody else is going to have your back, nobody else is going to pick you to win. Like, we're confident in ourselves, we're confident in each other, and that's what I'm most proud of.
Yep.
Amegy Bank Ask Coach question of the week. All right, Coach, parenting advice here because we need some. The listeners are a lot of the listeners out there are parents, and your kids have been in the interview room after wins and I guess after all situations. Greg Bailey had them on Inside the Game on ABC 13. Johnny said they were there the other night. So well behaved, incredibly well behaved. What's the secret? Give us a secret or two in having the kids be so well behaved.
Thank you, Jamila.
The right answer.
No, my wife does an outstanding job with them. But our kids, they're precious, man. They're so kind. They take care of each other. They look out for each other's brothers and sisters, and it's all about just pure love for each other. And they have fun playing with each other, but it's just loving on them, giving your kids as much love as possible, man. And our kids, we're thankful to have, we're blessed to have really great kids and just to see their precious smiles. That was a great moment for me. I didn't expect to see them when I was coming up the tunnel after the game. So to see them and it's like, wow, that was a special one for me as well that I always remember. But man, we got great kids, and I'm thankful for my wife of holding it down for me.
All right, Coach. Thanks a lot. Good luck this week.
Thank you, guys.
And we're thankful for D'Amico Ryans, everything he's doing for this football team. Year 1 of the Ryans era. And here you are in the divisional round with so many exciting possibilities ahead. And I've been saying exciting possibilities ahead for, 3/4 of the season, maybe even the whole season. And look where we are now. Texans playing Saturday afternoon at 3:30, and we still don't know who the opponent will be. They are underway in the third quarter with the Bills in front of the Steelers, 21-7, and the Steelers are driving. So we're going to take you right back out to Orchard Park, New York. Really not right back out because 610 has not had the game so far this afternoon. A lot of business to take care of, but you've got the big NFL, not a doubleheader, but a game and a half coming your way on 610 as we conclude our portion of the D'Amico Ryans show. But when the league plays, we want to showcase that on Texans Radio as well with our partners on the flagship Sports Radio 610. So that's it from D'Amico Ryans. Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans, brings you the program. After this, out to Orchard Park, New York, Bills, Steelers. Bills up 2 touchdowns, but Pittsburgh on the move. We'll find out what happens. Thank you, Tyler, for producing. Have a great day. Stay safe, stay warm. Do whatever you have to do to stay warm. Keep the pipes warm. And for me, that might mean something else entirely. But anyway, have a great night. Go Texans.
There's more of our exclusive talk with head coach Deo Ryans on the way.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amegy now. I can email about the smallest of things, and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amegy will be there for me for my next steps.
Amegy Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
When you drive a Ford truck, there's strength in numbers. Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 46 straight years and the best in Texas. Ford F-150 and Ford Super Duty offer the strength to help you be at your very best. Drive one today at your best in Texas Ford dealer. There's a great selection in stock based on 1977 to 2022 calendar year total sales.
Ford is the best.